models
fail all the time.
Well, no, actually, we don't. We can never find any curvature, and you can't find any curvature and show it to us.
Well, I could find curvature and show it to
we can make a prediction using your model. We can make a prediction. We go down to a large body of water over 20 miles of distance of water, of surface of water, and we can say, well, based on this model, we should not be able to see clear to the other side from shoreline to shoreline, and we can see if we do.
But our model includes refraction. You leave that out for some reason.
Okay, we'll add in refraction. How much percentage of increase of surface visible does that give us?
Exactly what we've seen.
20 miles, 21 miles.
Sure. Yeah.
How do you account? How do you account?
If you want to debunk our model, not your version of our model.
No, refraction.
Yeah, we did.
Refraction.
You don't even know our model.
No, you don't know your model, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, I do.
No. Okay, so define refraction for me.
Bending of light.
Oh, and what causes that?
Changes in density, optical density.
Okay, what controls the optical density?
Density of the atmosphere?
No, what controls the optical density of the atmosphere? See? You don't even know the basics.
The differences in temperature.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
And maybe humidity also.
Well, humidity would decrease a little bit. But yeah, that definitely needs to be taken into account as well. All right, so do you have any evidence that atmospheric refraction can allow us to see things that would make the radius of the Earth have to be 25 times greater? Do you have any evidence that that's possible?
Yeah, does the model predict that?
Yes.
Does the model predict that?
Yes, it does.
Does the model predict that?
Yes.
Does it? Does it?
Yes.
Show us.
Yeah.
Tito, did you ask him for the evidence and then you ask him for a prediction, though? You moved him away from bringing him the evidence, though.
Yeah, no, I want to see him post the evidence that that his model predicts that. An academic source, not your friend Walter.
My friend, who's Walter? Oh, this Bislin guy. I've heard you mention him a few times. I don't know the guy, sorry.
Well, how do you account for refraction, Scott?
What do you mean, how do you account for refraction?
Yeah, how do you account for refraction?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, so if you're going to go out and make an observation, and you say that refraction is the reason that we can see way too far, how do you account for refraction?
First of all, I would change the language. Well, what do you mean see way too far?
Okay, so all right,
that's not language used in our model. That's something you guys created.
Okay, so we don't see any evidence that the water is curving over a certain distance, and we can see things that are thousands and thousands of percent beyond where the physical geometric curvature of the Earth should be blocking what we can see. That's seeing things too far.
You mean seeing things on the surface of the water?
Yeah, that you shouldn't be able to see by hundreds of feet.
Well, that's you're just not calculating the refraction correctly then.
Yeah, so how do you account for refraction? That's what my question was. We circled back around to the original question. How do you account for refraction?
How do I predict what the refraction is going to be before I do the observation? Is that the question you're asking?
How do you predict, or how do you measure for the refractive index gradient differences between point A and point B to clarify that, okay, taking a refraction into account, this fits the globe? Who did that? How do you do that? And show me the evidence of someone doing that. You don't even know how it's done.
Well, I'm sure they'd go out and take temperature readings, right?
Oh, really? Okay, so, okay, what kind of temperature readings would be necessary to accurately account for
differences in temperature at different elevations?
Okay. And who did that?
Well, I don't know.
Okay, you just assume that somebody did it.
Yes, I do, because people have gone and do lots of stuff that I don't know about.
Okay, but you don't know.
So how do you know they've done it then, you idiot?
Because I have faith in my fellow men, which you guys don't have.
That they've done things that you don't know that they've done.
Yes. There's lots of people. Huh?
You're a joke, man.
faith.
You're a fucking joke.
Okay. I'm a
So you
fucking
got
joke
faith.
then. If that's what you
All right,
needed.
so you're,
Yes,
you're a man of
I have
faith.
faith.
So
I have faith in my fellow man, yes. And
yeah,
woman,
but look,
of course.
okay, but when I go looking for people that did what you're claiming, I can't find anyone that actually did it. Did you look? And did you find?
No, I did not. That's why I don't know about it.
Okay.
Because I don't need to. Because I already know.
You don't know. You don't know if the globe model
I
makes
have
these
faith in my fellow
predictions.
man. I've already
You don't know.
acknowledged this.
You don't know, Scott. You can't say that the globe model makes these predictions.
Well, I've seen people who
No,
say
you've
they
seen
do
people
this.
make observations which destroy the globe geometry and just assume, based on some vague notion, that possibly people out there have done the work which verifies that the conditions that are necessary to produce that effect exist. You don't even know if they do. You
Sure,
don't even know if anyone's done that.
But
So you don't know if the globe model predicts those observations or not. You don't.
Yes,
You
I
can't
do.
say that it does because
Yes,
you
I
don't
can.
know.
I do.
No, you can't.
I did, and I do.
You've just proven you can't say that.
No, because all it takes for your famous.
Just demonstrated it to us.
How? How am I? I'm sitting in my living room. How am I
We're
going to
telling
demonstrate
us
it
you
to
don't know these things. You
Okay,
idiot.
Calm down. Breathe. How am I going to demonstrate this to you sitting in my living room?
Then don't make the claim.
Well, how did you demonstrate it?
By going out into reality and seeing it for myself.
No, how did you demonstrate it? What did you go out and do?
I've looked across vast bodies of water and saw further than I should have been able to if the Earth is a globe with the claimed geometry.
How much did you see that you should not be able to see, and how did you account for refraction in your observation?
I didn't.
Okay, so how do you
I
know
didn't
what
account
you
for
saw?
refraction.
So how did you know that you busted the globe model?
Because the geometry says I shouldn't be able to see that far. The predictions.
The prediction includes refraction, which you did not include, right?
Yeah, no. There's nowhere that it predicts that it would be able to account for the observations that I've made.
Sure it does.
No way. Nope.
No, it doesn't.
No, doesn't.
I know, but this is you
So we
saying
can negate it. So this is the thing, Scott. You didn't know how to account for refraction, and now you're saying how come T-Dub didn't account for refraction when you don't even know how to do that.
What
But he said.
What's refraction, Scott?
Yeah.
Refraction is the bending of light.
Yes, Scott got that right. All right, look, this is the thing. I mean, we could negate. Okay, so let's say we need do you know what a refraction coefficient is, Scott?
Yeah. Yes.
What is it?
It's the amount of. It's the percentage that the light bends.
Right, so the way of simplifying it in the math is basically to increase the radius value to compensate for the bending of the light. So standard refraction would be 0.13 to 0.17, and that would allow you to see 13 to 16% further or something like that. So instead of the horizon being at 3 miles, it's going to be at a little bit further, right? 16% further, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, what if you have a refraction coefficient of 0.99, for example? Right? That means that there would have to be so much refraction that the Earth would just basically look flat, and the radius would have to be, I don't know, 25, 35, 50 times bigger for that observation to work on a globe.
It would appear to be. Yeah, it would appear to be, is what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, but there's no actual tests, right? There's no validation that the meteorological conditions exist anywhere ever in reality for that type of refraction to be possible. But that's how much refraction we need for these observations to work on a globe.
It's not true. You just did math wrong.
No, I'm using Walter Bisland's calculator. I'm doing the math correct. So what if the math was correct? Let's just say that my math was correct. Would that be
then we'd have then yes, it would be a problem if your math were correct, but your math isn't correct, so it's not a problem.
But you haven't seen the math.
I know, because you don't have it.
Yeah, I do.
You never share it. Yeah, share with us.
All right. Okay, so here's the basic math just to get us started. Okay, so in this observation, we have a windmill that's 11.2 miles in the distance, and we have an observation height of 3.54. All right, so here's a small clip of the observation. All right, obviously this is all from a full-length high-definition video. Okay, so we can put this into Walter Bislin's Earth curvature calculator, and for this to be possible on a globe, we're going to have to slide the refraction slider up to 0.996, I think it is, for this to work on a globe. Okay, that means that the radius, right, the K factor, which is different than the refraction coefficient, the K factor would have to be 25, which means that the radius would have to be 25 times larger of the globe for this to work on a globe, except what we see is nice crystal clear conditions. We don't see any miraging effects. We don't see any superior, inferior miraging, anything like that. And then he goes back on different days, many, many different days actually, and he repeats the observation, and he gets the same results, in being that we can see the bases of the windmills touching the surface of the water.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the math for this is that this is 2,400%, I believe, that we can see too far. 2,400%.
Okay. So why is that a problem?
Standard refraction is 16%.
Okay, obviously it's not a standard refraction day, so what's the problem?
Well, there's no evidence that exists that this type of refraction is possible.
Well, you're looking at it. This is the evidence. You presented the evidence right here.
This is a flat Earth, okay, and there's no evidence that this type of refraction is possible to exist on a globe.
What evidence would you require?
What you said. How do you account for refraction? You would need temperature and pressure, vertical temperature and pressure readings vertically between point A and point B to show that the meteorological conditions for this type of refraction are possible. But if you look into it, you'll find that this type of refraction would be considered extreme ducting. Okay, and you can only have that with radio waves. You can't have that with visible light because of the wavelengths. Okay, and the speed that the light travels, you get destruction. According to the mainstream literature, you get heavy destruction. So if you have this type of refraction, this level of refraction, it's considered like beyond extreme refraction. So you would have, everything would be chaotic in the distance. You would have mirroring, you would have Fata Morgana, you would have upside down inverted images, that kind of thing.
Who considers it beyond, but you said you got a word, I forgot, beyond something. Who considers it beyond possible?
All of the literature.
Really? So you think you think the people who wrote whatever you read would agree with you that this is not possible?
Well, Walter Bislin says that for this refractive index, that it would just make the Earth just appear completely flat.
Okay, but do you think that the people who wrote whatever it is you read would agree with your interpretation of what they wrote?
Well, okay, so you've never read any of it, clearly. So look, this is my challenge. This is my challenge. Okay, so do you have one observation throughout all of history where they've accounted for refraction and validated that meteorologically this condition is possible on a globe, on a curved surface, small scale, big scale?
We see your pictures right here. This shows you that it can happen.
Okay. No, bro. That's not what he asked.
Is that your evidence?
We know the world's a globe. We know
because
that. That's a starting
so
point.
Flat. Because it looks so flat, you know it's a globe.
No, we know it's a globe because we know the distance between every point on it. And that distance, those distances.
They do not.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
Don't let him shift the goalpost.
No, that's
how we know the world. That's how we know
he's trying to shift the goalpost.
Nobody accounts for refraction. Nobody does. They just fudge the numbers to make the observations match their bias, like you're doing right now, but except you're not even fudging the numbers. You're just saying, just go with whatever is necessary in order to make the Earth a globe after it's already been looking and measuring flat.
Okay, so we have two options here, right? We can look at these pictures, and we go with one or the other, right? We have to either look at the picture and say, okay, explain how this works on a globe, or assume that this is disproving the globe, right?
No, there is no explaining it on a globe. There is no explaining it on a globe. No, there is not. No, there isn't.
Yeah, but all right. If you want to ignore the explanation, it's fine.
Yeah, explanations don't mean anything if you can't back up the explanation.
This is something your globe model doesn't predict and can't explain.
Sure it does. Sure it does. Just because
it doesn't. It never It's never predicted this. It's always predicted, right? A horizon distance of no more than about 15% greater than it would appear to be if the Earth was the size they claim.
It's just not true, man.
Yeah. 15% maximum they'll give you with your refraction, bro. That's
Who's
it.
they? Who's they in that statement?
The meteorological experts, the refraction experts.
So you think if we
the
get
light experts?
So we think if you got whatever
even your geographers, your surveyors,
I'll ask you the same
all
question
them guys, they're saying that no, you don't make these kind of observations. You just don't. The conditions are never. The conditions that are necessary for these types of observations don't exist if it's refraction that's causing it.
Can you find me one of those people so I can talk to them? Because I don't think they'll agree with you.
Cool, and then we could ask them to present empirical data that backs up their claim that this would be possible on a globe. And then they're going to say, nah, like you're saying, nah.
Well, what is your evidence that it's not possible on a globe?
The evidence that it's not possible on a globe is there's no evidence of it being possible of a globe, and there's no evidence of the globe to begin with in the first place.
There's all kinds of evidence of the globe to begin with the first place.
Yeah, why should we give you draw cards when you haven't presented evidence of the Earth being a globe in the first place? You've just declared it's the case.
You guys are the ones.
We know it is. You haven't provided any evidence that it is.
Well, you put forth a picture and you said this is not possible in our model or in the standard model.
Because of their understanding of the way light behaves and the atmosphere, their understanding of the way the atmosphere is distributed and the changes that occur, right, with temperature and moisture and humidity, right, air density, right. They've never measured it to be under the conditions necessary to create the type of effect that you see in those images.
How do you know that?
Because we've looked into this, bro.
But you haven't really, right?
Well, you haven't.
I know I haven't.
Well, you'd understand that that's the case. That it's such the case that they use a standard refraction value of 7/6R, which only increases your horizon distance by 0.1 mile.
Yeah, but every one of those people who say that understand that's the reason they call it standard refraction, because sometimes the refraction is actually different from it, right?
Yeah, you don't get, right? They didn't get it from measuring air conditions. They didn't get it from meteorological conditions.
Mm-hmm. Where they get it from?
They didn't. From surveyors' observations.
And those same surveyors will tell you that the Earth's a globe, right? Those very same surveyors.
Yeah, they believe it is, but they don't measure it to be one.
Well, so what you're telling me is the people who are doing these measurements don't know what they're doing?
They're just following the textbook.
Believe it. Exactly.
Yeah, they're following the textbook that taught them that when you do an observation, the Earth's going to look a bit too flat. So we have to assume there's downward bending light, and that's going to make it a little bit more bendy. If you just guess some refraction, okay, we can use 7/6R for that.
Yeah, and for 7/6R to be the standard average, right, that doesn't leave you a lot of wiggle room.
It doesn't exist anywhere. I mean, I guarantee you wouldn't even be able to show me a single observation where 7/6R works.
What do you mean?
So if you go out to a large body of water, for example, you won't be able to show me a single observation where you can apply 7/6R and the horizon is at the distance that it should be on a globe with refraction accounted for, which they call standard refraction. It doesn't exist.
How do you know it doesn't exist?
Because I've been asking Globe Earthers for the last 8 years to provide it. I've gone out and tested the Earth myself. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of other tests, and I've never seen anything even close to 7/6R horizon.
What test did you do?
I've done about 20 different tests over Lake Macquarie in New South Wales in Australia. And so we had a 16-kilometer stretch across the lake. I lived on the lake. I had a boat. And I was able to do my own observations in all different weather conditions to test it out for myself. Okay, because I'd seen all of... What?
Go ahead, sorry. Just wondering why you always do these observations over water.
Because it's level.
There's lots of other ways you can determine whether something's level, right?
Okay, how?
You can just take two theodolites or two total stations and point them at each other, correct?
That's not going to mean that the elevations are level.
Why not? If you have one that's a zero elevation, it's pointing at another one that you're seeing, okay, I got theodolite A, and I pointed at theodolite B. And I'm reading the elevation gain on that one, and that is 0 degrees elevation. We got to say that's the same level, right?
Yeah. So you'd have to find a place that has the same level.
No, you can raise and lower the theodolite, correct?
Right, but it would have to be roughly the same, and then you'd have to account for atmospheric refraction, right?
Not so much if you're not going over water, right? Because you don't have that many change in temperatures as you can do from hilltop to hilltop, right? And you have very little refraction at that elevation.
Well, no, actually, you'll have more refraction to account for because you'll have the ground, because the sun heats up the ground more than the sun heats up the water. So the ground's going to get hot, okay, and it's going to make a warm layer of air just above the surface of the ground, okay, and then it's going to get cooler as you go up from the ground. And that's going to cause the light.
Do it from hilltop to hilltop.
It's going to be worse.
It's the same thing's going to happen hilltop to hilltop.
No,
because does it get colder as you go up higher?
Yeah, no, but it's the same cold all the way across.
No. It gets colder as you go up in altitude.
What? So?
It's also turbulence.
So what did you say controls the optical? What did you say controls the optical density?
Changes in temperature.
Right. So it gets colder as you go upward, right? So you're going to have
but the temperature is consistent across the entire distance.
Right, but it's about the vertical refractive index, isn't it? Not the horizontal.
Yeah, but if the path of light is going through the same temperature, the entire distance from point A to point B, there is no refraction.
No, it's not the same temperature from point A to point B, is it?
But it's changing. Why wouldn't it be?
No, it's going through a gradient.
Why?
Well, why would it be different when you're closer to the water? Why would it be different over water then?
Because the water is cold and it's making the air near it colder.
What if the water's not? The water isn't always colder than the air. You didn't know that?
Well, then you'll get less refraction then.
Really?
But the question is, why don't you guys just go hilltop to hilltop, right, and point two theodolites at each other and see what you see?
Yeah, we've got observations from even higher than that. Okay, so we got Mount Canigou, we got Peak Gaspard. We can see things that should be hidden by a huge amount behind the curvature of the Earth. In fact, we've got observations using infrared from planes where we can see things that should be 10 miles below the curvature of the Earth.
But why don't you just go at a hilltop to hilltop?
How high? Well, you said why don't we go higher? We got all different heights, right? I can go anywhere from 3 inches. I got observations from 3 inches all the way up to 35,000 feet. Which one do you want?
What observations do you have?
And you pick what height you want, and I've got one probably close to that height.
Have you got anywhere you point two theodolites at each other?
Yeah. We've got observations where we point theodolites at each other.
Okay. What did you do when you read those? What data points did you write down?
I'd have to look over them.
Okay.
But yeah, J-Tolan's got a whole bunch of those. But once again, you think pointing theodolites at each other, you don't have to account for refraction anymore?
Yeah, much less, yes.
Okay.
And here's the interesting thing. Refraction would tend to flatten out that picture, and you still get a curve.
No, you don't get a curve. You don't get a curve. No, don't lie. You don't get a curve. You get a change in angle. They're measuring angles with theodolites. Measuring angles with theodolites.
Yes, I know. And you get two verticals.
So then you're going to go ahead and interpret any change in angle relationship, as being the result of a curve. That is not measuring curve.
No, what you're measuring is two verticals that are not parallel to each other.
Right. So can you show a single one of these reciprocal zenith theodolite observations where they have actually accounted for refraction to the standard that you dictated earlier by measuring the vertical temperature gradient between point A and point B? You said you would just use thermometers, right?
No, I don't have those.
Okay, cool. So
but you understand, though, that...
Can't back your claim up, then.
But you understand that the reciprocal zenith angle argument, that any refraction would make that number less, which would make the Earth seem flatter. And the fact that we're getting one at all shows there must be a curve, though those verticals must not be parallel. Okay.
Incorrect.
How's that incorrect?
Because, like you said, light will deviate or bend, as you said, towards
bend downwards.
No, why would it bend downwards? Do you not think
that's what it does?
So is it the cold air or the warm air that has the higher optical density?
The cold air.
Okay, so does it get colder as you go up higher?
Yes.
So what happens? Yeah, right. So the light would bend upward then?
No. Incorrect.
Really? So did you notice the contradiction that you just made then? So you just said this is what you said.
I did notice I didn't make one.
Just a quick recap. So you just said that the light would bend towards the cold air. Okay, and then you said the cold air's up higher. And then I said, okay, that would mean the light would bend upward. And then you said, no, it wouldn't. And you don't see the contradiction there.
Because it's not a contradiction. It's just a misunderstanding that you have.
Okay, so does light bend towards the cold air?
It bends towards the denser air, yes.
Which is the colder air?
The colder air that's created at lower levels, not because of elevation changes.
No. No. So
see, here's the difference, right? The cold air we're talking about is colder despite the fact that it's lower in the atmosphere and therefore experiencing the same pressures. But it's cooled by the lake. And see, this is what you don't understand. You think cold air is cold air is cold air, and it's not.
Yeah, so what if what if we know the temperature of the water compared to the temperature of the air, and the temperature of the water is warmer than the temperature of the air?
Then there's a chance that you'll have very, very low refraction.
Well, actually, it would be a negative refraction coefficient, wouldn't it? The horizon should be even closer.
Not necessarily.
Well, the light would bend upward, wouldn't it? Because it would be warmer down lower and cooler up higher.
It could if you have it significantly hotter.
Do you know what sinking refraction is?
Yes.
Can you define it in basic terms?
It's when the object appears lower than it really is.
And that's because the light would be bending upward, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And you get that around hot surfaces like, deserts and hot asphalt, yeah.
Yeah, or if you just had cooler air up higher and warmer air down lower. No. That's not true. Okay, so how come hot surfaces would cause it then?
Because it's the surface and not the difference in just the air temperature.
And why would the hot surface have any effect on it?
Because the surface that it's next to is significantly hotter than the air above it. And you don't get that at higher altitudes. I mean, the air above it is pretty much the same temperature as the air below it.
Pretty sure it gets cooler as you go up in altitude, right?
Sure.
Okay, so
How much of that difference is the light passing through?
Okay, it's enough to. Okay, so according to Andrew Thomas Young, just a very slight change in the refractive index of the air can cause drastic effects over long distances. So if you have slightly warmer air down lower and slightly cooler air up higher, you're going to get drastic effects off in the distance in regards to upward refraction, which causes sinking.
What do you mean by drastic differences?
Okay, well,
do you put a number to that?
No, it really depends. It really depends on the distance. What the distance? Okay, like for example, if I get a laser beam and then I hold like a hot iron, and I move it close to the laser beam's going to bend away from the hot iron towards the cooler air. So if I shine that laser beam at a wall that's 10 meters away, it's only going to deviate a little bit. But if that wall is now 10 miles away, that little deviation is going to add up to a huge amount. So the distance makes a huge difference. And then also the temperature of the iron and the temperature of the cool air. So it's not something that you can just throw a number at. It really depends on a whole bunch of different factors.
So where's the hot iron in the hilltop to hilltop?
Okay, so that's a drastic effect. Okay, so you only need slightly warmer air, right? Like for example, I can show you an observation where we have a flat floor. Actually, I'll bring it up in the site. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about.
I've seen your floor things. Can you show me how this works, hilltop to hilltop? How does that have any?
Yeah, it's the same thing. Right, so we have slightly warmer air, lower. Who's doing that?
Aria Santos.
Yeah, Santos.
Just a sec. Right, so... All right, 1 sec. Sorry, I just had to ban that person. All right, here's a test. All right, so all they do in this, right, it's not like they're heating up the floor with the sun or something like that. All they did was let some cooler air into the room. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, it looks like the red light disappears behind a horizon.
Yep.
And it looks like the blocks that were flat across the floor all of a sudden look like they're bending downwards over a horizon that was created on a flat surface.
Yep.
Okay, this is just if you have a look, they actually have a temperature gauge there, and they measure the vertical temperature gradient 4 times as you're going up. And you can see it's just a slight change in the temperature to cause something to look like it's dipping down in the distance. So if you're doing a reciprocal zenith angle measurement, it could just be something as small as this small gradient, right? Warm to cool, that causes something to look like it's dipping down a little bit. So that would be something that should be taken into account. Like they took it into account here in this test and actually set up and actually accounted for refraction, measured for refraction in the way that you said that you should measure for refraction. I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but it's better than what I see any globe earthers doing or surveyors doing in these tests.
Oh, so you're saying the surveyors don't know what they're doing then?
I'm saying that the surveyors guess refraction by just they just assume that light's bending downward because that's what they got taught to assume. And they don't have any idea what's actually going on with the refractive index over the observation. And the Earth obviously looks too flat, so they just have to try to make it a little bit more curved by saying that the light's bending downward, which they don't have any empirical evidence for. In fact, this is my challenge to globe earthers recently. I have tons and tons of observations of lasers over large bodies of water bending upward. Right, here's one example. And this seems to be what happens. Either the light goes straight or it bends upward. Now, I'm sure maybe sometimes it could bend downward, But they say that light always bends downward, or it's very rare for it to bend upward, but I can only ever find lasers bending upward. So if any globe earthers can find me a long distance observation like this with a laser and the laser's bending downward, it would be a first. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it's definitely not the norm. What the norm seems to be is upward refraction. The opposite of what the globe needs.
So you think you would see the bending of light if it was refracted?
Well, see how you can see the laser bending up?
Yeah, I don't know what that picture is of.
It's a laser. It's a green laser beam over a body of water, and it's bending up.
Okay. There's no way a laser's bending that much.
Yeah, why is it bending that much?
Oh, yeah.
There's just no possible way a beam of light is bending that much.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so if you zoom in closely,
there's no way Pontchartrain's bending that much then.
Yeah, so it is bending that much because what we have on the other side of the lake is an inferior mirage, right? Because it's colder over the water, and then all of a sudden it gets to warmer ground, and the light deviates upward. In fact, this is a mild one. I can show you Fatima.
That's 20 degrees. You're not going to bend light 20 degrees, man.
Yeah. I'll show you an even more extreme one.
It's just not happening. You cannot bend light 20 degrees in atmosphere.
Yeah, there's tons and tons of examples. I have tons of screenshots of lasers bending upward.
It's AI.
Right?
It's just like, no, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
Someone's lying to you, man.
No, I've got tons of screenshots of this happening, and if you watch the laser tests videos, you see this happening quite often, but you're never going to see it bending downward.
Well, what do you think?
This is what you claim, right? Look,
where does this light bend? Let's look at this picture. Where does this light bend?
All right, so it bends when it starts to get over to the distant shoreline, where obviously the ground is much warmer than the air, so the light starts to bend upward once it gets over to that point.
And so you see what I'm seeing, right, where it looks pretty straight, from what we can tell with our naked eye.
Yeah.
It's straight almost all the way across the water until it gets to the end where it shifts up like 20 degrees.
Yeah, it's called an inferior mirage.
And you think that's possible?
Yeah, of course it's possible. There's tons of footage. There's tons of footage of this. Because you have a very drastic change in the refractive index, the light's going to drastically deviate upward towards the more dense medium. Look, that's what causes an inferior mirage in the distance, right? So look, let's say you're looking down a road and you see what looks like a mirroring effect, which looks like water on the road in the distance. That's because the light is deviating upward. Okay, the hot ground's causing a warm layer of air above the surface. And then as the light's making its way back to you, it's deviating upward. It's bending upward. And it's going in such a deviate. Look, this is according to how it works in the mainstream.
Can you say that again? As the light's making its way back to me?
Yeah, the light's bouncing off the object and it's coming back to the observer. Right. So as it's coming back to you, it's going to be deviating towards where the refractive index is higher, which is going to be the cooler air. So when you have an inferior mirage, it takes like a drastic deviation.
Yes, I agree. What does the refractive index change in this picture you sent me?
I don't know the exact. You're not going to be able to calculate the exact refractive index change.
Do you know what's required to get a 20-degree shift or a 20-degree deviation?
Well, basically, any inferior mirage will cause that to happen. So what's going to happen is well, you haven't calculated how many degrees you're just guessing.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, I'm guessing.
Okay. Yeah, so look at any diagram. So if you could do it right now, just go to Google and type in diagram of inferior mirage, and you're going to see the ray tracing estimation, and you're going to see it deviating upward like crazy, because what happens is it deviates up over the top of your head, and that's why you see a reflection of whatever's in the background, because you can't see that light because it's gone up into the vanishing zone over the top of your head. And that's why
vanishing zone over the top of my head?
Yes. you're not going to be able to, well, the vanishing zone's in the distance because the light that's coming from that vanishing zone is going over the top of the optical device. This is how all of the literature explains how inferior mirages work, by the way. It's not some flat earther thing.
Do you think they would agree that this picture you showed me could happen? The people who wrote that literature?
Yeah, absolutely. I can show you much more extreme versions of this. I can show you a Fata Morgana with a laser if you want to see it. Do you want to see a Fata Morgana with a laser?
Sure, why not? It's interesting to see what you guys find convincing, though. Interesting.
Well, this is...
It sure is, Scott, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious what kind of laser this is that can hold such a tight beam for that distance. How much power does that thing have?
I can show you. I can show you.
Well, I can show you that laser beam is clear, right?
It's probably just a 5-watt, so you can just use a 5-watt laser. I've got an 8K image that was taken with a rectilinear lens of a 6-mile laser transit where the beam hardly diverges at all, and we can see the entire 6-mile laser transit, and it actually bends upward as well. I can post that image. It's the raw image straight out of the camera. Same guy that did the Fata Morgana with the laser. So just give me a sec. I'll just...
You post the videos of these? Because it's like it's from a video, right?
Yep.
Interesting to see the video of this. According to this, it looks like it's in the tree.
Yeah, if you have a look closely along the shoreline, you can see the inferior mirage. You can see all the mirroring. You can see like a textbook inferior mirage.
Did you post something? I'm not seeing
in the image that you're talking about with the laser bending up, the one you say is 20 degrees, you can see an inferior mirage on the shoreline there, across the whole shoreline. All right, so this isn't the raw image. I'll post the raw image in a second, but it doesn't have a screenshot because it's an NEF. Okay, so this is a 6-mile. This is a 6-mile laser transit, and yeah, it hardly diverges at all over that distance. And I'll post the video it's from, and I can even try to tag the guy that filmed. This is from a documentary. And all right, so I've tagged him. We'll see if he pops in. He's from Alaska. Not sure what time it is there. All right, so this is an 8K image. He's using a $1,200 rectilinear lens that has one of the smallest distortion rates out of all of the lenses that you can get. And the laser is actually above the center of the frame. And if you squish the image horizontally, it's an 8K image, so you can squish it pretty well. And you'll see that the laser over the 6-mile distance is actually bending upward. And he's able to hit the target 3 foot to 3 foot over the 6 mile, which would be impossible on a globe having the upward refraction. And it's from a documentary called The Abomination of Desolation, which I'll post in a second.
Well, that would be impossible on a flat Earth, too, have an upward refraction.
No, it just means that you have to have a slightly warmer surface air and slightly cooler air above it, right? Just like in the Sky Free test that I showed you on a flat floor. So if it would be impossible on a flat floor, right? Why would it be impossible on a flat Earth if it's possible on a flat floor?
Well, if you're going 3 feet to 3 feet, as you say, you can't have any deviation at all, right?
Right, so it's just a slight amount of deviation upward.
No, you can't have any. Zero.
Why?
Why?
If you're 3 feet to 3 feet. Oh, you're saying it's like a foot? Are you saying it's a foot in the middle? It goes drops and then it goes back up to 3 feet?
It's just spotting the laser beam at 6 miles away from 3 feet. That's all. Obviously, there's a little bit of beam divergence, but you can see in the image there, if you have a look at it, that there's hardly any.
Do you guys have any idea why you use laser beams in this stuff?
Yeah, because they are something that is able to have a concentrated beam of light over a long distance.
Oh, but you can turn on a headlight on a car, right? You can see it 6 miles away, right?
Well, no, and you shouldn't be able to if the Earth's a globe.
Right, but you could, right, at a straight shot.
No, over 6 miles, you would have 15 foot of curvature.
No.
Like
if the headlight was high enough, right, you could see the headlight from 6 miles away, right? It shines that far.
I guess so. I'm not sure. I've never tried that.
So why do you use laser beams rather than flashlights?
Well, you know that it's not just laser beams, though. So why would you ask that?
I'm just wondering because there are all these tests.
You're just wondering, and you heard DJ talk about mirror flash tests and all types of others. So it's not just lasers. You know.
So sometimes, Scott, we want to do it over 40 kilometers, right? Not just 20 something, like not just 6 miles, right? We've got tests that have been done. Actually, I think we've got 36-mile laser tests.
Why use a laser? Why not just use a bright light?
Well, I can show you them with a bright light as well. I've got a great one that shits all over Jaren's torch thing, where we've got a 13.7 mile distance where we can see the torch from 5 foot height to 5 foot height from 13.7 miles away. So yeah, we can use different types of lights. We could use mirrors to do mirror flashes as well. There's different. We could use radio signals. A lot of these have been done, but lasers are good because you can get a good visual on the laser.
Well, you can see the light. You see the light, right? The same thing.
Okay, so yeah, I can show you one with a torch. I can show you one with a laser. Yeah, cool. None of them should be able to be seen with the amount of curvature that should be blocking them.
Well, if you ignore refraction.
No, we're not ignoring refraction. I'm asking you to show us a single test that shows that this level of so-called refraction would be possible.
The fact that you can see the light. You're showing that it is possible.
Right, but there's no sign of the Earth curvature that you're talking about, or the globe. So your argument would be, so your argument would be, we know it's a globe because it looks so flat.
No, we know it's a globe because we see it in reciprocal zenith angles every time we do them.
Okay, so show me one reciprocal zenith angle test where they've accounted for the atmospheric conditions.
So you're saying in every one of these tests there's upward refraction? Every last one of them?
In which tests?
All of them.
I'm saying that, well, no, I don't think all of the tests show things to be dropping in the distance.
No, it's not dropping in the distance. That's not reciprocal zenith angle test to do, right?
Yeah, you would have to angle the theodolites downward for them to be able to see each other, and that would be because the plumbs would not be parallel.
Yes.
And that would yeah, right. So that you would have to tilt down the theodolites to get that line of sight.
Well, they just add to greater than 180, right?
Right, but you would have to tilt down the theodolite. Both of the theodolites would have to be tilted down.
So whenever you measure reciprocal zenith angles is greater than 180, what do you do with that data?
We question it. We say, did you account for
Why?
the natural atmospheric conditions?
But why do you question it?
Because atmospheric refraction is something that exists.
Why don't you accept that it's a thing that's real and try to understand everything that derives from that?
Do you think that atmospheric refraction is real?
It is, but I think it bends light downwards.
Okay, so what makes you so where is that laser bending downward? That was my challenge. Show me the laser bending downward, or show me the vertical temperature gradients that have been measured, where you've measured and accounted for the refraction, and so you've got the meteorological conditions that match up with the globe. You don't have that. You guys just guess the refraction. You guess that it's bending down.
The amount of atmospheric refraction that is happening, you cannot see.
How do you know that?
Because it's in the arc seconds. You cannot see arc seconds bend. You cannot see that.
This is the thing.
With the naked
this is
eye.
the thing. Okay, but look, this is the thing. I can shoot a laser over a lake that's 21 miles across from 5 foot to 5 foot. The amount of refraction that would have to be there for that to work on a globe would
need a few arc seconds.
It's 293 foot. It's a skyscraper.
It's a few arc seconds.
It's 293 foot, dude.
You're measuring refraction wrong. Nobody measures refraction in length. It's angle.
Refraction's not measured in angle. It's measured in the refraction. No, it's measured in the refractive index.
It's a measure in how many degrees.
Interferometer, or you would use a refractometer, or you could do temperature, pressure. Dude, you don't. Clearly, you haven't done
refraction is measured in how much the beam refracts, right? How much the angle changes.
Yep.
That's
and how would you measure that? And how would you know the angle?
Well, see, because here's the thing. Because there actually is a skyscraper worth of, well, in his mind, because he's a globe believer, of obstruction between point A and point B, or the target, and him saying, well, that's a few arc seconds. Well, how does something beyond the, I mean, how do you prove that though? You're saying, well, the observation itself is proving that.
Well, how did the people who looked to prove it? Yeah, pretty much they understood and they measured the Earth 1,000 ways from Sunday.
You're not even answering what
I'm asking. I'm answering the question. I'm answering your question. How do they know that there's refraction in order to see a building? That's the question, right?
Yep.
Because they know where that building must be, and they know where it appears to be, and they come up with an explanation why it's not where it should be. And that's the refraction.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, obviously, I've never seen anything beyond anything physical that I know is physically somewhere. Like, for example, if the hospital was across the street from me, I just look across the street, the obstruction of the hospital is there. Never in any instance is it something else for me to experience that and then say, okay, well, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that. So when we're looking at a torch or a laser or whatever across whatever length of distance over a lake, and we're talking about a skyscraper worth of obstruction, I mean taller than a lot of hospitals even, you're talking about not seeing the hospital worth of obstruction and just seeing the thing itself. When there's no way to justify that.
Sure there is. Refraction.
Just say it. Just say refraction, and then it's fine, and it's a globe.
Well, when every other thing points to the globe, yeah, it's the best.
Nothing else does.
What's the best
there is nothing points to it.
Sure, it does. We know how far it is from Sydney to.
No.
Yeah. We know how far it is from Sydney to Santiago. We know that. There's planes that fly there every day.
So,
Yeah,
So
they
what?
change by hours. The flight times change by hours. How do you know the exact distance?
Because people have figured it out.
No, but that would be comparing it to an already existing idea of a model or of a sized Earth. You don't have that yet. You have to demonstrate
No.
how you get that in order to be able to say, oh, well, that's why it's that distance between here and there, and these continents are in relation to the blah, blah, blah. Right? You don't have the globe yet.
We do.
How does a
You
distance
don't.
between 2 points tell you the Earth is a globe?
The globe is all we got.
How does a distance between 2 points tell you the Earth is a globe? You've got two points on the surface of the Earth. There's a distance between them. Whether you've verified that distance or not, how does it tell you the Earth is a globe?
Because we are capable of making models of things. And there's only one surface on which
No,
this
all you
model
have
works.
is those 2 points at this point, Scott. You have 2 points on the Earth's surface. You claim there's a distance between them and a travel time. How does that inform you of the Earth's shape and size?
We know the distance between hundreds, thousands of points.
No. You made an example of one case between 2 points. And you said that tells you.
Okay, so both Santiago and Sydney have to be on a surface, right? Do we agree?
Obviously.
They are physical things on a physical place on the Earth. And we should be able to, as fully grown adults, be able to draw a map, a scale map, of how far those points are from each other, right? We should be able to fit those on a piece of paper or on some object in which we can put all those points in the proper distance from each other, correct? We should be able to do that, right?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
How? Okay,
Do you think we're not capable of it? Do you think we're not capable of doing that?
Yeah, you're not able to accurately measure over that distance. You don't have a measuring tool that's accurate over that distance. A plane is not a measuring tool. A boat is not a measuring tool. You can estimate it. You can average it out based on flight times and taking jet streams into account and that kind of thing, but you're not going to be able to know the exact distance. You can get a rough estimate.
Yes. That's why nobody measured the distances by flight times. Nobody did that. That'd be stupid. They agree with you. We agree with you. You measure the distances in better ways, and then you calculate flight times based on that known distance. Make sense?
Yeah, but you're not going to know the exact distance because it varies by so much each time. So yeah, you can get a rough idea.
Wait, what? The distance doesn't vary at all. The flight times vary.
That's what I meant.
Yes, but they're not calculating the distance by flight times. That would be stupid. We agree.
All right. So how are you calculating? How are you calculating any of those distance in the first place?
Oh, probably by celestial navigation kind of techniques.
Okay,
where they measure angles of elevations to common stars, and they can figure out how far 2 points are from each other based on the differences in angles of elevation between them. It's pretty easy.
Right. Well, that's the same. So his claim is actually, well, we know how much refraction there is in any observation because we already know it's a globe because of insert what he just said.
That has nothing to do with the distance between Santiago and Sydney, right? That's completely different.
No, what I'm saying is what your reasoning behind explaining away everything else. So in this case, that's why you said, why do you think we know the distance between Santiago and such? Not because a flight proves it, but you're saying that we already know the distances. It has nothing to do with the flight, actually.
No, at one point they did not know the distance. At one point they did not know Cindy.
No, but what I'm saying is you're saying it's not the flight that proves it. Like it's already a measurement. That's how they.
Correct.
Yeah. So I am. So then why is there pushback?
On what?
Well, you're saying correct now, but when I was making my point, you were stopping me.
Okay, make the point again, and I won't stop you. I don't understand what you're trying to say, I guess.
Right. So, ultimately, yeah. If it's not, why? What was the point of you bringing the distance between these two places up? How would you actually validate those distances? It's not by plane flight. So how would you?
How would I validate the distance? I wouldn't.
Well, you're the
I
one that's
personally wouldn't.
saying we know the distance between point A and point B. How do you
Yeah,
know
because
that?
other people have done that work for me, so I don't have to redo it.
No.
Lots of things I don't have to redo.
It
How'd they
feels so
do it?
sweet when I know he's.
Why is that funny to you? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, it's not
Genuinely
funny. It
curious.
feels so sweet. The silence followed by the other people who've done it lets me know that you don't really have anything else to say.
Well, I know, because other
Because you
people have
know,
done it.
because you set out to say, "Hey, we know these distances." I'm asking you how, and you know that you
Well, I
don't.
told you how. One of the ways they did it was they would measure based off the stars. That's how they did it. One of the ways. Do you not believe they could do that? Yeah? No? Maybe?
Do you?
Can we not figure out the distances between 2 points on this Earth based on celestial navigation techniques? Yes or no?
Or marine? Are we talking mariners or land?
No, we can do celestial navigation on land. It doesn't have to be on water. It's actually easier on land. Because we can get much more accurate readings on land because we can use something like just like a theodolite and point at the star and know the exact angle of elevation to it.
Do you own a theodolite, Scott?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Look, so why do you keep saying "we" in all of these measurements regarding theodolites and sextants?
It's a form of speech that's common among English speakers.
Well, you should stop. You've never actually used those.
Okay, so should I say they? It would be better if I
That would
said
be
they?
more
I can do
appropriate.
that.
Yes.
Okay. So they have used these satellites to figure out the distance between places, and they have pretty much mapped out this entire world. So they can tell us the difference.
Who is
between
they?
any two. Can I name the actual people who've done this? No, I can't. No.
So people you don't know their names using tools
Correct.
that you've never used yourself.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
That's correct.
They're using planar geometry?
But what's the problem you have with? Are they using planar? No, they would not use planar. That'd be silly.
Yeah, they do. They use planar geometry.
How do you know?
Because that's what surveyors use.
How do you know?
Because I've looked into it. The first fundamental thing that they teach surveyors is establishing a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, no. How do they do that?
Through theodolites.
And what does the theodolite use to
before
determine
they had
horizontal
theodolites,
baseline?
they'd use other methodologies.
Yeah. And what does the theodolite use to determine horizontal baseline?
Sorry, say again?
What does a theodolite use to determine a horizontal baseline?
Well, they'll use a bubble level or other means, maybe plumb bobs.
And what does the plumb bob use to determine a horizontal baseline?
Vertical.
Yeah. So it all goes off vertical, doesn't it?
And horizontal. They have an intrinsic relationship to one another.
Yes,
they have an intrinsic relationship to one another.
Yes, but horizontal is the secondary measurement, right?
Despite the methodology for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, they're going to be using a horizontal plane of reference. Planar geometry. Verticals are plane. Horizontals are plane. It's planar. It's angles. That's why they're using plane. If they're measuring angles, they're using planes.
Not necessarily, no.
Yes, necessarily.
No,
Yes.
you're misunderstanding
They're
this.
measuring angles. They're getting an amount of degrees between two intersecting planes.
Lines. They need lines for
Or
angles.
lines or planes.
No, it's not the same thing.
Yes, it is the same thing.
No, lines are not planes.
Yes, they are.
This is for,
Yes, they
ninth
are.
grade
Well,
geometry,
if we're
man.
talking about in context, they're synonymous. Yes, they are.
Why do okay. How does that help you? how does
The
that
bottom
help?
line is, how does it help you saying something isn't what it is?
Okay, how does that help us understand anything? Okay, let's say lines and planes are the same thing.
How does denying something that's obviously true, how does that?
Oh, you guys focus on the silliest stuff.
Right. So, yeah. So, as I looked up here, surveyors do use planar geometry.
To do what?
Where the Earth is, yes,
To do
surveyors
what?
do use planar geometry.
To do what?
Stop interrupting me, please.
Okay.
So, yes, surveyors do use planar geometry, especially in plane surveying. So, to do plane surveying, where the Earth is treated as flat over small areas. So, Euclidean geometry and trigonometry work well. So, a common rule of thumb is that plane surveying is used for small areas, often cited as roughly under 250 kilometers squared. So, I mean, a thing that would help the conversation go smoother is not denying what Homeboy's saying.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What do you think every surveyor has to do when they take the azimuth angles between three different points, and some of those azimuth angles always add up to more than 180?
Are they doing that with small areas?
Yeah, they always add up to more than 180 every last time they ever do this.
In small areas?
Yeah.
So they're using trigonometry, and you're telling me the trigonometry doesn't work?
Well, what do you do when they're? What do you do?
Show me that what you're saying is the case, because here I'm seeing that they use trigonometry, and it's quite useful for areas under, I guess, 250 kilometers squared. So, that being the case, you show me how they can't be using trigonometry.
Who said they don't
in
use trigonometry?
That context.
What trigonometry are they using according to what you're reading? What are they actually doing?
Well, just show
what
me.
Are they doing? You said they're using trigonometry.
All right, I guess you're not going to engage. I don't like going down corridors that I don't go down. If you're not going to engage in,
Well, I'm trying to engage with you, but you won't have a conversation.
Yeah, but you can't. You're trying, but you're not. That's the problem. It's not my fault.
So tell me what they're doing with trigonometry.
Measuring the Earth flat.
But every time they measure 3 points, their azimuth angles between each of those points add up to more than 180. How is that possible?
Those are lines of sight, are they?
Right, yes, they are. They are lines of sight, yes.
Right, so they're not measuring a line across, like that's actually touching the surface of the Earth.
We agree that's not.
All right, so there could be some error involved, some sort of other confounding variables possible.
What kind of confounding? Okay, what's a possibility of that?
Like the refraction that you love to appeal to, instrumentation error, lens error,
horizontal.
human error.
But a human error, a constant human error, that they're always getting it wrong, that they're always getting a larger number.
Are they always getting the exact same results? They're repeated several times, and they get those exact same results every time, or do they get varying results and average it?
Nope, they always get more than 180.
Do they?
So then here, look here. So here, in normal plane surveying, small area plane surveying, triangle angles follow Euclidean geometry. So the interior angles of a triangle add to 180. Angles can go beyond 180 in other surveying contexts like geodetic or spherical, where it's a curved surface. So that's outside of the context, again, that we were talking about. So you don't have to deny what he's saying with something that is non sequitur to what he's saying.
So why do you have to deny the second half of what you just read?
Because it's a red herring.
Oh, because
we're not dealing, because we're not talking about the whole earth. We're talking about a small area.
Yeah, when they do the small surveys,
exactly,
they're not actually. When they're
no. Well, that's that. The answer to your question is because we're talking about a small area that they're treating as flat. Clearly, something a little under 250 kilometers squared. I mean,
which one of us
ridiculous.
said it was? Which one of us said we were talking about a small area?
I did, and okay. so did
No, he didn't.
What, T-Dub?
Don't lie. He did not. You did.
He did.
You did.
Yeah, he did. He said planar surveying. That's what they're dealing with planar surveying.
Mm-hmm. Did you say anything about small areas?
Yeah, like boundary surveying.
That's what he said. So that's what I came to support. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, boundary surveying, if they're off by a couple arc seconds, they don't care. Yeah, there are margins of error and tolerances in everything we do in this world.
That's good. That's highly irrelevant. Because again, when you made the point about things having angles with more than 180 degrees, that has nothing to do with planar surveying at all.
Yep. But they always are greater.
Well, you're saying, yeah, but you failed to actually provide that. So when you first said it, before I pulled anything up, I asked you to provide something that, because you said, well, sure. And I said, well, that doesn't make sense, because if they're using trigonometry, then that doesn't make sense. You said, yeah, it does. So I pulled this up. So now I'm like, look, this is supporting me, but you're still making the same claim. So support it.
Then I asked you what trigonometry they used.
So support it. That's it. Support it.
What do you want me to support? Tell me what you want me to support.
All right, fine. You don't have to support what you're saying. It's not.
Just tell me what you want me to support.
You don't have to support it. I'm speaking plain English. Look, okay. It's already a beautiful clip for me. It's not a big deal.
All right, as long as you got your clip, I'm happy for you, man. Hope that helps your life along. You got your clip. You should be satisfied.
This is all stemming from you making the claim that no long distance observation, no horizon distance comparison, nothing like that. None of those observations can ever falsify the globe, right? Because we already know the Earth is a globe, right?
Correct.
Right. So it wouldn't matter, right? Like, so if I said, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon measurement must be no more than 1.225 miles. You'll say, no, it can be more than that. And I'll say, okay, then you replace that number, and you'll say infinity.
No, I won't. Of course, that'd be silly.
Okay, so what can you give us one so we can attempt to falsify the globe?
I'd have to look up and see
using that method.
I'd have to look up and see how many, what kind of angles of refraction you can get from any possible atmospheric distortion.
So this goes back to you making claims based on information that you would have to look up, so you don't know.
This is correct. I do not know the answer to this particular question yet.
Right. So you don't know about what the globe does or doesn't predict when dealing with distance to the horizon or long distance observations.
Well, I've heard you guys with the black swan thing 1,000 times now. No, maybe not 1,000, but a lot, right? And I've heard people explain to you the black swan requires like 3 arc seconds of refraction, which is undetectable by the human eye. You cannot see 3 arc seconds of refraction, and that explains it. And you guys just reject that explanation because you need the Earth to be flat for some reason. You need it.
No, but
For your very identity.
no, that's just an ad hoc or post hoc, right? Explanation without validation, without any. Look, you wouldn't even have to appeal to that. You wouldn't even have to appeal to that if you thought that that didn't have any sort of veracity about it or any sort of threat to the globe model, right? You would just say, hey, it doesn't even matter because here's the evidence of the Earth being a globe that's independent of what you're doing here.
Yeah,
where does 3 arc? Where does 3 arc seconds? What? Because we're talking about a building worth of obstruction. So what do we? How does?
No, we're not talking about that. You're talking about that.
No, we are. Yeah, we are because that's what that it equates to. So we're saying, well, obviously, there's a horizon here. Horizontally, there's this much drop. That's how much obstruction there is, about the size of an X-story building. Okay. So when you say, well, that's just a few arc seconds, well, how does that relate to seeing something beyond an obstruction that big? Make it make sense. Go ahead.
That's where I can't. How do I make it make sense to you? It makes sense to me just fine. It makes sense to everybody I've ever talked to.
No, what I'm saying is explain it. What I'm saying is explain that.
To you.
Explain that. Explain that.
In a way that you can understand is what you're asking me.
Very cute.
Okay, let's imagine they had a mirror. Do you think you could use a mirror to see things behind an obstruction? Trying to explain it to you. Do you think a mirror would work? Do you think a mirror would work?
No, I don't.
Why not? Why would a mirror not work?
Because in order to mirror something, it has to be in the line of sight of the thing that it's mirroring. You know, the law of reflection and all that.
Wait, so if I was standing on one side of a wall and you were standing on the other, and we put a mirror above the wall, and we were both looking up at the mirror, and it was at an angle that we could see each other, you agree we could see each other? Right?
Okay, I do agree. Yeah. I agree.
Okay. So that's one type. That's reflection, not refraction, but it's still the bending of light, right? It's bending. The light bends as it bounces off that mirrored surface. Now, if we had some other thing that could actually bend the light, like a prism, if we put a prism on top of that wall, I could look at that prism and I could see you at the other side of that wall, right? You'd look like you're in the prism, but I'd still see you. You smiled at me, you waved at me, I could see you through the prism.
You might even be upside down.
So you think they're prisms?
Maybe upside down, maybe, huh? I don't even know.
So you think there are prisms in the sky we're looking at? So you think that we're looking at holographic hyena projection?
I think the refraction through atmosphere and a refraction through a prism is no different. It's just more. It's qualitatively the same thing. It's just quantitatively different.
Okay, but refraction through the atmosphere, just like you were saying with the lasers going up, they say that the amount of refraction that would bring a horizon from 1.2 miles to beyond 10 miles is basically impossible. It would have to be. Don't. No, yeah, it does. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
Like just like you said, impossible. Yeah, the word impossible is used. Yes.
No, because it requires 3 arc seconds of refraction.
Well, you're saying no, they don't. Who are they? You're saying no, they don't. Who are they? If I'm saying yes, they do.
Do you agree?
First of all, I've already put something forth, so we can't just skip past that with your no they don't and then following that up with something else. We have to first deal with it. No they don't or yes they do. Which one is it? We have to figure that out.
Okay, but first of all, we have to decide what they say is impossible. What are you saying? What are you saying that they say is
First of
impossible?
all, the they part, that seems to be kind of important. When you say no, they don't. Like,
Okay. Well, I'm saying that it requires 3 arc seconds of refraction. Do you agree?
I'm just saying you shouldn't be saying no, they don't to something.
Do you agree that it requires
Now,
3 arc
you want me to move beyond my point to have a conversation about what you're bringing up? Because,
Yes.
I mean, with your point in mind, this is where the conversation went. So I don't feel like going in a circle, skipping beyond what I'm talking about, because that's kind of disrespectful. Because you could have just directly responded to what I said, but you're not doing that.
I did.
But you want me to? But you want me? No, you didn't.
I did.
Because you said no, they don't. But I'm saying yes, they
Exactly. That's a direct response to you, right?
do. No.
Well,
No, it's not.
what would a direct response be in that situation?
Let's figure out if they do or don't.
Okay, so how would we do that?
Getting sources.
Okay. So do you have sources?
I can find some.
Then how do you but do you have them?
I can find some.
So how do you know enough to make the statement that they say it's impossible?
Because I've seen them before.
Oh, you've seen these sources before.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think you have, but could be wrong.
Doesn't matter. If I find them, then I've found them, so it doesn't matter.
Yep, this is true. If you found them, you found them. But I've done the math on this one. On this one, I've done the math, and it's 3 arc seconds. The math's pretty easy, actually. And 3 arc seconds of refraction it's not a lot. It's not even noticeable. You can't see it. Over 10 miles, it looks like a straight line. It just does. And then, something that looks almost like a straight line is kind of possible. And that's why I don't think you're going to find anybody who knows what they're talking about is going to say it's impossible, because they're going to look at that straight line too and go, yeah, I guess so. Sure, why not?
Can I pose a question? Okay.
Yep.
What would be the incentive to lie about the Earth being flat? Or not flat, I mean. Like, why would they say that it was a globe? Like, what do they have to gain from saying, oh, it's actually not flat, it's a globe?
You believing something that is apparently not true.
Everybody asks that question when they come in. It's a good question, but...
Well, the answer is you believing something that's apparently not true.
What do they gain from that?
Oh, it's the same thing as Santa. They gain lots of things.
Like what?
Money.
How so?
Influence. Well, I mean, when you can get someone to believe something that's apparently not true, you can manipulate them into doing things because you can alter their belief because it's not tied to reality.
What's an example?
That's how religious factions work. That's how the government works. That's just how life works.
So what do you think people manipulated into? Sorry, go ahead. I should shut up. Go.
You should.
I should. Someone else wants to speak.
Yeah, so every government on the world unanimously came together and agreed we have to lie about the Earth being spherical. Why?
Who?
Well, every country would have to, like, every country that's been to space or sent things to space would have to come together and unanimously lie that the Earth was round. Now, I'm not saying
Well,
that's
been to space
I'm just
how?
like they've sent rockets up there, or they have satellites.
Well, that's not going to space.
Okay, well, they say it is going to space. They would
Well,
have to lie
that's
about
good.
their.
So
They'd have
basically,
to
what
lie
you
about
told me
having.
is
They'd
no, they
all
don't
have to
have to
lie
lie
about
about it.
having their space
They don't
station.
have to lie about that. They don't have to lie about that. What if they send a rocket somewhere and they believe it's space? If they are looking at computer programs and those computer programs are showing them positions in what they believe is space, no, they don't have to lie about a damn thing.
Well, when it comes to like Google Maps or Google Earth or the astronauts on the space station or the astronauts on the Russian space station or the Chinese, they
Well, when it
all would
comes
have
to
to
Google
lie.
Earth, that's a flat Earth kind of tool thing. That doesn't have
No,
anything
it's
to do
it's
with.
a globe. They
Yeah,
use a globe model.
no, they don't.
Yes, Google Earth is a globe. I'm not
No,
even
it's
saying the
not.
Earth is round. Yes, it is. It's
No,
a
it's not.
globe.
No, it's not.
They show you a globe of the Earth.
Okay,
Like,
but as far as the information, no, it's not. What you have isn't
well, you're right. Like,
sea
it's not like a
level.
literal picture
What you have
of
is
the Earth.
what you have is sea level, which is represented as a plane, and then you have different elevations judged based off of that sea level.
Right, but
That's not a globe.
they show you a globe, so they would be knowing that they're lying about it.
We're talking about why they're lying, and I'm telling you, if they believe something, they're not lying about it. So you
So all
believe
the
for whatever
so all
reason.
the astronauts.
So you also believe that when you look at Google Earth and you're looking at an elevation profile, which is clearly a horizontal plane of reference, and you're like, yeah, but they've gotten that from the fact that the Earth is a globe. Well, that's what they believe. They're not lying about that. Neither are you. The same thing. So I can't answer your question, basically. So don't rate me into trying to answer a question that I'm saying doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
So the astronauts who are aboard the ISS think that they're around the flat plane.
No, they're lying.
They're not. They think it's round.
No, they are lying.
Okay, so all the astronauts who have been to space,
Yeah.
are
All
lying,
67 of them have lied, yes, or however many there are.
including
Yes,
like the
they
Russian
all lie.
cosmonauts.
But I
So it
don't.
is.
They
Well,
well, the answer is yes. All of 100 and whatever of them, yes, they all lie.
right, and they're part of different countries, so it would be a global conspiracy. Every country who's sent people to space would have to be lying about the Earth's circumference.
Okay, so
Well, what would the incentive of that be?
I don't know. You know
Well,
what we talk about
it
here?
doesn't really make sense to
Do
lie
you know
about.
what we talk about? Do you know what we talk about here?
What? Flat Earth?
How the earth is actually practically used as flat. So seeing is that it's not a globe for a fact, that's something we do know. Why they're lying about it, we have no idea. We're not in here talking about that all day. Even if we were talking about it all day, that's still not going to give us the knowledge of why someone else's intentions were what they were, or even what they are. We don't know the answer to your question.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough. We just
Yeah,
don't know.
your incredulity is not really an answer to the situation. Like, so
So,
you're telling me that all of these people yeah, that's not really an answer to anything either. To be fair. To be fair, right?
well, it just doesn't make sense for them all to lie about it unanimously. Like
Well,
it's not like they.
making sense doesn't make a situation
Well, there's not
true or
even
not.
any benefit to it either. Like, what would the benefit of doing
Yeah,
that
yeah,
be?
I know, but I'm not arguing with you about what benefits there are and aren't, though. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, but with like every conspiracy, like there's always like a cause. Like it makes sense why they would do this. Like
yeah,
why they would
but
rather
I'm
these
not here
people.
trying to argue with you why them lying would make sense. I'm not here arguing about it. So when you say it doesn't make sense, I'm not here making it make sense to you. That's not even why I'm here. So I hope you just got to kind of read the room and understand when you're talking to a stranger, you have to understand the words that they're telling you to
Well,
not
I
be
understand.
weird. Because in real life, like if you're at work or if you're somewhere, you don't want to be weird about something, right? So in this scenario, like you're asking me a point blank question, I'm giving you a direct answer. Makes sense, right? You're saying, well, it doesn't make sense that all of these people would be lying. I already told you they're not lying. Then you said, well, the people who've been in space, that would have to be some, that would be on a level of lying that's kind of hard to. I'm like, yeah, but they are lying because they're not in space, because the Earth's not a globe. That's what we talk about here 24/7, how it's practically and provably actually used as flat. So we know that there aren't astronauts orbiting the globe that the Earth is not. So whatever they're saying, whatever they're doing, however they're doing what they're doing, who in here knows why, how, or cares?
Well, I think it does kind of matter to an extent to know
I didn't
why
say
they
it
would be
didn't
doing
matter.
it.
I said who in here knows why, how, or cares. I didn't say it didn't matter.
Well, I feel like if they were lying about the circumference of the Earth,
Yeah,
most people would care
I
about that.
don't know why or how though. I didn't say it didn't matter. I don't have the tools to figure out how and why.
Okay, so you think like all the Apollo missions were fake, and the people who are on the ISS are actually like
Well, if the Earth
underwater.
is not a globe, what is that? What does it mean?
I
If
don't know
I'm
what it means.
telling, so we can skip the redundancy because again, the incredulity is getting old. If the Earth is flat, then by consequence, none of that shit is true. So you already know that. You don't have to confirm that in every other thing. So
Right.
you don't believe. So
But
you
with
don't
but
like.
as
So
conspiracies get bigger and
what
more
I'm
people
saying
get
is, if you want to
involved,
keep
you're going to have
engaging with
more.
me,
I'm
you're
still
gonna have to
speaking.
kind of like
Quit interrupting,
speed
dude.
up the
Still
cognitive skill.
speaking. What I'm saying is you would have so many lies going on at one time. You'd be lying about this thing, about that thing. Somebody would be bound to get caught up in it, or somebody would eventually come
And
out. You have
and
hundreds of people
and
working on these programs,
and
developing this
so what?
craft. You don't
Okay,
have
but
any
so
of
what?
these people coming out and saying any of these things. You have
But
this with like government
the
programs
Earth
of
is
people coming
measured
out
flat
decades
though.
later and saying, hey, they did all
My
this stuff
answer to
over
that
here.
is the Earth is measured flat though. So I don't know what you want me to tell you about these questions that I don't have the answers to.
What do you mean
I
by
just know
measured?
that the Earth
Measured
is.
as flat.
What do you mean? What do I mean by measured flat? It's
You said
practically
it's meant
used and
to.
measured. Yeah, it's practically used and measured flat. For example, when you have airplane flights, when they're landing the plane, they're using trigonometry. That distance could be 200, 300 nautical miles. They're treating that area as flat with no curvature underneath. So that's an example. That's what I mean by measured as flat. You can have a measure of 300 nautical miles of horizontal.
Pilots do navigate according to the curve of the Earth, though. Their
I
navigation
mean,
systems account for the
whatever you're
curvature.
saying doesn't make what I just said untrue. So it's like when you respond with non sequiturs, it doesn't defeat what I said because you can't defeat truth.
Well,
What's true is true.
you can't prove that people use this system though. Like nobody treats the Earth as if it's flat. Like
Use
when I
what system? What I just told you is exactly what they do every day. What are you talking about?
hmm? That's not the
I'm
case, though.
confused. But every day, what I just said
Well,
is
for
what
nautical
happens
miles,
every day.
Is space real? Ooh.
Space is a concept.
Don't you believe it's real?
Describe area.
Is space real? I'm asking.
Don't you believe it's real?
No, it's not. It's all fake.
Say again.
No, space is fake. That's all fake.
Well, look, okay, cool.
Yeah.
When people say is space real, they're talking about, like Total Recall, Arnold Schwarzenegger, they're on Mars, and when the dome breaks, they get, sucked out because of the vacuum of space. That's not real. But I understand that most people think that that's real. The earth is flat and the sky above is the sky above. That's all what it is.
Oh,
What people believe when they look at the sky, that's your prerogative, man. Everybody has their own religion.
So it's all based on what you see, is what you're saying.
I didn't say that.
Well, no, I'm asking because I'm trying to clarify what you're saying.
I didn't say that. You can't clarify something I didn't say.
What did you say? I'm trying to.
What I said was most people think of space as the kind of space, for example, in the movie Total Recall.
Science fictional settings.
I don't believe in that.
Well, how come constellations change depending where you are on the Earth's surface? Like if
I
you're in
don't
Europe,
know,
you're gonna
but
see
the question that you're asking about, because you believe in the thing,
that would only have to happen. Like if the Earth was round, that would make sense.
all I'm saying is you believe in the kind of space that includes you being on a globe. So you asking me how come this, how come that, how come say, how come sa, that's not really going to get us anywhere. We have to talk about the ground, really, because the ground, it's not if. I'm not talking about if. There was no if in what I was talking about when I was talking about planes landing. There was no if. There's just a procedure that's done based on the knowledge that people have. That's it.
Interesting. Where'd you come up with
I'm
this?
saying,
I want to hear this. Where'd you come up with this?
Where'd I come up with what?
Yeah. I'm new to this, so I'm trying to figure out what's your. I presume you understand that the world is flat, right? That's your.
But where did I come up with what?
Your perspective. I want to know where you come from. I just want to know where you stand on.
I just gave you guys an example. That's where I come from.
Okay. And all right. That's very interesting.
First time you've heard someone use their brain, Fez?
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I mean, to be fair,
I'm not being hostile. I don't know why.
I mean, to be fair, but to be fair,
that comment seemed a little facetious, but I'll let it pass. Forgive and forget.
It was facetious, but it's also kind of true. Because, I mean, where else are you going to engage in someone that's going to give you a response like this? Nowhere. Well, maybe not nowhere, but it's very rare. There are very few people who will keep the main thing the main thing.
True, but I think in real life, people are always open to conversation.
Oh yeah, in real life, the things that I say are taken much easier. I mean, because examples are easier in person.
Are you a big dude? Are you tall?
Yeah.
Are you a tall guy? How tall are you?
Yeah, 6'2".
Okay, I think that might be why people agree with you.
No.
I think you just might be a bigger guy.
Well, there's nothing to agree with. I go to the beach. I say, look, there's New Jersey. You see the shore. They go, yeah. I say, you see to the left of it, you see that open ocean. They say, yeah. Look, there's supposed to be a horizon due to the Earth curvature. They're 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Okay.
So at that point, the only thing to agree is that what I just said is not true. But if I never bring any of that up, a globe never comes up in reality, and there's nothing from them to agree or there has to be an item on the table to agree or disagree. The globe never comes up unless someone wants to argue whether it's actually a globe or not. Looking at the sky doesn't make the Earth a globe at all. When you're talking about elevation angles, you're not talking about a globe at all. When you're talking about the seasons, when you're talking about sunsets, you're not talking about a globe at all, unless you're imagining it and coming up with an argument as to why these things you're looking at is making you believe it's a globe. That's
What if
the
you
only
see
time
like
it
a
comes up.
satellite come from the horizon, go over you, and then go to the other horizon?
What do you mean?
No,
I've never
I
seen
said
that.
exact. You've never seen a satellite come from the horizon, go over you, and then to the other horizon?
No, I don't know if anyone's ever seen that.
You can look up. You can look up when
No,
there's satellites coming over you.
no, because theoretically,
I'm not. No, I'm
how,
saying in reality, not theoretically. I'm saying like you can look.
well,
If
no,
you
the Earth
stand
is not a
outside,
globe. The Earth is not
if
a
you
globe. So
if you stand out,
the
if you
Earth
stand
is not
outside
a
and look up,
listen.
you can
Listen to what
see
I'm saying. Listen
a
to what I'm saying.
satellite.
Listen to what I'm
You can
saying.
see a
You're just saying
satellite
Listen to
the
what
going
Earth
I'm
is
over
not a
you.
saying.
globe. You're not giving an argument.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm trying to.
Theoretically, if the Earth is a globe, then I would take into account what speeds these things are going at, what distances. Okay. I don't even know if in the literature you would expect to see something like that. For example, some people think that the phases of the moon have to do with because the earth obstructs it. That's not true. That's just um that's just a misapprehension someone has. There are lots of misinformed things that people bring to the
So how
table.
does the moon get its
So
shadow?
when you say, you
Wow.
know, have you seen a satellite go from one horizon to another? I don't even know if on a
Well,
globe that's supposed
no.
to
I
be
want to. How
possible
does the moon get its
because
shadow?
people say they can see the reflectors off of the moon, and that's not supposed to be possible.
Mustard on the beat, ho.
This guy's not even listening because now he's talking you were talking about lunar phases and he's talking about eclipses. He's not listening.
I'm trying to clarify here, and I feel like we're kind of
Well,
drifting
you're
from one point
clarifying in
to
the wrong
another.
direction. He was talking about lunar phases.
Right. Okay. So,
Yeah.
all right. To
You're one of these
clarify,
people
lunar
with the
phases.
misunderstanding.
I'm trying to figure. So, how does the moon get its phases? Then, how does it get dark? How do you know this?
So you weren't listening then?
I'm just trying to clarify. I'm trying to. I mean, if you can tell me what he
Well,
said,
you seem to be one of the people who thinks the phases is created by Earth shadow.
well, what is it then? What is it made by?
First of all, like I said, no, you can't see a satellite go from
Well,
horizon to
what is
horizon
it made? Who makes it? What makes it?
unless you're talking about the ISS, in which cross-referencing other observations, like saying, "Hey, I'm in the middle of Texas. So let me see if I can. You can't do something like that, though. So shit don't even be over what they say it be over half the time, from what I've heard.
Interesting.
Well, eclipses
But
would
that
be a good example
Indio
of
is
around.
better. If Indio was here, talk more about that.
So recently, on March 3rd, there was a lunar eclipse, which is essentially where the moon kind of appears like an orangish reddish color because the Earth passes in between like the sun and the moon. How would something like that occur if the Earth was not, a ball rotating around in space?
I'm just going to repeat to you that I'm just going to repeat to you that it's already measured not to be a ball. Second of all,
he's asking you how it gets
I heard what he asked. I understood what he asked. I heard what he asked. Second of all, because you guys believe it's a ball, and because you guys believe the lore of an eclipse, you're telling me that a shadow is orange. Now, I've never seen that in my life.
It was,
Not
literally, if you walked outside,
I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Never seen a shadow be orange terrestrially. So when we look at this phenomena, that is a unique phenomena particular to just the sky, and you tell me what it is. You don't know that.
What? No, the moon appeared like reddish in its color, like this. It was a lunar eclipse. These things happen like every few months or so.
I know what they are. I know what they are.
Really doesn't sound like you do.
Yeah, I know what they are. It's when there's a syzygy between the sun, the earth, and the moon. I know what they are.
Right. Now, how could something like that happen on a flat Earth model? Which I'm assuming
I don't think you listen to what I don't think you listen to what I said. The point is, the lore that you believe, that's not true. I don't know what causes an eclipse.
His fallback is what you've been understanding. That's not true. That's the fallback you keep going to?
Well, no, it's not a fallback. There's literally something known as the partial lunar eclipse where you can see the sun and the moon not in a syzygy. And then they have to, first of all, they don't know that it's in a syzygy in the first place. So now they're explaining to you why it doesn't appear to be in a syzygy, even though it is. Again, you can believe that, but I don't have a fallback. I'm just telling you the story and the fact that it's not a known thing, and I can choose not to believe it.
So
it's not crazy, It's not crazy that I'm not that religious.
Hey, I never called you crazy. I never called you crazy. Those are your
I'm
own
just
words.
saying because it's a little religious, and I'm saying no thanks, and you're like gobsmacked.
What do you mean by religious? I mean it's observable. You can see.
Well, religious is like when people have beliefs beyond what's observable.
Listen, I went down this flat Earth rabbit hole. It just doesn't make any sense.
Like didn't go deep into the hole, did you? I'm not really, but like I just told you, I'm not here to make it make sense.
Then what do you?
So what are you here to do then?
Make the orange shadow make sense, Butnick.
What color is a shadow?
Not orange.
What?
Well, okay, what color? No. What color is a shadow? What color is a shadow?
Not a color. It's not a color. It's the absence of light.
Okay, so when you stand in front of a piece of concrete, what is below it? What color is it?
It's the absence of light. That color.
Okay.
Not orange.
No, not a color.
So if my shadow's over orange, it's not orange?
The moon's orange?
No, it appears orange.
So is the shadow orange or not? You said it was an orange shadow.
No.
Yeah.
No, I didn't say orange shadow.
No.
What did you say?
I said that during a lunar eclipse, it appears like orange or reddish. The moon's surface does, because
And what
of
is
the
that?
way that
And
the
what is
planets are
that according to
intersecting.
the globe
The way
idea?
light reflecting.
It's light
No,
not a
refraction.
shadow.
no,
Yes.
It's light
guys.
refraction.
Yes. Refraction, whatever you want to
So,
call it.
whatever, Sputnik. You called it a shadow.
I did not call it a shadow.
Bullshit.
I didn't say.
I'll go
You
back
said
and
shadow.
listen.
I never said
You
shadow.
did. You said the shadow was orange.
No, I
You said
said
the
the
shadow
surface
was orange. That's what
appears
you
orange.
said.
Okay. Well, if I said that, that was wrong. It's not the shadow.
So why'd you bring it up?
Because
So it's
this
not a
only
shadow.
occurs
Dude,
when the
Sputnik,
Earth comes
they're
in the
beating you
sun.
with it. They're just beating you down, dude. You gotta stand tall, brother. You gotta
No, we're
stand
calling that
Stand tall.
bullshit.
It's fucking stupid. I'm not. It's not bullshit. This is eclipses are a real thing that
It
you can observe.
seems. Well, the argument usually ends with, "See, I got you. You can't explain that. Now try to explain this one." And then you
No,
do, and they're like,
Well,
"Yeah,
no,
but can you
listen, dude.
explain that?"
I want the Earth to be
No.
flat as much as the next guy, but it doesn't make sense with things like okay, depending on where you are, the constellations are
so
going to change because of the position of the Earth, because it is a sphere. If it was flat, you'd be able to see
because
the same constellations no matter where you were. This is why you can use
no,
constellations to tell where you are and how to navigate. The whole thing wouldn't make sense if the Earth was flat.
you're reading off a AI, dude.
No,
You
I'm
don't even
not.
know what you're talking about.
I'm in an
Where's the
astronomy
globe?
class.
Where's the globe in that? Okay, so
No, because of
He
the
now
presented
start
you an
again
argument.
and,
He
and
presented
tell
you
it,
an argument
dude.
about the stars and navigation,
Okay,
and all you can
It's
say to refute
circular
him is it's
reasoning.
AI. What's your thing to refute that? What's your
okay.
counter
In
evidence
what
that you
way?
could be? What's your
Okay, you're not
evidence?
in this conversation.
What's
Okay,
your
you're not
evidence
in
that
this
you could counter
conversation.
that by
You're
saying
not
on a
in this
disc you could do that?
conversation. Okay, he didn't.
You don't have a
He didn't
refute. All
say
you have
anything.
is you was reading that onto AI and you
Okay,
don't
hey
understand what you're
Fez,
talking
I'll give
about.
you one opportunity to be quiet, dude. Fez, I'll give you one opportunity to be quiet. I want to
Are
talk
you?
to the other guy, not you. He made the comment, not you. All right? Okay? All right. So, in that argument, present the globe in your argument.
Right. So because the Earth is, a sphere, it is rotating, and the constellations are going to be different places depending on the, location of the Earth. It is moving throughout space, and because of the different places on that globe, you're going to see different constellations. If it were just a flat surface, it wouldn't
Where's
be
the
any
sphere?
different.
Don't
I
worry
just
about the
explained
flat
it.
surface. Where's the sphere?
He doesn't even
What? I just
understand that
explained
what
it.
he just said is an
I
affirmative.
just explained it.
What you call an explanation was actually just an affirming the consequent form of logical fallacy. And then
What?
on the back of that, yeah, because on the back of you not concluding, therefore the Earth's a sphere, instead of that, all you said was, how does that work on a flat Earth?
What I'm
So,
saying is that it couldn't work. It
and
couldn't work on a flat,
affirming the
movable
consequence
surface.
is,
It couldn't work on a model like that.
so you don't care that I just told you that your explanation is a fallacy, and then I actually named it. You don't even want to call me out and say, what is that bullshit you said? Let's see if I
I'm
actually
just
did
not.
that. You don't
No, I'm
want,
just not
instead of
going
doing that,
to.
you just, okay. So then, all right. So then basically you expect me to just accept what you said. Yes.
You
Say
can
yes.
consider it if you want. You don't have to immediately accept it, but you can go and you can look up how constellations work. You
It's
can look it up.
And then,
It's possible.
accept it, right? And
If
then
you want,
accept
listen,
it,
man, you
right?
can believe in the flat Earth model.
Ultimately is it's accepted or don't, right? I get it. I got it. We don't have to have a
No. Oh,
2 hour
okay. So
conversation.
you're putting words in my mouth, dude. That's not what I'm
No, I
saying.
didn't put any words in your
Yes,
mouth.
that's exactly
You said
what you are.
yes.
You're
You said
reframing things in
yes
a
the
certain way
entire.
so that you
You
can
said yes
go on
the
this whole
entire.
little tirade about, oh, you're not answering my question. I've explained it.
No, I
And you
didn't. I
guys are,
didn't
oh
say
no, you're
you didn't
using
answer.
AI. It's like,
I
no, I'm
didn't
not
say.
using AI.
I didn't
These,
say you didn't answer a question. Now you're basically doing what you're saying I'm doing, which I'm not doing. I'm saying, okay, it doesn't have to be a 2-hour conversation. You want me to accept it, and you said I don't have to accept it. Therefore, the
Listen,
conversation is
I
based on
want the
that.
Earth to be flat. I
Oh my
desperately
god!
want the
Oh
Earth
my
to be
god! What
flat,
a little
dude.
girl! What a little girl! Okay, the
All right.
conversation, we can move on, right? Right, we can move on because what you want, I can't give you. So there's no point in whining in my ear about what you want. Right? Make
All
sense?
right. Yeah, no, you're good, bro. I won't engage with you guys.
No, I'm just saying, make it make sense. I can't give you what you
I
want.
can't.
You
I
said,
can't make it make sense. I cannot make it make sense to you guys. I
I
say
know.
something. It's AI. It doesn't make sense. The Earth is
Well,
flat.
I didn't say
It's like,
that.
all right,
I
dude.
didn't say that though. But I didn't say that.
That is true.
Yeah.
They said that. They're in the side.
Okay.
They're like, oh, we've
So,
heard this. It's not AI, dude. AI might say
well,
a
then, all
similar
right.
thing
Well,
because
are
it's
you
just a
butthurt about
general
it?
information.
You're still harping on it. Do you want them to tell you sorry or something? Like, what do you
No,
want
it's
me to
just they're
do about
being
it?
a bunch of fucking
So what do you
retards,
want
dude.
me as another person in the room trying to have a conversation on a Sunday night? What do you want me to do about it? Because I'm trying to move forward and you keep crying to me about what they said.
All right, that's fair. We can move past it.
Thank you.
There was a flat Earth documentary that I did end up watching, and when they set up these two things on a flat plane to try and prove that the Earth, well,
Oh my
like on
God,
the
these
flattest plane
guys.
they could find. All
Let him
right,
finish.
I'm unengaged.
Let him finish.
No, fuck off.
That guy's a liar.
So what he's going to talk about journalism? So what?
That's the third day in a row. No, guy's hypersensitive. Saying that he went down a rabbit hole, my ass.
Well, if he did go down that rabbit hole, why do people think the Earth is flat? Maybe he'd be able to answer that. Obviously not. I don't think he went down a rabbit hole.
I'm going back to my books. You guys didn't take my advice and download Pocket FM, did you?
What is it?
Pocket FM. It's like it reads like audio books kind of thing.
What do you do? Scan
And
the
right
book or
now,
you download the book?
no, you download the app and it has. You know what? I'll take a quick screenshot of it now. Hold on. Basically, I'm reading this book or listening to this book called Dark Tide Express, and it takes place in like this post-apocalyptic world where the sun. Now it is a little globy. I'll tell you that. So, the sun is basically shedding less and less light on the earth, and so it's causing like serious natural disasters. Not only that, there's like zombies, and then beyond that, during the nighttime, other kinds of wild type creatures, mythical beasts and stuff come out that they're not quite sure what's going on. At one point, there was like this mystical fog. Another point, he was just like battling a ghost and locked in some other kind of frequency, which took him to some other dimension or something, a parallel existence. The point is, like, the shit is the most interesting zombie post-apocalyptic kind of thing I've heard. And I know it's like um some of these books are like AI written, but some of them are really well written though. This one is pretty cool so far. All right, hold on. Let me post in the chat. And then I'm gonna go because I gotta cook too, even though it's super late. What I'm gonna do. I wonder if this is the correct chat. Clipcord with that Scott Mackey. I don't know why these guys fight it so hard, man. It's not a globe. Sorry, man. You know. Anyways, later I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your globe evidence?
It's a flat Earth.
What's that?
Evidence for what?
What'd you say?
Evidence for what?
Evidence for water?
Never mind, bro.
What does that mean?
I thought you said, what's your evidence? So I was like,
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for a globe.
oh.
You got any?
No, I don't really want to
No.
debate. I'm
No,
just
we can
curious
have a
about
discussion. Can have a discussion instead of a debate.
I'm just curious about the flat Earth model. Can you explain it to me?
Model?
Yeah.
What the surface that we live on is just flat. That's
Sorry, you were
about it.
breaking up.
That's the model. So the surface we live on
Okay, wait.
measures to be flat, is used as flat. And
So wait, so the South Pole is
flat too.
The South Pole is the boundary, and the North Pole is in the center.
Nope.
What is
I don't
it
know
then?
about that. They're just two magnetic points. Oh, well, one magnetic point, right? I don't know if the south's a magnetic point. The north's definitely a magnetic point.
What the fuck?
What do you mean, what the fuck? Is that wrong?
No, you gotta dumb it down, bro. You gotta understand. I don't believe in this shit.
What do you mean, dumb it down? So do you know that the North Pole is a magnetic point?
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's not. How can you
no,
dumb that down?
it's more so the Earth is just a big magnet.
Can you prove that?
That's just how magnets work. Like if you were on a magnet and you were really tiny and you were holding a compass, it would point north.
Not all magnets are spheres.
North is a magnetic point. Yeah. But north is a magnetic point, and east and west circle around the northern magnetic point.
Wait, you don't believe in the magnetic field?
You agree with that? I just asked you a question. I didn't say anything about magnetic field. Yeah, I just asked you a question. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So north is a magnetic point, right? And east and west circle around north. You agree so far?
This is fumbling my brain, bro. I'm gonna fuck off.
You're too smart for this.
I can't have conversation with people like you, mate.
My bad, guys. I'm just such a day.
I'm talking to a fucking mute.
You got to bribe them with crayons, bro.
You know, you tell them this stuff that is in their model anyway, and just because you say the Earth's flat, they disagree with what you say.
I was genuinely curious. I have no idea what the flat Earth's model of the Earth is.
Yeah, the surface that we live on measures, is used, and presents itself as a flat stationary plane.
To your naked eye.
That's the flat Earth model. No measures. So do you measure with your naked eye?
No,
you're doing.
All right. Who am I having a conversation with? One or the other?
Well, you've got one that likes crayons and another one that likes to interrupt. So, Naf, step up to the plate.
Okay.
What's wrong with liking crayons?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah,
why you throwing shade on crayons?
What colour do you like the best, purple or
You don't talk shit about crayons, bro.
The purple ones taste like grapes, yeah?
Fuck with grapes.
Anyways,
I like the green one.
So
Trump can just hold himself for a while there. Naf, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, so why do you guys care if the Earth is flat?
Asked something, didn't you? Why do we care?
Isn't there like more important concerning things that you guys should like want to
like
focus
what?
on? What does
Like
it matter
truth?
if the Earth is flat to begin with? What is that going to
What does it
change?
matter if the grandest lie? Yeah, exactly. These people don't care about the truth.
Why don't you guys worry about like government shit, like political shit that actually matters?
It sounds like you've got
Why
that
don't
covered.
you go somewhere else and worry about it then?
I'm asking a question. You don't like my question?
Well, what's the name?
Who says we're
of
not?
the server? Is it Flat Earth Politics or 24/7 Flat Earth?
24/7, we care about political shit.
Why are you guys
Hey,
so
Naf.
fixated on
Naf, check it out.
Earth is flat?
Hey, check it out. It is a political issue.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Go and talk to your mates at Congress about how they shut it down.
What'd they shut down? What did they shut down?
Information.
Shadow
What are you talking about?
banners.
You're sitting here in a public
Your
Discord
Congress,
talking about
your government, your Congress are now the arbiters of what is true and what is not. Did you know that?
Yeah, misinformation. Get little, on YouTube videos, there'll be a little disclaimer at the top, saying things like, Flat Earth is an outdated, archaic misconception of the Earth being a plane or a flat disc, blah, 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 scientifically disproven, blah, 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 right? And the algorithm, they designed the algorithm after they had that Congress meeting, right? They designed the algorithm to not favor flat Earth content and favor anti-flat Earth content, so that when you type in flat Earth into the search bar, you get people like Professor Dave and Veritasium and people like that are poo-pooing flat Earth instead. And then you have to scroll through page after page to actually find a fucking video that's from an actual flat earther.
Well, yeah, because there's not a lot of you guys.
Hundreds, thousands, even millions. 11 million alone in South America. Well, that's just
11
Brazil.
million.
11 million in Brazil alone.
Where do you get that number?
Survey they did in Brazil.
I don't think any survey has surveyed 11 million people. Is that like their estimation?
Yeah, it's probably an estimation based on the data set.
Yeah, well, the Brazilians got that worm in them. What's that one worm in Brazilians?
No idea, man. Anyway, there's millions of flat earthers.
But what was that survey they done on X? Out of 80 or 90,000 people that were surveyed, they started off at 11, and I think they got to about 16% and floated in between the two as more and more people signed up. I think it backed right off to about 11 or 12%. That's where it pulled up at, out of about 90 grand. It's not too bad.
Why do you think the Earth's a globe?
Because that's what the experts say. People that study it.
Did they give any? Did they? Yeah. Who studies the globe?
I don't know, the physicists, the whatever you want to call them. There's a bunch.
So what did they tell you?
Scientists.
What did they tell you that convinced you that the Earth was a globe?
Well, they've never said it isn't a globe. They've never claimed it to be a flat Earth.
So because they said it is.
You're lagging. What do you say?
But because they said it isn't, because they never said it isn't a globe, then it is a globe.
No, they've claimed it's a globe.
Okay, what information did they give you that convinced you that they were right?
Well, they study it for a living. They get degrees in it. They take college.
Yeah, but what information did they give you that convinced you that it was a globe?
Just what I've heard throughout my entire life. I don't know anything. I can't give you a specific.
What did you hear?
Quote.
What did you hear?
I've heard that the Earth is a globe. I've never heard any.
Yeah,
I've never heard any credited scientists say
way?
that the Earth is flat.
What credited science have you heard say it's a globe?
Literally every scientist ever that talks about it. Do you want me to do you want me to sit here and give you like 1,000 names?
In his defense, most of the people that talk about it are pseudoscientists. So, claiming that every single scientist you've ever heard, well, this is good.
What known scientist says the Earth is flat? That's a better question.
Well, how about we put it to you like this? Which field of science deals with shapes, since you want to talk about scientists?
Which field of science deals with shapes? I mean, I'm not a scientist, but maybe physicist, geologist. I don't know.
Next, wrong, no.
I don't study this, so I can be wrong all I want. I'm not the professional.
So what are you talking here you are appealing to scientists and then you're going to appeal to incredulity at the same time.
Of course, I'm going to appeal to people that know what they're talking about because they study it.
So how do you know it's that particular field if you don't know about that particular field?
How do you know about the particular field when you don't
Because
have
we measure
credentials to back it
I
up?
don't need credentials to measure something.
Sure you do.
Nothing stops me from going down to Home Depot or Bunnings or Mitre 10 and purchasing a tape measure and going and measuring things. There's no scientific degree required for that. No, we're not talking about dentistry. We're talking about measuring things, my friend. I don't need to go to university to get a degree in art in order to measure something. You don't either.
I don't know what
Narf, dude. Narf. You sound like you're in like a fog of scientism worship.
I'm not worshiping anything.
You're appealing to things, and then when people say, "Hey, tell us about it," you go, "I have no clue about it."
Yeah. What do you
call that?
I'm not
a blind worship.
I am appealing to the professionals. Everyone does that for every job.
Okay, so maybe do a little research and find out which branch of science deals with shapes, which was the original question that you flaked out on answering.
Yeah, the only reason that guy asked me that question was to try to prove my intelligence level, and I already said I don't know.
No, it wasn't.
No, that wasn't. Maybe he was giving you an opportunity to realize that this isn't a question of science, rather a question of geometry.
I think it's a question out of the other guy's scope too.
No, just concentrate on what the question is, not what the intention of the question.
Why don't you answer my question? Or not?
You haven't put forward any of value yet.
Which question's that? Why I don't wake up tomorrow and do dental surgery on someone?
Yeah, well, no, I was asking him because what he was saying was absolutely ridiculous.
What you said
appealing to authority is a bad thing.
No, it's not appealing to authority. You're talking about, you said that you need some sort of degree to use a tape measure.
That's not at all what I said. I said if you have a degree, your words mean more value.
Okay, a degree in what?
Work.
A degree in what?
For any field of work you do.
Well, dude, that's a bad argument.
The reason why I said that is because you guys can't name a single mainstream scientist that claims the Earth is flat.
Well,
and you can't name one that says it's a globe.
So what degree?
I sure can name one. Yeah. Do you want me to just sit here for an hour and say names?
You can start by naming one.
If you're relying on people with degrees, then what degree do you need to measure a sphere?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know.
You're the one making the claims about degrees.
Do you guys have short-term memory? You asked me the same question.
Listen careful. You're the one who made the claim that we need degrees to measure shit. So, the question on the table is a matter of measurement. You're claiming you live on a sphere, so let's measure it to confirm yes or no if it's sphere. So, which degree do you need to be able to go and measure if it's a sphere? Which one?
Yeah, which one?
That's what I'm asking you, you sped. You're the one that claims we need degrees, so which degree do I need? So I can fuck off to university, get the degree, and then come back and rub it in your face. Which one do I need?
Well, you probably need to start with just a basic associate's degree for you. In anything.
I've already associated you with something, and it involves crayons. So try again.
Right, because somehow I'm perceived as the better
That's a cop-out. Dude. Narf, what's the point of this whole conversation, Narf?
What's the cop-out? The cop-out is you guys asking me a dumbass question.
Oh my God. May I respond? The cop-out is saying, well, you need to start with an associate's degree in pretty much anything.
That was a pretty good comeback, though.
No, it's a horrible answer.
Well, it's a horrible question.
It doesn't make any sense.
I think it went over.
Who said it's hold on a minute. Who said it's a pretty good comeback?
Floundering.
I did.
Oh, now they're going to come for you.
So how does the comeback stand?
What's interesting? Hey, old Hoss, check it out.
Great about it.
But before you go and dose him, check it out. An associate degree or associate's degree is an undergraduate degree awarded after a course of post-secondary study lasting 2 or 3 years. It's a level of academic qualification above high school diploma and below a bachelor's degree. Now, just for your information, young Narf, I'm a trade qualified boilermaker, fabrication engineer. So I'm above that.
You're a fabrication engineer?
Correct.
What, did you go to college for that?
Unfortunately, to get a little piece of paper that's got Mr. Matrix is Ben Hammer in here, is a fabrication engineer, yeah, I do have to deal with it.
Okay, so why couldn't you just say that when I asked you what degree you have?
Because it's really none of your business. What do we have to show you our diplomas?
I don't know. I don't know why you guys get so offended. I'm trying to figure out.
Well, check it out. Now that he knows I'm qualified, and my words mean something, Narf, you might want to listen.
No,
since my words now mean something,
you're not.
The Earth is measured as flat, measured as non-curving. There, I've said it. Now you can ask us how we measure it.
Yeah, how do you measure it? With a stick?
I'm glad you asked, my friend. We get high tech and we grab lasers and we shoot those lasers across large spanses of water, 10, 20, 30 miles across. And what we do is we measure the deviation between the laser and the body of water that it's shot across. So at the start, the laser might measure, say, 3 foot, for example. And then at the other end, which is 10 miles away, it should equal about 69 feet. The problem is, when we go and do these tests, it does not. It stays the same deviation from the start as it does at the end. Not only at 10 miles does it stay the same, at 20 miles it stays the same, at 30 miles it stays the same, and that's a pretty serious distance. Considering at 30 miles it should be about 600 feet. Interesting, isn't it?
Because over a body of water, the light's going to refract downward.
You wouldn't know what refraction was if it flipped on its head and fucked you.
That's a good response.
Well, it's true. And I'll tell you why, Narf. I'll tell you why. Most of these kids come in here and they use refraction as a get-out-of-jail-free card. They think that by laying the refraction card down, they're going to walk out of here unscathed.
No,
he doesn't even know what refraction is.
You guys.
So anyways, Floundering, you're not going to spend the next 45 minutes yipping around in circles like you did last week. Narf is in this conversation to start off with.
No, you can let him talk.
How much refraction would you expect? How much refraction would you expect over that distance? No.
Why are you asking me that question? I didn't even bring this up.
Oh, was it Floundering, was it?
It was Floundering.
Yes.
He's got no idea.
Yeah, so
I don't know why you bother asking him.
How much would you expect?
About 2 million.
Van Hammer doesn't have good faith conversations, so
that's projection. You're going to speak.
Let him go. Let him go. He was asked a question about refraction, and he wants to talk about me. So let's see who's having a bad faith conversation. How about you answer the question, Foundering? Just answer the question that Timbo asked you. Answer the question that Timbo. How about we try again? Answer the question that Timbo asked you. That has nothing to do with me. I was on mute, letting you have your say. So we're going to try that again. I'm going to unmute you, mute myself, and you can answer his question.
Okay. If you shoot a laser across a body of water, and the water is cooler than the atmosphere, you would expect the light to refract downward over a given distance.
What if it's...
okay. Yeah.
What if it's not?
Okay, what if it is? And the experiments that you guys often cite, in the laser tests that you guys often cite, the body of water is clearly cooler than the atmosphere. Which would mean that if the light stays at the same point, at the same height, over a given distance, that the light is refracting at the same rate that the Earth is curving. Because the light is staying
which one was I referencing?
Yeah, I didn't say that you referenced anything right now.
Question.
I'm saying that the experiments that the flat earthers often cite.
Which one are you referencing?
Okay, which ones?
I'm not referencing anything right now.
Which ones are most? Which one is
I'm
most
talking about the most
often
famous
cited?
ones that you guys often reference.
Which ones?
You guys post them in the chat all the time.
Now for my question, Floundering. I have a question in regards to your refraction claim about our tests. Which way does the light bend? Towards the hot medium or towards the cold medium?
Towards the cold.
No, towards the denser medium.
Right, which is typically the colder one.
So what if it's not? What if it's the other way around?
Okay.
Sometimes the denser medium
you would need a demonstration of change in
warmer air.
pressure. You would need a demonstration of change in pressure.
It's not pressure. We're talking about its temperature.
Right.
Like
what does
smoke,
temperature
for
do?
instance.
Allegedly causes a gradient.
All right, so
It causes molecules to expand.
Thank you.
All right, so if you claim
Causes
if
gas
you claim
molecules
that-
to expand, which would create pressure.
Grimsby, silence. Let Floundering flounder around himself. He's more than capable.
Yeah, the Earth is round,
floundering.
buddy.
So if you claim that the light source was refracting, then how do you know the Earth's curved?
What do you mean? How do I know the Earth is curved? I'm saying that in the most often cited experiments in this chat, it's
don't repeat. We heard that bit.
It's entirely within the realm of possibility that the light is curving at the same rate.
I'm asking you a question.
The Earth is curving.
I'm asking you a
Because
question.
On a curved Earth,
if
you would
the Earth
expect,
were flat, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. If the Earth
Creating
were
like a net
flat,
zero, you're saying?
you say light bends, then would light bend on a flat surface as well?
it would bend downward towards the denser medium, which is the cold water.
Excellent. So in that case, then, you would have some kind of photographic or videographic evidence of this light bending downwards for us to witness. Please provide it.
No. You want me...
So you can't back your claim up. Not a problem.
No, because he asked me on a flat Earth. Earth isn't flat. So why would I provide you evidence for your position?
What's the difference? Flat or round? Hey, hold on. There's no difference between flat or round when it comes to a laser being shot across it. All we have is a different ground underneath.
Yes,
that's it. The laser is still straight. You're claiming the light is bending. So without any reflection upon what the surface is underneath, you're claiming the light is still bending exactly the same. So you should be able to provide evidence of the light bending downwards, whether photographic or videographic.
He asked me that's what I would expect on a flat Earth specifically.
Well, it's still allegedly bending downwards on your globetard.
Right, and I said, it's entirely possible that...
Still living up to your name, boy.
In the experiments that you guys typically provide in here, which I can see, because I can...
So reference one.
Even when I'm not in here.
Floundering, reference one. Be specific.
The possibility.
Floundering, start listening.
Possibility.
Which one?
That the light is bending at the same rate that the Earth is...
Okay. Which one? Reference it.
That would be a refraction rate of 1. When does that occur?
It's not my evidence. It's you guys are the ones that cite it. You guys.
You're floundering. Listen carefully, floundering. You're attacking something specifically. Please post what you're attacking. So you're not attacking anything. So you're just yapping for the sake of it. If you're going to make a claim or an attack on a claim, please post it in the side chat so we can all go, oh, that's the one you're talking about. Oh, that's the one where we fucked up.
Buddy. It's not a flat Earth that's on trial. It's a round Earth that's on trial. It's your evidence.
And you're not putting forward any evidence.
Exactly.
It's your evidence, not mine, buddy.
Yeah. We're not putting evidence of a round Earth in.
You don't wait.
No, you're putting evidence of a flat Earth in because it's a round Earth that's on trial.
Hello,
moron.
Hello.
That's what that means.
Hello. So do you believe that you can get a refraction rate of 1?
I don't know.
Well, 1 would be following the curve of the Earth, right?
I said it's entirely possible that in the experiments that you guys often cite, that the rate of refraction is the same
is 1
as the rate of curve, because you would expect On a curved Earth with no refraction.
Can you demonstrate that? What conditions
what we would
you need
expect on a curved Earth with
that?
no refraction is that the light would curve upward. And what we would expect on a flat Earth with refraction, we would expect the light to curve downward.
You just made a mistake. So it wouldn't curve upwards. It would go in a straight line and the land would curve underneath it. You agree?
It would curve downward. But because of the curve of the Earth, it has to go around a curve, which would mean that it would go upward.
You said...
Which would mean that it's staying the same.
On a globe... You said on a globe, the light would curve upwards with no refraction. That's wrong, isn't it? It would be the Earth that would be curving away from the laser, right?
Why would it be wrong?
Did you hear what I just said?
He's not listening. It's just fingers in ear, babble on with shit. He's living up to his name. This is what he did last time, Timbo. Comes in, talks a heaps of shit, doesn't answer any questions, and when pressed, he'll run away in a minute.
It doesn't. I don't think he understands what he's saying.
Away.
Do you understand what you just said?
Yeah.
You said the light would curve away. That would make in your mind the Earth flat and the light curving away. Is that what you believe?
No, it wouldn't make Earth flat.
So the Earth's curving and the light.
The Earth is definitely round. There's no doubt about that, buddy.
Okay, so
how did you come to that as a conclusion?
If you shot a laser and you lived on a globe and you say there would be no refraction, then the light would go straight and the Earth would curve underneath the light, right?
No.
Oh my God, you're a retard.
Did you just say with no refraction?
Yes.
No, it would not go straight with no refraction.
So what would it do if there was no... Okay, let's break this down one step at a time. Floundering, what would the laser do if it was shot... We're just going to shoot it across a lake, 20 miles. What would you expect the laser to do on a day where there's zero refraction? What would it do?
What would I expect it to do on the Earth we live on right now or on your guys' flat Earth?
On your fucking ball-tard model, 20 miles across, zero refraction day, what would the laser do in comparison to the ground beneath it?
It would curve upward with distance.
Why would it curve upwards with distance?
Because there's no refraction.
This guy's off. This guy's off the Richter scale.
Because there's no refraction.
Lasers are straight. If there's no reason for them to fucking bend or wobble or shimmer or do any other dance, they shoot dead straight.
Sure.
So, you've got a dead straight laser, and then you would have the Earth slowly bending downwards underneath it, which is what we call drop over distance. You've got no measurement of this.
Why wouldn't it curve upward?
Why wouldn't the laser curve upward? Because they go dead straight.
Oh my God.
Why wouldn't what curve upward? The Earth? Because it's a ball. Or you just agreed the laser's straight.
Okay. It's crayons time. In the side
from the medium that the laser's being released. Let's say it's 5 feet off the ground over the lake, yeah?
Okay, Floundering, I'm going to do it easy for you. Floundering, just breathe.
10 miles wide.
Floundering, just breathe for a minute. Don't make shit up, I'm just going to mute you. Yeah, zip, quiet. Yeah, you're just talking shit, bro. We're going to put some pictures in the side chat. That first picture there, Floundering, is what we should expect to see if we're on a ball-tard. The laser, dead straight, where it's got distance and the curvy arrow pointing towards it. Then it's the curvature. That's supposed to be the ball-tard, aka Earth. And the drop. Now, the problem is, when we go out into reality... Picture number 2. Loading. This is what we get. Straight laser, deviation the same, and no friggin' curvature. Now check this out. One of the laser tests, and this is really cool, this is where I got to modify some shit. One of the laser tests we've got actually did this, where the laser bent up at the end, and the guys went out for very specific conditions to get that to happen. Now, what you need to show us is actual video footage, and we've got the video and photos of that last one happening. What you need to show us is video or photo of the laser bending downwards following the first image. So instead of being straight, it needs to follow the first one. If you can provide that, then you might have a foot in this door.
That wasn't my claim, though.
Yes, it is your claim. You're too stupid to realise that.
No, it doesn't. I said it would curve upward.
Like in the third image.
Right, and then you told me that
excellent.
I would need
so
to
that
produce,
third one, yep, shut up.
Told me what I
that
need to produce
zip
is the
it.
first one.
So what happens in that third one is a refracted laser over a flat surface. You're yet to prove that it's a curved surface. So here's you. I think we live on a ball, and my proof of Baltard is refraction. So your proof of curvy ground is curvy light. That's what your proof of curving ground is. You're not looking good so far, son. So what you need to do is put the curvy light aside, measure the ground, prove that that's curving first, and then you can have your curvy light. See, the very second you kids come in here and squawk refraction, all you're doing is selling out the physical for the imaginary. That's it.
Floundering, where's the horizon?
Yeah, I'm the one selling out.
Floundering, where's the horizon? Where's the horizon?
This is just free entertainment. Usually you'd have to subscribe for
No.
something like this.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Where's the horizon? Floundering.
Like, do you guys have a Patreon that I can start paying towards?
Can you hear me?
I don't need your mom's money.
Yeah, your mum does it for free.
Well, hey,
I'm a working class American. It's not my mom's
I know.
money.
Okay, fine, dude. Every time you get in you paint yourself into a quarter, you do this thing. Oh, this is I'm here for amusement. This is hilarious. Hey, you're not laughing.
Oh, I'm laughing.
Sounds like you can't laugh.
Yeah, I think you've realized that when you started saying, "Oh, the Earth is obviously a ball," hopefully you.
How?
Okay, in what way is it obvious?
What do you mean? In what way is it obvious?
What do you mean? What do I mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Oh, this is entertaining. What do you mean? What do you mean? Obvious. It's obviously a ball.
Reality demonstrates around Earth.
In which way?
In the way
an example, please.
Sure, an example. There's plenty of examples.
You only need one.
Chat GPT. What is an example of the Earth being a ball?
The horizon goes farther with distance.
Where's the horizon?
The horizon goes farther with distance.
Where's the horizon?
Until eventually you get far enough out and you see, what you would expect to see.
He means height. He means height.
48% distance from the object, right?
Where's the
This
horizon?
would be height or altitude.
Where's the horizon? Where is it? Where's the horizon?
And what is it?
Floundering, where's the horizon?
Come on, it's obvious.
He won't say because then he's going to have to appeal to refraction and the nasty banhammer took it off him.
Floundering.
Okay, yes. So it wasn't so obvious. After all, you've gone silent again. Yeah, unfortunately, Floundering, for whatever reason, you did it last. I was here last time you did it. Yeah, you're being like pompous for no reason, or your pride's getting in the way.
What pride? I don't need to be prideful about the
Well, you say you're proud about the Earth being a ball. You say it's obvious, yet when asked how is it obvious, you say, oh, the horizon. The higher you get, the further the horizon goes.
You're vague about that too. That doesn't make it obvious because that can happen over a plane.
Yeah, it's just an apparent place anyway.
Yeah, obviously the lower you are, right, and depending on the ability of your optics, there's going to be a limited distance that you're going to is going to appear before you, right? And then when you increase angle, that that distance is going to seem to increase. It's going to appear like you're seeing a larger area, right, and further.
You guys have a model yet?
Yeah,
I do. Like an elevation profile.
It's called reality. See, unlike you, Junior, when you compare something, hey, Floundering, check it out. We don't need a model. We just measure outside directly.
Oh, okay.
I've got one, Floundering.
Convenient that you don't need a model.
Floundering,
We
I've got
don't.
one.
Why is it you're too stupid to measure directly? Why do you have to measure off a belief system?
What's a model?
What kind of a model? What kind of a model do you want?
So, like, if you have a model car, what is that model showing? What does a model do?
I've got a model, Floundering.
Well, there you go. You asked for one. Timbo's sitting there. I've got a model. I've got a model. I've got a model. And Floundering wants to continue talking shit. Floundering, Timbo said he's got one, just in case you've got him turned off.
I can't wait to see it.
Okay, so
I'm waiting with bated breath.
The Earth's surface that we live on measures to be flat.
It's a great model.
Yeah, that's the model. What's wrong with it? Refute it. Refute my model. You asked for a model. I'm giving you a model. Draw a line and then draw some like little mountains sticking out of it. And that'll be the elevation profile of sea level and land. Pretty cool model, right? And this is proven.
Elevation profile.
Yeah. This is proven from laser tests. Level, horizontal reference plane. You can also do it with the water level as well, like a big tube full of water. You got one end, two open ends. You can take them as long as you want. Create a straight line between the two levels of water.
It's weird, Floundering, how your side uses what Timbo's talking about. Why would they do that?
Get a little bit lost for words now.
Now who's entertained?
Why would your side be using flat Earth?
They also use it in surveying as well. Point to point, elevation difference from that point to that point. Elevation is based on sea level.
Okay, Floundering, that one didn't work out. So what's next on your Earth is obviously a globe. You're too proud to admit that one sort of fell flat. So how else is the Earth obvious? It's a shame you don't let this, maybe you are letting this stuff sink in, but it would be nice if you said, I see what you're saying. Huh. I might have been wrong to assume that, but no.
We could all be wrong about everything.
There we go.
Now he's doubting himself so much that everyone could be wrong about everything.
It's true.
We may not exist. We may be living under a giant's fingernail.
Does that mean there's no proof the Earth is a globe?
Yep.
So can you define obviously? Because now you're saying the opposite of obvious. You've made a 180. Obviously, it's a globe, too. I don't even know what the hell's going on, guys. It is weird, though, because I think you realized you were wrong and you have to drag us into it. Well, we could be wrong. You could. Why not just say, hey, I could have been wrong?
Well, I is included in all of us, isn't it? I could be wrong about everything I know.
I is included in all of us. Good Lord.
No, about this song in particular, though.
You're
given
included
the
in
new
that.
information.
Michael Jackson was included in that.
No, but you're just
included
basing
in
that
that.
on a general, all-encompassing. We could be wrong because of unknowns, right? We could be a simulation or whatever. Like just based on the new information, just based on the information that we've provided regarding this specific topic, right? Could it be wrong?
Could what be wrong?
The globe.
Sure. It just doesn't happen to be.
Yes,
because
but
it's
no.
obviously a globe. There we go. The hell's going on?
By coincidence, as it turns out, it is a ball.
By coincidence, you still don't have any proof of it.
Yeah.
It's obvious.
Yeah, I think there's a fancy term for that I've learned in this law school. Ipsy Dixit. It's a ball because you say it is?
It's obvious because he says it is.
If something is obvious, floundering, that means you would have made an observation. So what observation for this obvious curvature that you're looking at, where have you done this observation? Where have you seen the curvature? You haven't? Okay. So you're just a cold, hard believer.
Yep.
Good for you.
I take it on pure faith. I'm a
That's all right.
devoted
We haven't got a problem with that.
I'm a devoted roundy.
So how about in the future, instead of coming in here and spruiking all the bullshit that you normally do, why don't you just sit in here like Matthew Learns does and just go, I'm a cold, hard believer. Done. And sit back and listen. Enjoy the show. Too easy? Wouldn't be as much fun?
I've enjoyed all of it.
So
you are the show.
So I feel like I've had
enjoy it even more.
I feel like I've had this exact conversation with you. So are you just now realizing that it's all faith-based? Or did you know that coming into the conversation?
Well, no. There might very well be evidence of anything. Taking it on faith just means...
Dude, you're not answering my question. When did you realize that you're involved in something that's completely faith-based?
It's not completely faith-based.
You said you're talking out of both sides of your mouth.
I'm not a solipsist.
Okay, you said you're a devotee. You're a devotee to this globe idea.
Sure.
When did you realize that that's all this is? Before or after this last hour?
Oh, long before.
So what motivates you to come in here and act like you have these keys to the locks to shut the whole thing down? When you know that all you're doing is just chanting rhetoric, just religious bullshit. I mean, are you doing that you're not knowing that you're doing that, or are you doing it purposely?
Because I'm capable of taking the gaslighting that you guys do.
Okay, so you're incapable of answering questions.
You said
no one's how the hell? Yeah, I'm not going to go down the gaslit thing. So why would you say it's obvious when all it is a
when poor innocent people?
Why would you say it's? Why do you say?
And they have certain assumptions.
Why do you say it's obvious?
That they use to believe what they believe, and you gaslight them.
Let's talk about your belief.
Bad. So I'd rather you gaslight me instead of them.
No need to feel bad. You're anonymous. No one knows who you are. Don't feel bad. You don't have to like.
No, I feel bad for other people because I don't want them to be misled.
When the milk and cookie cart comes through, I'll grab you a spare glass. Don't panic.
The truth matters. So I'd rather you gaslight me instead of them. I'm
taking the medal. You're saving the poor innocent people that come in here that get terrorized by
arrows on their behalf.
Oh, dude.
God, get over yourself.
Yeah, please.
And that is just a
why do you do it? Yeah, he's just flaming out. He's running his strings run out. Floundering. You have a martyr complex. So why do you say it's obvious when you know it's just a belief? You do you, player. Why do you say it's obvious when you know that it's just hopes and dreams and wishes and what you were told and indoctrination?
If it were just a hope and dream, but I believed it, wouldn't it still be obvious?
It'd be obvious that it's obvious that you're locked into a belief system. You said it's obvious that the earth is a ball. In reality.
It is.
And in what way is it obvious? Here we go again. This is your turn.
Why do I have to justify it to you?
You don't have to.
Oh, okay.
So you're just going to take your ball and go home. That's fine. That speaks volumes. I rest my case.
Perfect. That ends that, doesn't it?
You don't have to justify your belief. A belief is a belief. It doesn't have to be supported by evidence. It's admitted to be just a concession without evidence. That's what a belief is.
You're
welcome to that. As long as you acknowledge it, that's fine.
Yeah, you're incapable of demonstrating that it's obvious.
No, it's obvious to me.
Excellent. So what you're going to do now is pass on the information on how we can make it obvious for us. And that's where you're failing.
Have you guys ever seen those retro Scientology introduction videos? From documentaries or whatever? Well,
post one in the side chat for me so I can understand what you're talking about.
You sound like you've watched too many of them. So it's not obvious in the real world. It's only obvious in your little mind.
What's true is what's true for you. That's a saying in Scientology.
Okay, that's a bunch of bullshit.
That's a saying that they often use. What's true is what's true.
Yeah, a lot of people use. Yeah, that's like when people used to say your truth, speak truth to power, that kind of bullshit. My truth, your truth. That's lunacy.
If something's obvious, bro, it's self-evident, right? Right?
Yep.
Okay. So what is it that you experience in the physical world which makes it self-evident and obvious to you? Is it how curvy the Earth looks? You look out across the Earth from high or low, and it just looks curved, and you just go, "Well, it just looks like a ball." Does it look like that to you? Does it look that way to you? Have you been anywhere where it looked like it's a ball?
Well, no, I haven't.
That would
been
be
far
obvious.
enough away.
Okay, all right. So it's not visual.
Well, it could be. It could be. If I were far enough away, then it would be visual, wouldn't it?
We're not talking about could be, would be's, ifs, and buts and maybes. We're talking about what is it that you have actually experienced in physical reality that's made it self-evident and obvious for you.
Visions.
Okay, you're just trolling at this point.
That's hallucinatory. Yeah. It's funny. He started with horizons, and now he's saying visions. I'm having visions.
That means it's not obvious, bro.
Are these visions in the room with you now?
It's obvious to me.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
This is your coping mechanism, kid. That's all it is. If you've seen some kind of curvature somewhere, you'd have said, oh, look, last summer when I went to the beach with my family, I was at such and such, and I looked out and I seen a ship go over the horizon, or I seen the curve of the water. You'd rattle off some bullshit, but you're just going around in circles, kid. You got nothing.
I don't go to the beach with my family.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you're probably a pasty white little ginger kid. I know. You'll get burnt.
He thinks it's obvious to him because he saw it on TV. That's all it is.
It's true. Yeah, I did see it on TV, and that helped to reaffirm my belief.
Okay, let me ask you something. So, say you were in the market to buy like a racehorse, and so you're at some convention. Some guy says, "I've got all these horses. You've got to come see them. They are specimens, and they run like the wind. It's obvious to see." You show up, and the guy's got a couple of miniature horses and a 30-year-old blind in one eye horse and a couple donkeys, and says, "Here are my horses." And you said, "I thought you said these are like world-class thoroughbreds," and you said it's obvious. So once you come down here to the and the guy says, "Well, it's obvious to me." You know what I'm saying? That's insanity.
Oh, he was spitting his truth.
He's his truth. He's a con man. His truth was a lie.
Well, if he believes it, it's not a lie.
Truth is not subjective. Yeah, you were brought up in the generation where my truth has wrecked your brain.
A lie is an intentional untruth, right? Meant to deceive. Yeah, but if he believes it enough, he's not trying to deceive me.
You obviously gave me a 20, not a 50. Obviously. Oh, well, it's obvious to me.
A person can be wrong. A person can be wrong, and it's not a lie.
Well, we're not now. Why are you talking about lies now? We're talking about what someone said. We're the one. No, I said that this person was misrepresented.
You called him a
con man. Because he said it was obvious, and when it didn't meet the eye test, it was not obvious. He didn't even have the things he said he had.
But he might not be a con man.
Well, in this case, when you went to buy a suitcase full of money to buy a racehorse, there was nothing there for you to buy.
Well, he did have a couple of donkeys, and
that's fine. But those are not
making excuses now to justify his own bullshit.
Floundering. Do you hear yourself?
I don't have to justify it,
dude. Your word games. You're like playing a word game with yourself. You're like curling into a ball like a snail going further back into its shell. Anyways, I'm glad you've realized that it's a faith. You're wrapped up in it. You know it doesn't show itself in reality. It's only obvious to you. You're just...
I can tell you I have learned
There's no point you can go any further.
No, you haven't. You've been in 3 times and you're exactly the same each time. You have learned absolutely nothing.
I have learned plenty in here. The problem is that I haven't learned enough yet to change my mind.
We're not here to change your mind.
Yeah, you're going to have to think for yourself for a while. You make excuses to protect your precious little ego when you're an anonymous person in a Discord.
And in all honesty, if we were to split up into 2 cold hard teams, FE versus GE, I'm fucked if I'd want you on our team anyways. Only because you can't think, that's all. But anyways, Floundering, put yourself on mute. Nice. There's quite a few other people in here that are more than capable of saying something funny. 5D Pizza, welcome. Going down the list, Billy Bob. Bill Bob. As I keep going down, Floundering's going to put himself on mute. We've also got King of Silver. Welcome. OG, take notes. I hope you are. Shalix and Snow, round or flat? Please don't be scared to ask any questions. Floundering's filled up enough time. As you can see, there's no such thing as stupid questions. We let Floundering go on long enough.
Why is Cavendish's experiment not, like, solid?
Was an experiment, that's for sure.
Why is it not solid?
Because it's not an experiment, like I just said. So the Cavendish experiment is not solid because it's not an experiment.
Yeah, it's crazy they attached that word to that. It's crazy that the Cavendish shed contraption got attached. The word experiment got attached to it. So
I mean,
what was okay? Let me ask you something. What was
under a theory?
Let me ask you a question.
That's generally considered an experiment.
Generally, is it a scientific experiment or not?
Experiment.
It sounds like a parlor trick. Pseudoscience.
An experiment is a structured
Let me ask you a question.
Hypothesis, discovery principles, or validate theories.
Friend, okay. What was the naturally observed phenomenon that inspired
the gravity
Cavendish?
of Earth, or as he understood it, the density of it?
No, dude.
Yes, actually, that is what Cavendish observed, is the density of the Earth.
No, that's what they say he was setting out to.
No, Cavendish himself states he was trying to find the density.
Yes.
We then understand that to be gravity nowadays.
So what was the naturally observed phenomenon? You say this is an experiment.
That is the naturally observed phenomenon. Is the density of
is
the Earth.
what? Density of the Earth. So he made a shed contraption.
To measure the density of the Earth, yes.
Give me a break.
This is I don't know.
Outside of the experiment, what did he observe? Because there's something that he experienced in nature, which has listen. If you let me finish, so this is what happens before the development of an experiment. Something in nature inspires you to develop the experiment. So what was it that he experienced in nature which inspired him to perform the experiment?
Right. So he generally was kind of questioning why things had a specific weight to them, or and really wanted to understand what was the density and weight of the Earth. And so he was trying to calculate essentially a value that he could do equations off of. So no observed phenomenon, and he got the density of the Earth.
What did he experience? Yeah, he wondered something.
That was what he experienced.
What did he experience? What did he experience?
That was his experience. That was his experience.
No. Yeah, he needs to have experienced something externally.
Yeah, that's what he experienced externally. The Earth.
What did he experience? What?
He experienced the Earth externally.
Yeah, that's not a phenomenon. That's a noun.
Why are you running away from the core of the?
He's not running away. Your issue is you don't understand the purpose of the experiment, Shalix. The purpose of the experimentation is to. Yeah, that's great. The purpose of the experimentation is to adjudicate cause and effect.
Because I
haven't crashed anything. You're just choosing not to listen. Hey, shut up! The purpose of experimentation is to adjudicate cause and effect relationships.
No, that's inducement. The purpose of an experiment is a structured.
They've got a special on soy somewhere. Fuck off. Carry on in here. Holy shit. No, you haven't hit a nerve. You're just a clown show.
No, we could even take it down another path, yeah. I'd like to know what was done in the Cavendish experiment all those years ago to eliminate air currents in a timber shed, temperature fluctuations with expansion and contraction of the wire, the rod, the surrounding air, etc., the electrostatic forces, the magnetic effects, the external vibrations from footsteps, wind, carts, horses walking past this fucking dodgy shed. The torsion fiber uncertainty, whether the wise torsion was consistent and had been calculated
to go ahead and make sure there was
can be varied with temperature fatigue. Are you just talking over me, or are you just fucking what?
Yeah, that's how they try to claim a win. So they'll get muted now, like this, and then it'll be in the side chat, you mute, you lose, I hit a nerve, and it'll be carrying on with more bullshit, AJ?
Yeah.
See, look at this. Damn, can't handle actual answers. No, Shalix, we've got no problem with actual answers. We'd like your actual fucking answers after the original person has finished putting out the question. That would be swell.
Go back to my email then, obviously.
Does anyone really want to talk to this clown show, or because it, as we've seen, it doesn't want to really listen? It just wants to come in here and preach. Old Hoss, did you want to have a?
Well, I mean, there's no sense in talking to him. I would like to have a discussion with him, but there's no sense in it if he just anytime anyone responds, he starts talking over them like a spaz. But I'll try, because I think he knows that it's not, even though titled an experiment, it's not an actual experiment. Because every time he talks about a naturally observed phenomenon that inspired this guy to set up this mobile, or whatever you want to call it, he just starts, he's living on Earth. He's experiencing Earth. He was born on Earth. He had a mother. He's a dynasty of the Earth. These are not, sounds like questions, but he has the door, the Ada Twist scientist Nickelodeon idea of the scientific method.
So what you say, your arrogance is preventing you from accepting his answer?
No, Floundering, you weren't put into that. Be quiet. I asked you to mute yourself earlier.
No, dude. He's the one.
Are we going to
he's the one that anytime, hey, Floundering, he's a lot like you. Anytime anyone gets down to speaking to him and it starts making sense, he just starts yapping over top of them. Can I actually
give the answer now, or are you going to keep Gishkala?
I don't know. Can you?
Yes, I can. So, generally, the Cavendish experiment happened because he brought a torsioned rod to make sure that there was no inadvertent swaying.
Okay, time out.
Sure they were not any magnetic
is a torsion, is a shed
Hey, Shylik, shut the fuck up!
Happened with...
He's just starting from the shed contraption. Yeah. Is a shed contraption a naturally observed phenomenon? You can't start with something that some guy set up.
That's not science. How the experiment isolated the.
Hey, Shalix, listen carefully. Silence.
I wonder if it's AI.
Okay, it just wants to. Yeah. Okay, Shalix, this is how it's going to work. If someone asks you to halt, the reasoning for that is they probably want clarification on something very specific that you're prattling on about. So instead of reading out a 15-minute fucking monologue about the entire experiment, when someone asks a question for clarification, shut up for 10 seconds. You might learn something.
Yeah, I don't even think you know what a gish gallop is. I was going to get gish galloped.
I think the funny
gish gallop is going from one thing to another. Gish galloping is kind of what you're doing. Go ahead. Projection.
Every single time that thing's been unlocked, old Hoss, it's just been rattling through you, mate. Every time.
Yeah, that thing is a good way to refer to it. He thinks... I don't know why he thinks he can begin with him tinkering with a shed contraption. He thinks that's A-okay.
What I'd like to know is, on one hand, you've got Cavendish experiment, right? And on another hand, you've got Foucault's pendulum. Why wouldn't the Earth's rotation affect Cavendish's experiment, but yet not the other one? If it affects one, it would do both. Because they're both suspended fucking things. Oh dear. People are thinking now. I like it.
It's funny he asked, what's your guys' beef with quote-unquote Cavendish experiment? We're listing the beef, and he starts saying, what's a torsion rod? It was this and the earth. And
yeah, we don't really need the whole Wikipedia article read out to us. That's nice and all, but thank you.
He drilled a hole in his head, and he had a telescope. He was wearing knickers, and he... Is he still? Yeah, I guess he's gone. No, he's still there. Good Lord. I don't know why I'm unmuting him. This will be the last time.
I got it for you.
Shalix, didn't you ask in the beginning what's your guys' issue with the Cavendish experiment?
Oh, I'm back. Hi. So what is the issue?
Didn't
you sound like a tranny?
I can talk like one too, and I can fuck your dad better than
sounds
you.
AI.
Anyway.
Yeah, a little bit AI because there's no response. It's just he just starts yapping.
Yeah, it's weird.
Just pick a topic and move on, guys. A lot of japping at the moment, so just maybe if he's capable to entertain a topic, maybe.
I mean, I just want to know what's wrong with Cavendish experiment.
It's just an observation.
What's wrong?
It
listed it already.
An experiment. It wasn't a
You listed a whole bunch of variables that could have influenced the
fails
experiment,
to
but
follow,
never what was wrong with the experiment.
It fails to follow the scientific method. It fails to follow the scientific method.
What is the scientific method, T-Dub, if you know it so well? What did it violate?
It doesn't meet the criteria of being a scientific
What did it violate?
experiment.
It has a hypothesis.
It doesn't have a naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah, the natural observed phenomenon
And it doesn't
was
have a viable.
gravity.
It doesn't have a viable
the density of
independent
the Earth. That was
variable.
the observed phenomenon. That was the dependent variable.
No, that's not a natural
Are you okay?
phenomenon.
Do you know what a dependent variable is?
No, that's not a natural occurrence.
Do you know what
It's
a
not
dependent
natural
variable is, T-Dub?
Yeah,
Sounds like you don't.
You're speaking from a
be
place
the
of
phenomenon.
ignorance right now.
That would be the naturally observed phenomenon.
Great, the natural occurring phenomenon, the thing that is being measured, the dependent variable, right? That's what he was testing for, and he tested it.
So he walked outside and he saw density.
No, he walked outside and saw the Earth.
Excellent. So it's not naturally observed. Game over.
Occurrence.
And that
That's
mass
not an occurrence.
had
That's not something
certain
happening.
weight behind it, and he measured that.
That's a noun.
Oh my God!
It's a noun.
Gravity.
You don't
can't believe
do
I'm so
scientific.
condescending. You guys
You
are
don't
just
do scientific.
I can't believe you don't fucking listen.
Wrong with the Cavendish experiment.
And it's still prattling on.
You told me something that's a fucking straw man and a red herring
No,
at best.
he did
Of
not
course
have
he had a dependent variable, you fucking dumbass.
No, he did not. He did not. He did not.
If you're just going to deny the thing he observed as not being a dependent variable,
You can't even tell us what he observed.
I think you need to get your head
What did he
Does anyone
observe
else
occurring
want to
in
answer, give, like,
what?
actual
What
criticism,
did
or do
he?
you just want
What?
to keep
Hey,
spewing
bro,
nonsense?
slow down, relax. What did he observe happening in nature?
What's a
What
dependent
phenomenon?
variable, T-Dub?
It's a naturally occurring phenomenon.
dumbass.
That's something
What's
happening, a
dependent variable?
change taking place in nature. A change.
What change took
Yeah.
place in the Cavendish experiment?
No, in nature. We need nature
What
before we get to
change
experiment.
occurred in the
No.
experiment?
No.
He was
Listen, this is the way it's going to go.
testing a
You're going
specific-
to answer my questions. What did he observe occurring in nature, which inspired him to develop a hypothesis and then perform an experiment to test the hypothesis? And it has to be something that he saw that's naturally
What was
occurring
the dependent
and a
variable
change.
he was testing?
He didn't have one.
Can you even
I am saying he didn't have one.
Are you going to be a dumbass
He
continuously? Or are you
didn't
going to name it?
have one.
What was he testing for that you are
He
denying?
didn't. He
What is
didn't
it?
test. He didn't test.
What
a
is the
naturally
thing you
observed
are
phenomenon.
denying he tested, you dumbass? What is it?
There's nothing yet because you haven't provided anything.
Okay, so he didn't test
He didn't
anything?
provide
he just
anything.
tested the air? Oh my god,
Why
you
don't you-
fucking imbecile.
Why don't
you don't
you?
even know what the
Why don't
fucking
you?
experiment. You absolutely
Why don't you go to the original Cavendish papers and post in the side chat his hypothesis under his title hypothesis?
I did. You just have to read the article.
Excellent. Post it for us.
From his original papers. in his own words, he's got a title in the paper, hypothesis, and then copy paste the hypothesis for us. Go. That would detail his naturally observed phenomenon.
I'm getting it for you.
Okay. Then there should be a subtitle, dependent variable.
That's his
Try
hypothesis.
again.
In order
That's
to
incorrect.
the of the Earth, it is necessary to say the force is required to draw the arm aside and through a given space.
Yep, so where did you get that from? You've got no anything to state where it came from. Hey, dumbass.
And the arm.
Hey, princess, that's not showing anything. Talking through him, he's not going to prove anything. Your debate boy tactics don't fucking work on me.
So the only thing
that proves nothing. I'll show you something. Check this shit out. Zip. Your citation or your bullshit that you just posted up proves absolutely nothing. Where did you get this information from? Wikipedia? Reddit? Facebook? Caltech? You've given us absolutely nothing. You've taken a clip from one tiny bit of writing, which could be AI. We don't know. We need to know where you got the information from so we know you're not a lying sack of shit. Try again.
You guys really hate when I actually pull out my shit, huh?
You haven't pulled anything yet.
Because I provided you.
You're talking shit. You haven't provided anything. And you're too fucking retarded to understand it.
That was explicitly what was measured.
And obviously you think just by blasting through it and... You know what I think? I think this fuckwit's got everyone turned down on about 5% so they can just keep talking and pretend no one's talking back.
You know what? It's hard to believe, but this guy makes me wish we were talking to Floundering.
Floundering is way better. Yeah.
Floundering, you win. You're back.
Sick.
Floundering's happy with that.
No, I gotta be better than that guy.
Though. I don't approve.
Well,
I think Shalix was cooking, and I don't approve of the muting.
Floundering.
Okay.
You thought it was cooking.
What?
Why do you think it was cooking when nothing was provided?
Well, he provided an article.
An article, that's great. So cite where the article came from.
One article.
That's what I asked for.
Now, what did T-Dub ask for?
What did I ask for?
I don't know.
He didn't post it. He didn't post it. He didn't post what I asked for.
Did you?
And
can I take a guess?
There's nowhere in what he posted.
He's going to have a guess, T-Dub.
Doesn't mention a dependent variable.
Can I ask? I believe you asked him what natural occurring phenomenon was he observing? Was that what you asked him?
That was one of the questions.
Oh, okay. Well, what was the specific question pertaining to this exact topic?
He was to search the original Cavendish papers and find the title hypothesis, and following that title, post what was written. And he didn't.
Oh, okay.
If he was honest, he would have said there is no title hypothesis in that paper. There is no hypothesis. There is no hypothesis, and what he posted does not detail a dependent variable, nor an independent variable. Nothing.
Okay.
It's not a hypothesis.
I don't know anything about the Cavendish experiment, but I'm going to go into the article. I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to go into the article, and I'm going to look for the hypothesis. And if I find it, I'll let you know.
Not a problem.
This is some floundering original research here, okay?
Here we go. Get in there, my son.
Okay. All right. I have a proposal. The hypothesis, Cavendish's hypothesis, could be that the weight of objects on the world are directly proportional to the density of the Earth.
Untrue. What's the dependent variable in that? In that hypothesis? What's the dependent variable?
The weight of objects?
Can you prove that the objects have weight?
Or either that, no, the dependent variable would be the acceleration of a falling object, right?
Can you prove that falling objects accelerate?
Can I prove that?
A dependent variable is a naturally occurring phenomenon. That is something you're witnessing happening in nature. An occurrence, an event. No, Cavendish needs to state that. Not you, for him.
Oh, okay.
So Cavendish didn't have one.
Well, what if the experiment assumes that things fall? What if it's assumed in the experiment that things fall? Because we all know things fall. I mean, a baby knows that things fall.
No, we don't actually.
Yeah, they do.
Right, you're right.
So why does he set up a contraption that they're moving horizontally? Falling sideways?
Let's take this one step at a time. The naturally observed phenomenon, right, would be that things fall. Right?
Right, this is now becoming
Is there any disagreement about that? Do any flatties in here disagree that things fall?
Do any pancakers in here fall? Yeah, let's do
any pancakers in here disagree that
I'm answering your question. Do you not listen?
Yeah, but this is now becoming your hypothesis.
No, it could very well be his.
That's what we're after, is his.
But if you'd like to use it as your own, feel free.
No, I'm not using it as my own. We're trying to ascertain what his hypothesis could have been when he performed the
You're just going to guess and speculate and say that
no, it's not to guess. You read the results of his paper and you go, oh, what could he have been trying to measure?
Okay, all right. His hypothesis is going to involve the dependent variable. So where in his hypothesis is something falling?
Where in his experiment is something falling?
Yeah. If I do X, thing will fall. If I do X, thing won't fall. That would be his hypothesis if his dependent variable is things falling. Can't prove that.
Let me ask T-Dub, can I ask you a question? If you dropped a ball or an apple and you were like, oh, things fall, How would you go about measuring the rate of acceleration of that thing falling? How would you go about doing that?
The rate at which it falls.
Yeah.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, that's the force of gravity, isn't it?
That's a declaration.
he's an Einstein denier. Oh no.
Claim stacking now. But
I'm not
to
an
answer your
Einstein.
question,
We're talking about in Cavendish's time, they didn't have special relativity. They didn't have general relativity. They didn't even have Newton yet. So, what? If you're back in
Cavendish's time, they didn't have Newton in Cavendish's time. Are you kidding me?
No.
Bro, you don't check your history.
It's in the article. There is no theory of Newtonian gravity during Cavendish's time. There is no standard of gravity in Cavendish's time.
Pretty sure Newton came first.
Sure. There's no theory. There's no formulation of it. There's no gravitational constant. There is no mathematical letter representation for the gravitational constant. There is no formulation of Newtonian gravity. Okay, so that's what it says. Yeah, Newton likely came before him. Doesn't matter.
The sole
There's no
purpose of
mathematical
the
constant.
experiment
There's no
was
mathematical
to find the
constant.
gravitational constant. That was the only purpose.
No, it was not. It says
It
that
was.
the title of the paper tells you what the intention was.
And what does it say?
Termination of the density of the Earth.
Right. He thought
By
that
doing what?
density meant gravity. He was mistaken in his term, but to say that he's mistaken in the concept is a word concept fallacy, which is what you're committing right now.
So where's that written?
That he was mistaken?
Yeah.
He was mistaking density for he called gravity density because there was no
How do you know?
gravitational constant. There's no
What, you did a bit of a time? How do you know? Did you do a time travel, go back and hit him up? Hey, bro, I got that wrong.
Pondering. Stop.
even another ball-tied believer is telling you to zip it.
Stop, man. Till you know what
That's
you're
what it
talking
says.
about.
I'm reading
Just
it.
stop till you know what you're talking about.
Hey, Scott, why don't you stop? Why don't you grow some hair?
Globo fight! Get your popcorn, lads!
That's a really good comeback.
You're bald.
Really? Wow. What will I ever do?
That's
I'm
a
losing
result
hair.
of inferior genetics, bro.
Well, you're a smooth brain, floundering.
Yeah, well, I'd rather be smooth brain than bald.
Oh, bad decision.
You could be a
I'd rather
smooth brain and still get
smooth brain
chicks.
than bald.
Bald doesn't really help you get chicks.
Yeah,
Oh,
do you
dude,
get chicks, man?
grow up.
Do you get chicks?
Oh yeah.
Come on, guys. Give Flounder a
I'm actually a platinum card carrying pussy fucker.
Yeah, guys. Yeah, damn, I cannot say anything. Okay, go ahead.
Reverend Michelle.
You're not allowed to say anything because the Aussie might mute you.
Reverend Michelle. So Reverend Michelle and Cavendish's premise was that based on their idea that mass might be attracting mass, and that's the reason why things fall to the ground, right? That they could possibly, set up some balls in a somewhat controlled environment and see if they attract one another, and then measure the attraction, the rate of attraction, right? The rate at which they come together, and measure the changes in the torsion rod. Basically,
Not really correct. They already knew that masses attracted the masses. Everybody in scientific
they built it upon a premise which was just an assumption. It was just an idea that they had. They didn't know if it was true or not.
No, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
No, they didn't.
How did
they know? How did they know? How did they know the reason for motion is because of mass attraction? How did they know that?
Yeah.
How did they know?
No. The reason for motion is not mass attraction. The reason for that orbits exist because masses attract masses.
That's an assumption. That's just a stab in the dark. They don't even know if there's mass up there.
They did know they know things are massive.
No, they didn't. They didn't know if the things in the sky had mass. No, they didn't. They just saw light.
They knew.
They just saw light. They didn't see anything. They didn't see surface. They didn't see matter.
Sure they did.
No, they didn't.
You can say they didn't all you want, but they know what they saw.
They're just seeing light.
No, they convinced themselves.
They were making wild speculations about the motion in the sky, and about the motion of like an apple falling from a twig on a tree and hitting the ground. I'm making wild speculations about it. Yes, they were.
They made very accurate measurements.
They had no scientific backing to support their claims that mass was attracting mass. They didn't. Well, then what did they do? What was the experiment they performed to determine that mass attracting mass is the cause of an apple falling from a twig and hitting the ground?
Nobody ever did that.
They didn't. Yeah, exactly.
I know they don't need to, right?
They were just stabbing in the dark, coming up with wild, crazy ideas.
Wild, crazy ideas. No.
Yeah, they didn't know if there was any sort of intrinsic force built into matter that would cause things to come together like that.
They didn't know how it happened, but they definitely knew that it did happen.
They know the apple fell to the ground. Yeah, they didn't know why.
Well, they knew the planets orbited around the sun too, and they know the moon orbited around the Earth.
They did not know that.
Oh, they didn't. They didn't know the moon orbited around the Earth.
No, they did not know that.
So what could they know in this world? What can any of us know, T-Dub? What can we know?
Things that they can empirically identify.
Okay, how do we empirically identify things?
With their senses.
Okay.
They knew they were breathing. They had an idea about gas, but that was a little down the track before they, thought about gas being comprised of different elements.
So you're saying that we, as a species, collectively can't know things beyond things we can touch?
Touch and feel and smell, taste, hear, right? Those things.
Yes.
Right. So
the flat Earth position is a hyperskeptic position of solipsism. Yes, exactly.
Even lights outside the visual range was a discovery due to the senses. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad our ancestors didn't believe like you do. Otherwise, we would still be living in huts, man.
What?
Scott.
The wheel wouldn't have been invented. Oh my God.
Scott, I want to apologize for calling you bald.
That's okay. I'm bald. It's the truth.
Scott, how do you? I don't understand why you think we'd still be living in huts.
Yes, sir.
Craziness.
Yes, sir. Yes,
well, because all of the accomplishments was made by people who believe certain things about the universe.
No, they noticed that rain was entering into their living room, and they said, "We've got to make a better roof."
Mm-hmm.
So then
we
they
better
just
keep the
progressed.
window out. Window.
Yeah, they made nicer houses. I mean, dude. Has nothing to do with, black holes. We might get sucked into a black hole. I know how to make a good roof now.
Who was talking about black holes? Where'd that come from?
It's in your guys' playbook.
No, it's not.
We would get there eventually, wouldn't we?
No, not with me.
That's how hearing you sort of, it makes me understand how they're able to sell the idea of a black hole. Hell, they sold it to me. Just selling you these ideas that you're seeing lights in the sky, and this light was emitted years ago. It's absurd.
Why are we talking about black holes?
Why not?
Wasn't doing anything.
I think it does.
Well, back when Cavendish did his experiment, the entire scientific community knew that mass attracted mass. They just didn't know what the actual force was and how hard it attracted. That's what they were trying to find, the gravitational constant, because once they could determine the constant...
But they were wrong, weren't they? So Einstein's wasn't correct then. And all the theoretical physicists of today are wrong. and those physicists back then were correct.
So the best we've got out of all this shit show is we know that things go down. We don't know the reason why. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
No, they don't go down. They go towards each other. Masses tracks masses. There's no down.
And it can only be, we've come full circle, and it can only be demonstrated in this shed contraption.
No, it can demonstrate lots of ways.
Well, what other ways?
Well, watching the planets orbit the sun.
Hey, dude, La La Land. You watched the planets orbit the sun? Give me a break, Scott.
Not me. Other people did.
Nobody has. Nobody. Not a single human in history has witnessed a planetary body orbit the sun.
Well, that's just not true. You can deny it, but it's still, people have done it.
Well, name the person who witnessed it.
Probably every astronomer that's ever lived is watching planets orbit the sun.
They never ever witnessed anything orbiting the sun. Not once. Never.
What would you have to do to witness it orbiting the sun?
Like have the vantage point to actually see it do a full circle around it.
So be
you do have that vantage point.
So
not infer it from a partial movement of something.
So would you have to be sitting above the solar system?
Okay, so
somewhere
circles don't exist.
Watching it make a circle or making an ellipse around? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, that would be witnessing an orbit, Scott.
This was your example of things
T-Dub, can I ask T-Dub a question, please? Can I ask T-Dub a question?
No, hold on.
Haas, you hold on for a second. You've talked a lot. I haven't said that much in the last 10 minutes. T-Dub, I'd like to ask you a question. If you see a partial movement, can you calculate the arc second of a circle using that partial movement?
No, you don't know if it's going to complete a circle. No, you don't. No, you can't.
Sure we can. Do it all the time, man.
This is just solipsism. Flat earthers are hyper-skeptic solipsists.
Freaking sausage.
No, I'm not a solipsist at all.
Nothing is real unless you can touch it.
No, I'm the opposite. I'm the opposite of a solipsist.
No.
I think they're just cynics.
You would be the solipsist.
Sausage face.
Yeah, BB's right.
Yeah, what's strange is, Scott, I asked outside of the contraption, and you start pointing up to the stars.
Yeah.
So why can't you? I know every mass is attracted to every other mass. The only time you see it is in a shed contraption.
No, it's not the only time you see it. You see it everywhere.
Okay.
You're sitting on a chair right now, right? Your ass is pushing on your chair. That's gravity, man.
Oh, Jesus, Scott. Whatever reset you've done recently is not great.
Well, if you want to see it, just
this is the era of FaceTime. No.
That's a theory of gravity, how gravity works and how it exists. It's not the fact that it does exist. We don't need to explain how gravity works, just like it's really hard to explain magnetism, right? Why do
saying mass attracts mass would be explaining how it works.
No, it's not.
Yes, it would be.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. No, you're trying to sneak in the cause without it being the cause, and it most definitely would be the cause. What's the cause of something?
No, the how is not the cause. The how is the methodology.
Why? Answering the question why would be giving a cause. Now, why does the apple, when it is detached from the tree, hit the ground?
Because mass attracts
mass. How and why are not the same
There
question.
You go. You gave a cause.
Right.
How and why are not the same question. You're conflating.
Okay, T-Dub, how do magnets work? Anybody want to venture a guess on how magnets work?
I know how they work.
Yes, God did it. God did it.
Yeah, because I actually don't know how magnets work. Something about polarization and, these things somehow attracting each other, but what's attracting? What's grabbing one magnet and holding on to it?
Same Clown Posse song, Scott.
Objects have magnetic fields.
I know. But what is it? How does a magnetic field pull on another magnetic field? What's happening?
Something about alignment of electrons.
Yeah.
So Scott, you mentioned my couch. So the next time I go to my couch, how close to it do I need to get to it until this gravity will take place?
It's always taking place.
Oh.
It's not your couch that's pulling on your ass. It's the earth that's pulling on your ass, and the couch is in the way.
Yeah, this whole idea, though, that, everyone knew masses attracted other masses.
The scientific community did. I said the scientific community knew it.
They knew it, did they, Scott? But they can only demonstrate it. They can only demonstrate it with a contraption.
Why do you keep saying that when I just tell you no? No, that's not the only way they can demonstrate it.
Okay, wishful thinking, pointing to this upward to the stars. That's not science. That's not the scientific community.
So who gets to tell? Who gets to tell okay, so Old Haas, who gets to tell the scientific community what science is?
Don't you think they would know for themselves?
They do, and they disagree with you.
Do they think that the Cavendish experiment is an actual scientific experiment?
Yes, they do. Every last one of them. Yes.
We're all brainwashed, Scott.
Okay, so you know better than a scientist as to what science is. Must be nice to be you, man.
Well, yeah, pseudoscience and charlatans and snake oil salesmen and politicians.
You have a lot of pride.
They're all around. Now, dude, that's not going to work.
But this is the entire physics community, right? You saying you know science better than all physicists.
Yeah, they all know that they're dabbling in theoretical pseudoscience at the end of the day. Okay. See, that's what I meant about when I brought up black holes earlier. I understand how they're able to sell these ideas and just burn them into your brain. Yes, of course there's black holes out there. What? You don't like talking about black holes because I think you realize it's sort of an outdated, hey, you don't care anymore, do you?
Well, I've heard there's a big one at the center of our galaxy.
Does the clock go backwards when it goes to a black hole, Scott?
These people don't believe in galaxies.
I know that.
Haas, we could just look at the bottom of clouds during a sunset.
True.
That's what I would do too. Yeah. Or just watch the sunset itself.
True.
I saw the sunset on
flat Earth.
No, I've told Scott about it.
Anybody here explain why there's like light in the bottom of a cloud during a sunset? If the sun isn't below it, the clouds.
No, they say that it's distance. That
the sun's
when the sun gets
obviously
far
away.
When the sun gets far enough away, you can't see the light.
It's still lighting up the cloud.
That's a cope explanation, buddy.
Light doesn't go down then up. That's not how it works.
So hold on. Are you making the claim that when a sunset occurs, it's going beneath the geometric horizon of Earth?
So
that's correct, sir.
Okay, so the guy has to answer for him. So at what distance is the sun setting, gentlemen?
At what distance is the sun setting?
Is the sun
below? The sun is what? 89 to 93 million miles away?
No. Yeah. At what distance is the Earth curve blocking the sun? At what distance is that occurring?
I don't know.
Because that's what
all we need is
I don't know what that question is even asking.
I know you don't.
If it's below, it can show. Light can show.
Why don't you go back to your couch?
And if it's far away, Omninad, it can also do the same thing.
It's still going to be above the clouds, no matter how far away it is.
That is true. No matter how far away it is, the light's going to be apparently
according
to
a flat plane. You're never going to have the clouds be above the sun, right?
Yeah, that's fine, but the light can move away.
Not fine for you. It's evidence you have to ignore.
During sunsets do we see light on the bottom of clouds?
No, you have to ignore the evidence.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So if you say
I tried some diagrams.
That's fine. That's fine. If you have a table, okay, imagine this. You have a table like in a gymnasium.
Yep.
I want you to fold up the legs. It's just a table.
Just a flat
and I want you. Yeah, I want to have you have two people lift the table. You got it? And turn it sideways so it's straight up and down.
Okay. It's on its side.
Not. It's on its side. Yes. Okay. Then you have a light. Okay. And you hold the light at the top of the board. Okay. And you shine it at the top of the table. You shine it above the table towards someone.
So if there was clouds on this, if there was like fake clouds.
Let me ask you a question, dude. All I want you to do is the further you move the light away at the same height, the light will eventually start illuminating the bottom, coming through the bottom of the table. Through the
Haas, can I ask you a question?
Why does it matter?
Haas, are you making a contraption? Are you making a contraption to demonstrate?
No, I'm giving him an example. I'm giving him a small scale example of something that he's obviously misunderstanding.
Right? This is how you refuted Cavendish. This is how you refuted Cavendish, by the way.
Dude. This isn't a scientific experiment, ding dong.
Oh, it's not. It's not. Okay.
No, it's not.
So it's not. It's not an attempt to demonstrate reality.
It's a demonstration of something. That doesn't mean it's an experiment.
Oh, okay.
An experiment would be determining cause and effect. Yes.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. So the cause is the light.
Are you denying? No, I'm asking you, dude. Floundering.
Haas,
are you denying?
Couch,
are you denying? Are you denying that the light would eventually?
Why don't you go back to your couch and eat some Cheetos, bro?
I don't eat Cheetos, homeboy.
He doesn't understand the argument that if
I know he doesn't.
The sun is above the clouds.
This is how you refuted Cavendish.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, you have the light, and if you move the light away from the table that was only shining above the table, eventually it'll be shining below the table too.
How does it go below the clouds?
Well, the same way the light does as you move it across the gymnasium.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh man, the thing that I said, the thing that Floundering decided to spazzle.
Your kitchen table experiment does not prove anything. It's just a contraption, Haas.
Can you use paint?
Okay, him stating that the bottom of the clouds being illuminated doesn't prove anything either.
Yeah.
How could the bottom of the clouds be illuminated if the sun isn't going below?
Here's an example of how you could realize that.
They are.
Hey, Haas. It's not an example.
Floundering. Why did you have to butt in?
It's just a contraption, bro.
Man, that really hurt your feelings, didn't it, pal?
The sun was on. It was just a sunset, right? And the sun's above the clouds still, according to the flat Earth. Why don't we see light on top of the clouds and only below them? Shouldn't it light up the whole fucking cloud? If it was above and below, as you're saying? Because all we see during like real life, I sent you DMs of photos of these clouds. We only see the bottom illuminated and the top's completely dark. And that can only happen on a flat Earth if the fucking sun was below the clouds, and it's not, apparently. But these mods fucking hate me, so they got me banned from their side chat. It's hilarious. Because they're tired of me posting evidence for their fucking flat Earth brain. Like, you're winning at life if you get banned from the flat Earth side chat. Here, Shalik, since I'm banned, I'll send you a message to show them.
Omninad, you're not banned. I doubt you're banned. You just have to.
I'm unable to type in side chat. I've been like that
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
It's not
no one's banned you from typing in the side chat.
I'm banned in side chat.
And you're just a mumble. So did you understand what I was trying to explain to you before Floundering started bringing? Yeah, dude, you're just mumbling.
Okay, resort to add-ons and insults. Okay.
No, it's just please just stop rambling. Whatever to shake you from your just fucking ramblings.
Not really rambling.
No, dude, you kind of are. You let floundering lure you into it.
So there's the flat earthers and what's the other one? The round earthers or globe earthers?
We're non-flatards, yeah.
Finally, yeah, dude. Non-flattards.
Flatard, yeah.
The guy who's talking about light behind clouds. That's his best evidence for a ball.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm muted. Hi.
Okay.
Holy.
Now, this is going to get live.
Hmm. So do you want to go back to the Cavendish experiment, or are you tired of it?
I think it's been played out.
Okay, cool. We can move on. Why
think
isn't
the
there
clouds
vertical
evidence is
convection
the
against the
So do you now understand? Hey, Shalix, you do now. Your original question was, "What's the beef with it?" So you've heard an hour of beef with it. So you get
your
it. Now.
whole beef was like all science is false because you can never isolate a system perfectly. That's pretty much all I heard.
That's solipsism. What the fuck?
It is solipsism, but
I love your guys' little buzzwords.
You don't know
It's not solipsism, it's empiricism. So don't confuse solipsism with empiricism. I bet we could get you to be a solipsist easily. We expose you as a solipsist quick, smart. Is there 100% absolute certainty?
Solipsism.
Is there 100% absolute certainty?
I mean, I can give you the 3 premises of solipsism if you like.
Yeah, is there?
Yeah, we live in a chaotic
hang on. I can get you the premises. Give me a second.
At least
Actually
you
have
admit
a
we live in a chaotic world.
Can you be 100% certain of anything?
It's not everything boils down to something like circular reasoning.
Who's the solipsist now?
The sun can explode, yeah.
Wow.
Justified true beliefs. W.
This is more for like atheists, in terms of like atheists can't like escape solipsism. Is supposed to like equate like what is actually solipsism between like a theist and an atheist, but it works for you too. It explains solipsism just as much. It's fine. But no, I personally don't understand why you take it that we can never know any certainty. It's very solipsistic in itself. You are essentially relying on that, like we're all in our own perception, though we can't. That's a little weird. That's a little absurd by all my
that's empiricism.
By my own opinions. You know,
empiricism. We're empirical rationalists or rational empiricists.
But yeah, no. My favorite thing to ask in this room is why is there no vertical convection in terms of the actual thermosphere? Like what's that thing that holds in like the layer thing that holds in the atmosphere that you guys like to talk about? That thing. Why is there no vertical convection against that surface? Why is there only like horizontal convection or like convection between different cloud layers? Why isn't there no vertical convection against that surface? I'm always curious about that. Why isn't that a thing? Does no one have an answer for me? Oh, that's unfortunate. It always ends up like this, Drewski. Always. But it seems like Clip is feel a little triggered and salty. I'm very unsportsman. But I'll leave that to you. I'll just sit here and listen until you guys ask me something that's relevant, I guess.
Floundering. I think Floundering's trying to get his round buns clapped. Is he gone? Am I allowed to be homophobic in here or not?
No.
Damn. Okay, I'll be okay. I'll chill out. I'll chill out.
Find a new hobby, I guess.
Seriously, how did you guys get solipsism from anything I freaking said? I don't understand.
A solipsist would be the perfect person to deny that they're being solipsistic, wouldn't they?
That doesn't answer my question.
I wasn't trying to answer it.
So why not? Why wouldn't you try to answer it? You would prefer to remain confused?
Oh, buddy, I'm not the confused one.
Okay. Wait, weren't you the one who said who? Which one are you, Floundering? How did your ride go this time? You guys all just sort of melt into one character to me. Were you the one admitting it was all faith-based? Was that you? 45 minutes ago? Half an hour ago?
Yeah. I didn't say all of it was faith-based. I said I personally take a position that I
it was
believe that it's
Time
true
out.
on faith.
Thank you. That's fine. Your truth, right? You're the one that's going to run to the corner of subjective truths and tell me I'm confused?
How does that make me confused?
Well, dude, there is no such thing as your truth. What you believe it to be. It's obvious to me.
Dude.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude.
There is none of that. It's obvious to me. Like, it's totally obvious to me, guys.
Yeah, but you're so arrogant as to believe that
I'm
the
ready to
only
leave this
measurable realm of
cesspool,
scientific
echo
inquiry is what you can
chamber,
personally verify with your own hands. That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, I'm the one who's arrogant when you're the one pontificating about things
You're arrogant,
that are.
buddy.
Okay, well, sorry to hurt your feelings.
Flat Earth is arrogance multiplied to the
So
extreme.
be it. So be it. You're the one you're out of one side of your mouth saying that it's faith-based, and out of the other side
consistent.
it's empirical. When every time you ask for, it's okay. So is what they do in Smurf Village.
That's true.
Like totally. So yeah, you're the one who's confused, and you're the one who's
I'm not
arrogant.
confused. I'm internally consistent.
Okay, that you're lost in a maze. You're confused. You can't get out.
I'm not. There's no maze, buddy.
If someone, your internal consistencies go every which way, roundabout, and intertwined with each other forever, and that's what you remain in. Instead,
you guys take a walk. You guys take a walk, and you go, "Oh, we can't see any curvature. Earth must be flat."
No, you climb the hedge and get out.
You're solipsist.
You're projecting.
I'm walking around. I'm taking a walk on a track at the high school. I'm doing it because walking's good for your heart. And I look around and I go, oh, everything around me is flat. The Earth must be flat. You're
funny, dude.
You got your dingus hanging out of your bingus, bro.
Sounds like a bit of a straw man to me.
Oh my god, it's a straw man fallacy.
Was that your attempt at an Aussie accent?
Oi, you're being fallacious, bruv. You're being fallacious.
Bruv, what are you, Hockney?
See, floundering, that's the thing. These are the things that upset you.
The only phallus here is mine in your face.
Dude, yeah, enough. Get your writer's room fired up because your one-liners are lacking. You're the one you're projecting here, friend. Everything you have is pseudoscience, what ifs, we believes, and you act like it's the pinnacle of human knowledge. That's ridiculous. It's funny. So after all these trillions of years of evolution to this point that we're on Discord in the human form here in the 21st century, you think all the mysteries of outer space have been figured out? But what a coincidence for that to happen in our lifetime. That's utter confusion.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Human ingenuity.
Oh, yeah. Shot in a million. What are the chances of it happening? Well, it happened, didn't it?
I also firmly believe that flat earthers really must hate humanity. You must really want humanity to fail because you have to discount all of the scientific inquiry taking place before your lifetime.
Allow people to be free
you guys are the ones that figured it out. See, this is the ultimate arrogance.
Yeah, we are.
You go outside and you see the Earth is flat, and you go, "Oh, the Earth must be flat," ignoring thousands of years of human ingenuity, experimentation, and theory.
Name one experiment.
Question.
What experiment?
See, and there you go. Yep. You take your little pickaxe and you go, oh, there's monuments of human inquiry. I'm going to take my little pickaxe and I'm going to go, oh, nope, that proves a flat Earth. Oh, no, let's go with that one. That proves a flat Earth. You guys are solipsists. You guys are hyper-skeptic solipsists.
Projecting, you're a charlatan.
Can I get in? Can I get in? You must really want humanity to fail. You must have zero faith in humanity. You must really hate people. You must really, really hate people.
You must really have faith in moderation, bro. Point of moderation, you need to make sure that there is like airspace for responses.
Yeah. You must have a lot of faith in humanity, bro.
Floundering.
You're right,
I don't think
you believe nobody. You think nobody? No, humanity doesn't. People don't lie.
I have a lot of faith in humanity because I'm a Christian.
Yeah,
humanity
you think people don't lie?
Redeemed in Christ. Humanity has been redeemed in Christ.
Amen, bro.
This sounds like bearing false witness, but I'm not going to get into that.
Bro, stop.
What am I bearing false witness to?
Hold on, old hoss. Wait, floundering. You're a Christian. I'm a Christian too, brother.
I am.
Have you ever looked into biblical cosmology?
I sure have.
Okay, how do you reconcile what it says in the Bible about the Earth being established, the world being established and firm, and will never be moved, essentially?
Do you want to get into theology? Do you want to get into whether or not...
Just biblical cosmology.
Okay. I don't think that biblical cosmology and empirical science are in contradiction.
But if the Bible says...
I don't think that...
What?
Yes.
Hold on.
The Bible says... What does it say? You want to go to Genesis?
But okay,
first, what's the big? Can you?
You guys.
Elbow. Hold on.
Yeah, I want to know if he believes that the Big Bang.
Well, hold real quick. Go ahead, G-A-So.
Yeah. Well, what I believe is irrelevant because what we're doing is we're taking two different suggestions of the beginning of our beginnings, the beginnings of the universe, the beginning of our solar system, the beginning of the Earth, the evolution of the Earth, that cosmological evolution, biological evolution, everything that led up to this point. And we have competing narratives as to what is true and what is not. I don't see them in contradiction because I don't see them in contradiction whatsoever. I don't see them in contradiction whatsoever because I believe these to be. I accept the non-overlapping magisteria narrative. I accept that it could very well be true. It could very well be true that empirical science has a good estimation of how things began, but I don't think it contradicts the biblical narrative because everything could have been made with age. Everything could have been made as is empirically discoverable. That doesn't change the biblical narrative for me and my faith at all.
I can show you
mean like
specifically.
You mean like God making the world with fully formed trees and rocks, and people trying to test those trees and rocks to how old they are, and they're like going back to dates prior to their actual creation because they appear old because they were made.
Well, you don't have a date of creation. You don't have an exact date of creation.
You have a rough date if you just use the lineage down back to Adam.
Right. Okay. Right. Could things have been made with age?
A week.
Could things have been made with apparent age?
Yeah, that's what I was asking you.
Oh, okay,
I think we're agreeing about that. Yeah. But so I'm,
that doesn't contradict in my eyes.
No, but I haven't asked you a question yet for me, but my question was going to be to you, and I hope we can keep the back and forth short because I want us actually to make progress. My question to you is: do you think that when Moses wrote Genesis, that it was intended to be read literally about the Hebrews?
That it was. I didn't hear the second to last word. Literally for the Hebrews, or literally by the Hebrews?
No. Yeah, when Moses wrote it, do you think it was meant to be read literally by the Hebrews, the people around him?
I think that no matter what biblical passage you're pulling, there are layers to it. There are layers to what Jesus said. There are layers to what it says in Leviticus. There are layers to Revelation. There's layers to the Bible. There's the analog. There's the allegorical. There's the symbolic, and there's the divine. That's what my doctrine teaches anyway. I'm Orthodox, so that's what my doctrine teaches.
I got you. So do you think that Moses, when he wrote Genesis, was actually trying to teach the people around him how the world was made?
Sure. That could have been his intention.
Right. He also wrote Exodus, and it says in Exodus that on the Sabbath day you must rest, for in 6 days God made the heavens and the earth and all that is in them, and on the seventh day he rested.
Yeah.
So it literally says in Exodus that everything was made in 6 days.
Yes, except at several points in the Bible, a biblical day and a 24-hour day are not the same thing.
That's why I referenced Exodus and not just Genesis 1. Exodus is the passage that corroborates and confirms that it's literal days.
Okay, well then I guess we're just going to have... Okay, sure.
Just as we have 7 days in a week, right? And that pattern that man follows, there's 7 actual days. Exodus says...
Glory to God.
In that same way. Okay, let me ask you this then. Do you think that the order of creation is an accurate order?
You mean 1, 2, 3, 4? What happened?
Yeah, what happened on each day?
Yeah.
Even if you think it's stretched out over a big time scale?
I believe the Bible is entirely true, yes.
Okay, so if the order is correct, like he starts with the heavens and the earth and then goes all the way up to man on day 6, that's that part, even if it's billions of years, it's still in chronological order.
Sure.
Okay. And let me ask you this. I think we're making great progress right now. If it says that in Genesis 1 that the sun, moon, and stars were placed within the firmament, so to you, what is the firmament? Would you say it's outer space?
I don't know. I don't know what the firmament is.
It says it's the place where the sun, moon, and stars are.
Right.
So would you say that that's outer space then?
It would have to be, then, yeah.
Okay, it would have to be. Okay, perfect. So now that we've established this is all logically valid so far, right?
Sure.
This is all logically valid.
Sure.
Okay. Let me ask you this. What day was the earth made? Day 1, right?
Let's go to Genesis. What does it say in Genesis?
It's day 1, right? First day. Sure. Okay. What day were the sun, moon, and stars? What day were the sun, moon, and stars made?
What does it
Posted
say
in the side chat. Posted it all in the side chat.
Day 4.
Sure.
Okay. Now, wait a second. And you just acknowledged, as is logically valid, we just agreed that the firmament, since that's the place where the sun, moon, and stars are located, that must be outer space. And you said it must be, and we agreed. Well, it says that the firmament was not made until day 2.
Okay.
So if the firmament is made on day 2, and the sun, moon, and stars are placed within it on day 4, well, science says that Earth is also flying through outer space. So how could the Earth be made a day before outer space existed? And the water around it?
I don't know.
That's the contradiction.
The reason you don't know is because it's impossible. That's not what the Bible teaches. In fact, the Bible teaches the biblical cosmology that we live with under the firmament.
There are plenty of things I don't accept. There are plenty of things in science that I don't immediately accept upon hearing it.
Right, but that's a logical contradiction. You'll never be able to create a scenario in which that's able to be reconciled within the body of Scripture. Yeah, within Scripture and modern science. Those are questions that people don't normally get far enough to ask because they gloss over it. They don't think about it. But
I've been this far. It's just never been a point of contention for me.
You just
I'm able to compartmentalize the idea that reality is verifiable, God's creation is verifiable, but also that the biblical narrative provides the structure by which we can form our foundations of belief. It doesn't contradict in any way. Does that mean that I believe that the age of the universe, the exact age of the universe as provided to us by science, is correct? No, I don't have to. It could be apparent age. It could be the narrative could be apparent to me. The idea that it's a contradiction is only true if I hold both to be entirely true, and I don't. I hold the Bible to be entirely true.
I like the apparent age stuff, man. Like that's not a bad way to think. I think things do appear to be old in some cases if you make the assumptions that they make. Right? We don't grant the assumptions necessarily, but the point about cosmology is important because once again, we do see that there's Earth and there's a bunch of water on day 1. Earth is like submerged in a giant body of water, and then on day 2, he makes the firmament and he divides that water into 2 regions. Yep. One water which is above the firmament, and one which is water below, which becomes the oceans and seas.
Okay, I can try and explain my reasoning here. I've never seen a firmament, right? I don't know what a firmament is. I don't know what boundary it's trying to delineate. I really don't. I don't know where the firmament begins and the earth ends. I don't.
Yeah.
But I accept that the Bible is true, and so the firmament is clearly describing something, right? Some aspect of the universe. Where that is or what it's describing to me is not nearly as important as the holistic understanding of the story itself. Like nitpicking on exactly what the firmament is, I don't care. I really don't. Because
what about water? Do you know what water is?
So you don't care about the contradictions. Okay.
Well, hold on, guys.
Right, they're not contradictions unless they hold them to be both P and not P. That's what a contradiction is.
No, I get it.
So,
I get it. You're
making progress.
Here's the thing. I can tell that you are operating in, at least with respect to this particular conversation and ideology, in good faith.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing. If I was in the position, if I was in your shoes floundering, right, this is what I would be saying to myself. Well, I know God's word is true, and I know God's word doesn't have any contradictions, but I know it appears that science says that these things are true too, and it appears that we can know these things empirically. So because God's word has to be true, but these other things are empirically verified, there must be some way where I can reconcile God's words with these other things. And I may not know how to do that, so I'm just going to
I hold empirical
it.
truths, metaphorical truths, divine truths. I hold them all to different standards. I don't hold empirical truth to the same standard as I hold biblical truth.
Right, I get it. But what I'm trying to do is to demonstrate to you that in not all cases is it possible to do that, such as this one, because you sometimes arrive at illogical, logical inconsistencies, contradictions, and impasses.
I completely agree with you.
So, like right here, that the fact that we see that the firmament is this thing that separates waters, but then also we see it's the thing that sun, moon, and stars are located within. Now, mainstream science, the only thing that we know that possibly could be would be outer space, which Earth is also a part of, as it flies around the sun and
right, because empirical science proposes that there are no stars within Earth's atmosphere, so clearly it's in outer space.
Yeah, well, the firmament's
clearly that's what they mean.
But
what?
But yeah, the firmament's not the atmosphere; it's outside.
No, I mean, right. I mean, if the firmament is the boundary of Earth's atmosphere and space, if that is if that is what we're assuming for a second, for sake of argument, then the stars would have to be within it, and that's not what science tells us.
Right.
Science tells us something different. Science proposes a different narrative, right? And so these are narratives. This is narrative building, and we find a contradiction. I don't need to accept the entire science narrative. I don't.
I got you, but do you understand that if it's whatever it is, whatever the firmament is, right?
Yeah.
If it's the thing that contains the sun, moon, and stars, which is what the Bible says it is, that is what it is. It's the thing containing them, and we ask science, well, where are the Earth, sun, moon, and stars? They're the same thing the Earth's in, outer space. It says that thing, that container, is not created until day 2, but Earth and a bunch of water exist on day 1, a whole day prior to it. So how can you have Earth and water without a place to put them?
I don't know.
Well, you can't.
I really don't. Yeah.
Right. The answer is that you can't.
Sure. As far as my understanding goes.
You like empirical science too, right?
So, as far as I understand it.
The thing about Well, just real quick, I want you to think about this for a second.
Yeah.
If you even go into empirical science, let's talk about the second law of thermodynamics for a second, right? High pressure to low pressure to high pressure, etc. Entropy is always increasing, yada yada yada. How is it that we have a contained pressurized system here on Earth, right? 14.7 psi at the ground, and then gradually, as you go up in altitude, you have a pressure differential. Right? You have a gradient, right? How do you have this contained atmosphere, next to the vacuum of space without a container in between the two?
Well, first of all, as far as I understand, in science, space is not a true vacuum. So there is stuff in space. It's just relatively extreme low pressure, right? So it's a near vacuum. Space is a near vacuum. And that, as far as I understand it, the atmosphere represents a gradient where the higher up you go, the more likely it is that there's flux between space and the atmosphere, and molecules traveling in and out. The higher up you go, the higher the flux, until eventually you reach the crest of the gradient, and then it starts to go back down, where
how does it go back down?
There's more interchange outside, leaving the Earth than the Earth is gaining, and so it's not a closed system. It's not a perfectly closed system, but it's relatively closed in that we have a boundary of outer gases of hydrogen and helium that represent the sort of edge of the atmosphere where the gradient starts to fall off.
Yeah, where does space begin and Earth's atmos end?
It's a matter of definition.
That's a matter. The distinction to me seems would have to be arbitrary, because the best that you could say is it's at the moment where the gradient is in favor of flux towards space rather than Earth. So where things can no longer be reliably contained in the gradient.
Think about it like this, brother. That's not the only issue, right? It's not just the simple fact that there is no boundary line that's fixed, right? It's arbitrary depending on, what definition of the Kármán line that you want to look up, etc.
Yeah.
But on top of that, you have to also reconcile that in the heliocentric explanation is that the Earth is also rotating 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and it's also flying around the sun at 67,000 miles per hour, and then the sun is also hurtling towards the center of a black hole in the Milky Way at 500,000+ miles per hour. Right, you have all these different motions.
And the Milky Way is multiple millions of miles an hour.
This is relative velocity. Yes, relative velocity.
But then our atmos is contained, and Earth is stable and fixed.
Sure.
That makes no sense.
No, it makes no sense
contradiction.
To you. Makes no sense to you.
No, it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction, bro.
It's not a contradiction.
How is that?
What's
not
contradictory? Where's P and not P? Where's the contradiction?
Earth moving, Earth not moving.
Where's Earth not moving?
It's not moving right now. You know how you know?
No. You said Earth moving and Earth not moving is P and not P. Where is Earth not moving?
The heliocentric paradigm says Earth is
in the scriptures. In the scriptures.
And scriptures.
Where in the scripture does it say that Earth isn't moving?
I think
Psalms
there's 4 places.
There's a whole bunch more than 4.
Sure, let's go over them.
Psalms 9. Okay. Say among the heathen that the Lord
you want to post it or
world also be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. Yeah, I'll post it. There's a lot.
You've also got floundering as he can reference a bunch of verses talking about the non-movement. I'm sure you know about Joshua's long day. I'm sure you know about King Hezekiah and the sun moving backwards in the sky.
Sure.
And what about the sun coming after the Earth, not the sun before the Earth?
Well, again, again, as I've stated, that because I hold them to different standards, the idea of miracles happening is not foreign to me, that the laws of nature could be briefly suspended in the favor of prophecy or in the favor of whatever God's will is attempting to enact. These are not contradictions in that I don't have to hold the empirical standard to be entirely and completely true and inerrable, ineffable and inerrable. So in that the sun is always going to revolve around the Earth at the exact same rate forever. It's like, no. If the biblical narrative is that there are miracles or suspensions of normalcy, suspensions of brief suspensions of the laws of nature, that's fine.
This is creation.
Wait. You just said the sun revolves around the Earth. Yeah, that's our position.
No, the apparent movement of the sun around the Earth.
Yeah,
I understand your narrative is that the sun is above the Earth and that the sun is what's moving, but that's not my
Yeah, it's the
position.
biblical narrative.
Yeah. Thank you.
You know,
Elbow.
So
like
not the quote unquote science narrative. So it's a contradiction.
Did you say that you're Greek or Eastern Orthodox?
Hold on. It's a contradiction.
Yes, Eastern.
He said there was no contradiction. That's a contradiction.
No, it's
Between
not
the
a
quote unquote
contradiction.
science.
I don't agree.
Yes.
I don't agree
Yes,
that
it-
one is P and one is not P. I don't agree.
We're an impasse at this
One revolve. One
Thank you,
revolve.
Elbow. Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank
No,
you.
stop.
Thank you for your
Because
contribution.
he's saying there's no contradiction.
Thank
Dude, I'm
you.
gonna mute you if you don't shut the fuck up.
Good,
Whoa,
mute
whoa,
me.
you guys,
You're
you guys,
obnoxious.
Relax.
Relax here. We're trying to make some progress with this guy.
Don't fucking
I
threaten me,
appreciate
dude.
you. Yo, it's okay. You guys, come on.
Please unmute. Floundering, don't leave. Don't leave, Floundering. Hold on.
Yeah, wait a second. It's a contradiction because the sun revolves around the earth, and the earth revolves around the sun.
Well, I know that
Something like that.
you know. I know your position, Elbow, and I agree with you. But from his position, do you understand that he's saying that is just describing it in apparent language, right? So he's not. He's not required.
That's not what it says. Because it says it
I know
goes through.
that's not what it
It goes on a
says.
circuit.
I
Goes on a
know.
circuit, so it's a contradiction. But he doesn't want to accept. You got to accept one or the other. Either it does one or does the other. Because that's not. They're both not equal.
Can you unmute him?
Oh, he's muted.
Yeah.
Well, it is crazy. It is crazy. Hey, Jesus Christ is Lord. Yeah, hold on. It is crazy that you won't let Floundering have a moment where he just has to eat crow.
When he's being muted. He can't really do anything when he's muted.
Elbow is asking me. Listen, hey, old Haas, be quiet for a second, please.
I'm not going to just admit that there's a contradiction.
Please,
I mean,
there
this
isn't
is
a contradiction.
ridiculous.
You're asking me to square a circle, and I don't believe that it's a perfect circle. I don't hold to the idea that this narrative is a perfect circle.
Yes,
It's
in
not
other
a
words,
contradiction.
it's
not a contradiction to me.
That's why it's a contradiction.
I don't have to accept that one is P and one is not P. I don't have to accept that. It's a false dichotomy.
He believes it's only an apparent contradiction, right?
No.
So like, we take a literalist position. We take we take a literalist position of these texts.
Doesn't matter.
No. So did the authors. So did the authors.
So he could just make his own definition of what a contradiction is. Get the hell out of here, bro.
No, he takes a non-literalist position on those.
Yeah, in other words, he has to make it non-literal.
Is this the Elbow show?
Shut the fuck up. You have to make it non-literal so you could then say, "Oh, it's not a contradiction. It's just
I'm not making it non-literal.
That's bullshit.
No, I'm not making it non-literal, buddy. I said I'm willing to discount science for the benefit of the biblical narrative because I hold the entire Bible to be true.
That is a cop out.
What's the cop out?
If you do, then it's.
I've been consistent this entire time. What's the cop out?
That's not consistent, bro.
That's basically what Elbow just said. That's what you're doing. Exactly.
I both think that Floundering is wrong, but I also understand what his position is, and I think guys should give him a little more grace.
No, bullshit, dude. So how are you going to say that it's okay?
Elbo's a douchebag.
Okay.
You're a douchebag.
You want to get muted again?
Yes, I want you to mute me, douchebag. God. Annoying.
Listen, it's well understood. It's well understood amongst academics, theologians, all right, historians. All of them agree, right, including the Christian religion and the all the Judaic religions agree that the people who authored those scripts had that literal view of the universe and expressed it so in their texts.
Yeah, so that's where I was kind of going to go next.
Extensive
I was going to try to progress.
study through the text and through artwork and other literature, and also oral tradition.
I agree. I've seen old Bibles.
Unfortunately, he said there were no contradiction, and he doesn't want to concede that. So unless he wants to concede, I'm not going to unmute him because that's his bullshit. That we're going to let him slide and let him cop out and say, "Oh, it's not a contradiction. That's just not literal way of they writing the damn shit. Bullshit.
Well, he
That's
can
strictly a
be
comment.
wrong. He can be wrong and still
So how are
want
we gonna
to.
bullshit? So how are we
I'm
gonna
trying to do that
progress?
right now.
Hold on. How are we gonna progress on something with someone if he doesn't want to concede to even the
He
smallest
already conceded.
contradiction? He did not.
Yeah, he just said. Well, he just said that he is willing to discount science in order to uphold the inerrancy of Scripture.
But he says it's not a contradiction.
Okay, we haven't got there yet.
Yeah. So the next thing I was going to point out in order to progress this forward was, Flounder, since you're Eastern Orthodox, I'm sure that you're very familiar with the Septuagint, right?
Yeah. No, not entirely.
Well, the fact that the Old Testament exists in Greek.
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and it was a common translation at the time of Jesus and prior to him.
Of course.
Okay, so if we compare Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, all three of them together, and we look at the word firmament,
Yeah.
in like the post-Renaissance English era, particularly like the 1800s and onwards, because when it was first published in English, those old Bibles had diagrams of the firmament in those Bibles. I've seen them in old Bibles.
Mm-hmm.
But they would, in the later eras, in later centuries, they would try to kind of metaphorize the firmament into this just like expanse. But that's not what it meant. If you read it in Greek, it's the word stereoma. So Hebrew is rakia, Greek is stereoma, and Latin is firmamentum, where we get the English firmament. Now, both stereoma and firmamentum are explicitly solid objects.
Okay.
Rakia also is, but people try to say that rakia could technically just mean an expansion that doesn't have to be solid. But the other two are very clearly solid, and
Yeah, if the definition is a solid object, that's fine.
Yeah, one moment. I can pull it up and put it in the side chat. You use Blue Letter Bible?
I use Blue Letter, but Ezekiel 122. I don't know if you've seen that one as well.
Yeah, this is why people like Ken Hovind and that have speculated that there was a literal ice shelf in the sky, which melted and whatever and rained and flooded the earth. Then now we don't have a firmament. That's what they're speculating. There was a solid barrier, but now there isn't.
It's funny they said that the windows of the heavens had to be closed again. Not that it disappeared.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I'm going there. I'm going there too. So can you see the side chat, Floundering?
The flat Earth one?
Yeah, the one that we're in.
Yeah, I see this.
So I just put it in there. So stereoma literally means that which has been made firm. The firmament, the arch of the sky, which was in early times thought to be solid. That which furnishes a foundation, firmness, steadfastness. That on which a thing rests firmly. And so you'll see the same type of definition, very similar definition in Hebrew and in Latin. You also have Job, where they talk about the sky is strong and like a molten mirror.
Right.
There's other passages.
Well, the root word of rakia is actually an analogy to pound the earth or pound something by
to beat it out,
or by implication to overlay with sheets of metal. So when it talks about a molten mirror as well, we know that back then this is how they actually overlaid mirrors with sheets of metal.
Is that AJ? What's up, brother?
Yo, hey, bro. How are you?
That's a great input. Thank you for that. That's
AJ's awesome. Cosmological finds.
Yeah, dude. That's great. And what Elbow just said as well, that's a point I was going to make earlier. We should probably make it now. If you read Genesis 7 and 8, when it talks about the flood, where it says God opened the windows of heaven and God closed them, my whole life growing up, I just used to read that and thought it was poetic, windows in the sky, But I didn't realize until, later that word used for window is totally different than the word used for window of a house. There's a common word for window when you're speaking of like a house or a building, But the word for windows of heaven, it actually means lattice or sluice. Now, if you know what a lattice or a sluice is, both of those are gates or thoroughfares, ways, roads, paths for water to go through. So if you have a dam, a sluice is the gate that they open to let the water out. And so when it uses the word window in English, that's not really the best rendering. It's more like the sluice gates of heaven are what was open and closed to let the water down. And if we know that the firmament, right, it has a body of water above it as well, then it makes total sense to say, oh, he opens the sluice gates and the water on the other side comes through them and comes
That the
down
water
to
would
us.
be coming from above the firmament.
Correct. Exactly.
Right. Because originally there was water, and the firmament is what was used to separate the earth from the original water.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that in terms
This
of
is.
like.
I agree. It's yeah. I don't argue.
A lot more too, bro. No, I'm saying there's a lot more to it too. Like, regardless of, if you want to go to empirical science, etc. But you can literally take these verses as they are. You don't have to try and, rationalize it. Man, is it poetic? Is it metaphorical?
Well,
there's certain
test. Hey, what's up?
There are layers to it.
Yeah, I don't try to rationalize the Bible and square it with science. I don't. I do the opposite. I go, well, if there is an apparent contradiction between what I know in the Bible to be true and science, then I know I don't need to accept the scientific narrative. I understand that I don't need to accept the scientific narrative, and in a lot of cases, I don't. I don't believe that the Earth is. I do not believe that. For example, I don't believe that humans are responsible for global climate change. I don't accept that men are what is responsible for that. I understand that the climate has cycles, and the entire narrative that the burning of the recent industrial age expansions are what started this shift into global climate change is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous narrative, and yet science continues to prod us with this idea that humans are responsible. There are things I know I don't have to accept, even though science says it's true. And one of those things happens to be the creation mythos. I do not.
Your dad is not here, bro. If you're looking for your dad, he's not here.
Anyway, I don't try to reconcile the Bible using science. I don't.
What the
Can I pick up where Biesticles left off there for a minute?
Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I just want to say that yes, of course, there's poetry, there's allegory, all of this different type of language in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. There's layers.
We understand language, and we understand when that language is called for. So if it's something just simply that we don't disagree, then we can't say this is allegory or this isn't a literal reading if the language isn't there for that.
Oh sure, yeah, no. If the language is sound,
niggers.
Good job on that one. It's quicker. Hey, Floundering, do you know? So there's also several passages in both the Old and New Testament that speak about the stars of heaven being cast down to the earth, falling from the heavens to the earth.
Yeah.
It's sometimes referenced like a fig tree when it casts its untimely figs, and there are some passages that say all the host of heaven shall fall. Because eventually they will at some point, right? When the heavens are on fire, right, and everything is burned and purified, and whether you take the total destruction and recreation or the renewal stance, either way, it's all going to burn. But before it does, the stars will fall to earth, and if they're giant burning stars that are a bajillion trillion times bigger than Earth, a million light years away, it'd be pretty hard for them to fall to Earth.
100%. There's actually a lot of contradictions, between what we're told and what the Bible teaches. So
absolutely, there are.
As that we're told that the sun came before the earth. Whereas Genesis 1:1 says, in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, and the sun and moon were not created until the fourth day in Genesis 1:14.
Right, which is why the idea of it may very well be evident from a scientific perspective that the sun is older than the earth, but the idea of a parent age, and the idea of the biblical narrative providing the foundational story, I don't have a problem with it. I don't see it as a contradiction whatsoever.
Floundering, are you talking, when you say science, do you mean pseudoscience? Because
I mean the consensus. I mean the scientific consensus. When I mean science, I don't mean the science that
it's most definitely a contradiction.
A person could.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, Tito.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, even I can understand that you're bullshitting.
No, there's a if I held both to the same standard, if I held them both to BP,
the Earth is stationary.
If I held it to BP and not BP, it would be a contradiction. It's a contradiction in narratives, which is why I don't agree with the scientific.
Okay, Jamesy. Okay.
I kind of get it.
Let's not just randomly burst out in cursing like on either side. I think like both.
Please.
So then,
why did you mute him? Why did you mute him? There's a contradiction in narratives.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
Explain that further for me first. That contradiction.
There's a narrative contradiction. So, if you make a scientific inquiry, right, and it leads you to an answer with information that you believe initially disagrees with previous assumptions, such as the presupposition that the Bible is entirely true, it's very likely.
Careful with your words now.
It's very likely to me that this difference is apparent in its narrative, but not a contradiction in reality.
Okay.
Right.
So then I think I got what you're talking about. If you're a Christian and you believe God's word, then you'll believe that this book was inspired by God, yeah? So if this book was inspired and written by God, are we claiming that science is correct and God doesn't know his own creation?
No. Never said that.
Of course not.
No,
yeah,
of course not.
He's just saying all biblical contradictions are merely apparent contradictions and not actual contradictions.
Right. Well, how is it apparent? How is it apparent when it blatantly says the Earth was first, then the sun came later?
Okay, right. And what is that statement in the Bible contradicting with? It's contradicting with a scientific consensus, which is a consensus among people, which is a narrative building. A consensus is a narrative building exercise, isn't it? So it's not contradicting with reality, which would be P and not P. It's contradicting with the narrative. So it's not a contradiction.
Okay.
It's an apparent.
All right. So you don't necessarily. So what you basically, that's just a long way of saying I don't necessarily agree with the scientists.
I don't necessarily agree with anyone.
Okay.
I agree with the Bible.
Right.
Now.
So earlier, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no, go ahead.
Earlier, you had a kind of an error amongst you. Like we just popped in here, but you were basically strawmanning the flat Earth position by saying, "Oh, I look around, it's flat, therefore flat." But you do realize that there's a lot more to the subject than that strawman, right?
Of course.
So why did you feel the need to do that?
Oh, because I was just making fun of Haas.
Yeah, why?
Why?
Bummer, I wasn't paying attention. So just carry on with what you're doing now.
You were at the time.
You're looking for distractions.
You were at the time, buddy.
But like, why do you? Why are you coming in?
Because he called me prideful and arrogant that I wouldn't accept.
Yeah, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. I'm not even in this Bible discussion, and I can hear you're talking out of both sides of your mouth. You want it both ways.
Because I'm referring to a previous conversation we had, and I'm not talking about you as you are right now. Can you follow the train of a conversation, buddy? Go back to your couch and your Cheetos, please.
What's your buddy, pal?
You did come into the server for a purpose, right? Why are you here?
Sure. Why am I here?
Like just in general,
Because
like,
it's
I
fun.
don't know you.
Because it's fun.
Okay.
Why does anyone do anything? I go into the Christian chats to have theological discussions. I go into the political chats to have political discussions.
So
I think
what
he's
do you
asking.
think this is the kind of a discussion? So you come in here to have what kind of a discussion?
An entertaining discussion.
Yeah, he always goes to. He's entertaining himself every time he gets met with any sort of friction. Or
I've been told many times. I've been told many times in this chat that it's not the flat earthers' job to educate me, and if that's the case, then you do not want to have educational conversations. And
why do you keep getting educated then?
Well,
I'm
I
educated
disagree,
on what?
Floundering. I think what was actually said was it's not up to us to change your mind. Yeah, we can.
No one ever said that. I have been told many times in this chat that it's not their job to educate me. That it's not a flat earther's job to educate me. I don't need to be educated.
The word was convincing. Convincing was the word.
So I think we've made a good biblical case so far. Like I think we don't need to ride that horse all the way down until the horse drowns. Right? I think we can just
you can get into some
we've led you to the water on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's what I would like to ask. This is just a probing question to get your wheels turning for this topic.
That's lewd.
Can you think? Can you think, Floundering? Yeah. Can you think real hard and just ask yourself, dig as deep as you possibly can? Do you know any mutually exclusive evidence that Earth orbits the sun?
What do you mean by mutually exclusive? That it's a brute fact. It's a brute fact on its face.
Mutual exclusivity means that the evidence could only be used in support of one position and not the alternate position.
Right.
So, if I said I look up in the sky and I see the sun moving across the sky, well, one person says that's because Earth or sun orbits Earth. The other person says that's because Earth rotates. Right? That's not mutually exclusive. It could be used in either paradigm.
Right.
So that wouldn't work.
So you asked, is there mutual exclusive evidence that Earth is orbiting a sun?
Yes.
Right.
Would it have to be for the sun to move across the sky in the globe narrative? Because you just said that the reason why the sun moves is because the Earth is spinning, not because the Earth is orbiting.
In the globe. So in the globe narrative, the reason the sun
in the globe narrative, it's both, right? It's both. The Earth is spinning and it's also orbiting the sun. But the sun could be moving across the sky even if the Earth wasn't moving, if it was just spinning instead and not orbiting, right?
Yeah, it's the daily rotation in the globe model that causes the day and night.
Yeah, I just wanted to. That was a clarifying question. I just wanted to make sure is there mutual exclusive evidence that I have that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
Correct.
Not that it's spinning.
Yeah. That it's orbiting.
That I have access to right now, or that I believe.
Yeah, or that you believe. Just anything you know
of. Yeah. I would say so. I'd say there's pretty good evidence.
Give me one. Give me the best one you got.
I like Seasons. Seasons is a good one.
Not mutually exclusive.
So why
the mutual exclusivity of it would be that the heliocentric model is attempting to explain or you can test against a heliocentric model for why the sun has a different distance above one point in the horizon in its revolution, but it's always going from east to west, but it has a different height in the sky depending on the season.
So in a geocentric model, all of these things are kinematically equivalent. It means that their motions are seen the same. So if you were in an Earth-centric,
but there is no model.
A geocentric model?
Yeah, we're not talking about flat and curving.
I'm just talking about geocentric.
Oh, sure.
Earth in the center.
You mean in the original geocentric model?
Yeah, I mean there was the Tycho Brahe model, right? Which the sun orbits the Earth and the planets orbit the sun.
Right.
And you probably also know that it was the official position of the high churches for pretty much all Christian history that the sun went around the Earth. And then when Galileo Galilei and the Nicolaus Copernicus and that whole fiasco happened, there was like trials and everything. They were, hereticking people over it and excommunicado and all this house arrest, all these different things. And eventually they changed their position. It's actually perhaps, and there's other things, but on the other things people would probably argue and say, oh, it wasn't official, it wasn't actually a writ or whatever. But that's probably one of the only things you can point to in church history in which the high church has actually formally changed their position on a matter.
Yeah, I don't look to the church for distinctions in cosmological narrative. I don't think that that's what the church is for.
Well, it's part of the scriptures. It was a matter of scripture.
Right. It is a matter of scripture. It is a matter of the church's position on the normative explanation for the scripture. I agree with that. But that's different than saying that. That's different in saying that what the scientific evidence suggests proposes the same narrative. Those are two different things.
Well, their position was this is what the scriptures teach, or this is contrary to what the scriptures teach, and they
but that also includes the assumption that any valid scientific inquiry into the matter would also produce the same result.
Why didn't you say
that physical evidence? That physical evidence presupposes a Bible and also affirms a Bible, right?
How did we forget that this all started when you got him talking about the order, and then he said even if a day is a million years, we're agreeing on the order. Why didn't you speak up on this? Because then you were like, right, go on. Why didn't you speak up about that then?
Why didn't I speak up of the church persecution of Galileo?
No, dude.
Speak up about that?
No, why do you
the church's position on cosmology?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back in time, do you still? I'm not. Just as a listener, I heard you.
You're floundering,
I'm not in this conversation. No, you're floundering.
Oh, you are now. You're floundering, bro.
His position. Okay. He's right though. Old Hoss is right. You did agree, that in the order that the sun came 3 days after the Earth did.
That's how this whole thing started.
Yeah.
So now you want out of that now.
Though. There is an apparent no, because the idea is whether or not I'm willing to accept the normative basis that the church uses to explain the proper interpretation of biblical scripture. I don't need the church to tell me where biblical scripture and science meet. I don't need the church to tell me that, because the presupposition laden within, or the question being begged here is, would any further scientific inquiry... I do. Would any further scientific inquiry into the matter verify the Bible? And I'm saying, if it doesn't, I don't have to accept that narrative. That's been my position this entire time.
I'm gonna have to agree with Old Hoss on this one. Honestly, I think that if you accept that the sun came 3 days after the Earth, or 3 million years, or billion years, or whatever, then the Earth can't be orbiting it.
That's not true.
How would the sun?
So the Earth is created. The Earth is created.
The Earth's not stationary. In the
the
book,
Earth is created.
When the sun is created, stationary in the book.
Can you shut the fuck up and let me answer the question?
No, you answer the question. Is the Earth described as stationary?
Okay, buddy. You let me know when it's my turn, because I was trying to answer Jesus Christ as Lord's question, and then you pipe up, dude. Is it my turn?
Yeah. So how are you reconciling?
So the Earth is created first, and the sun is created after. Perfect. As soon as the sun is created, Earth now has something to orbit. Where's the contradiction?
Well, Earth was made on day 1, and then the firmament was made on day 2, and then the sun and moon and all the stars in the heavens were placed inside the firmament on day 4.
Sure.
So, but the Earth is something that exists independently and outside of the firmament. So how could it be orbiting this sun that's up in the firmament?
I don't know.
It's not.
It's because it's
a simple answer.
Okay.
Hey, bro.
And the reason
I accept that you believe that. I accept that you believe that.
Psalms 46 will really.
I'm waiting for the contradiction. I'm waiting for the P and not P. That's what I'm waiting for. Rather than, well, there's nuances in our competing narratives, and I'm telling you I don't have to accept any of it, but the things that I choose to accept are based on the evidence that I've seen, and I don't need to care what the historical position of the church on cosmology is.
Well, you still haven't presented a scientific evidence.
It's the scriptural text. The text literally reflects their cosmological view.
That's not true. That's not true. There's
Yeah,
a
it
normative.
does.
No. There are different layers of truth in the church's narratives.
No,
there's
I told you it's well
theological
understood.
claims. No.
I told you it's well understood.
Yeah,
well understood.
I'm well aware that it's well
authors
understood.
Of that text
is human
had
understanding
that cosmological
infallible?
view.
Is human understanding infallible? Is the church infallible?
All right, listen, bro. It is well understood.
Yeah,
understood. Right, that the authors of those texts had the cosmological view. Had the cosmological view of a stationary plane set on pillars, right, enclosed in a dome-like structure that isn't moving, and that is reflected in their text. There is specific verses and passages throughout the Bible which explicitly state that idea.
Yeah.
Okay, is the church infallible?
No. The inerrant.
Are the authors? Did the authors of that text not understand what they were writing?
So you're saying that the authors of the text itself, and the church's normative explanation for all of it is all the
interested
same thing?
in the churches. Okay. There was no churches back then.
Okay. So what are you talking about?
The book. He's talking about the text.
Scripture.
The text. Sure. The authors of the text and the text.
Yeah.
Well, Hebrew cosmology, bro. I mean, if you just look up what did the early Hebrews believe, you'll see that it's this cosmology that we're describing to you.
And as well as everyone else in pretty much the entire ancient world. And the reason that the Hebrews believed that is because that's what Moses wrote in the book.
Yep.
I'm just waiting for the P and not P. I haven't seen it yet. I'm sorry. I haven't seen it yet. I really haven't.
Well, we don't have to go into the. I think this is just something that you'll have to reconcile with your own stuff.
I have already reconciled it long ago.
To be fair, you haven't given any mutually exclusive evidence that Earth orbits the sun. Seasons doesn't work. That's equivalent in both the geocentric and heliocentric models.
It's not
stellar parallax.
Stellar parallax is also equivalent. It's just you flip the triangle upside down.
Yep. I mean, dude, when it comes to seasons, it's definitely not mutually exclusive. You could have a close and local sun versus, the globe paradigm where the sun's far away and that the Earth is tilting away from the sun's heat at certain times of the year. Either way, it's not mutually exclusive because it's still both based on empirical observation, because that's all we can go by, right? We're just observing the sun in the sky, right? And then we're basically interpreting what is the sun doing? What is the Earth doing? You have to jump through a lot of hoops just to say that, no, it's not actually the sun moving across the sky. It's us rotating and falling backwards, and the sun is basically going out of our field of view beneath Earth curvature.
Yeah, every attempt to measure the Earth's motion around the sun has failed miserably. And that's accepted in the higher circles of physics.
Not only failed, but impossible now because of relativity.
Yeah, now they say it's something you can't possibly measure. After they tried to measure it a million times and couldn't do it and failed to do it, their measurements came back no motion. They said, instead of believing that the measurement was accurate and there just isn't any motion to be had because we measured it and it was zero or whatever, we're just going to say it's something that can't be measured because we know it's moving irrespective of measurement.
Yeah, it's a philosophical decision to basically remove any physical meaning behind the interferometer and all of the measurements that Michelson Morley put forth.
Dave Miller.
Dayton Miller,
Yuri
Gallup.
Galiev, all of them.
Yep, exactly. And what they did was floundering. This is how crazy it is. They basically said, "Oh, the reason why you can't measure it is because it's actually Earth following a geodesic path through space-time curvature."
So Earth is both traveling in a perfectly straight line without accelerating at a constant speed and going in a circle around the sun at the same time. A circle is now equal to a straight line because the very fabric of reality and space itself bends and warps. that is the explanation we came up with.
Level is curved, man. It's crazy, dude. Absolutely nuts.
I mean, to give you a picture of it, it's actually even more absurd than that. To just bring it down to Earth and get out of the sky for a second. You make a machine, and this machine is the most precise measuring instrument known to man at the time that you make it, right? And this machine is, at least 30 to 60 times more precise than it needs to be in order to measure the thing that you're trying to measure, which is Earth's blinding velocity of 67,000 miles an hour, okay? You set up the test, everything's figured out, it's accepted how it should work. You run the test, and instead of measuring the 67,000 miles an hour, you get like 12,000 or 16,000. And
percentage, right?
Yeah, and then everyone's like, well, that can't be right, so we're just going to treat it as if it was a zero. So the 16,000 miles an hour measure, we're just going to call it a zero. And then you tell everybody, well, the reason that we got a zero isn't because it's truly zero, but actually because the machine itself shrank by the exact amount necessary to change our 67,000 miles an hour into a zero.
It's literally what they say, bro. The Lorentz contraction.
Yeah, this is where Einstein's theory of special relativity came from. He literally invented this theory because they tried to measure this velocity and failed to do so. And so he said, all of physics must be changed. They literally changed the entire framework of human physics because a measurement failed to measure the thing that was most sacred to them. Because, you may not be aware, all of science, there's a hierarchy for it. At the top, you have philosophy, actually. And then right underneath philosophy, you have astronomy. And then you have physics. And then you have biology and all the other sciences. But philosophy is at the top, and then right below, that's astronomy. So astronomy is like the most sacred empirical science for them. And astronomy is actually dictated to by a philosophical principle, because that's the only thing higher than astronomy. And the philosophical principle that dictates astronomy is called the Copernican principle, named after Copernicus, who you've heard of. And the Copernican principle, it's something very simple. It's this. It says the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position in our universe.
Antithetical to the God's word, by the way. Just saying.
Right. So that principle, they say Earth's not special and it does not occupy any special or unique position in the universe. It's not a scientific position, it's a philosophical position, and they force all observations to conform to it. So, when they did this test to measure this velocity, and they failed to do so, they said, well, we can't reconcile this with the Copernican principle, so what we will do is we will change all of physics, because it's 2 rungs on the ladder lower. It's 1 rung below astronomy, and it's 2 rungs below philosophy. We'll just change physics, and we'll say all of our physics up until now is wrong, and the very fabric of reality itself, time and space, are malleable. And we can bend them and warp them and change them as a ratio against light's speed, because light is the thing that we were using to measure this velocity. So since light's the thing we were using to measure it, we will make light the measuring stick for the universe and make light the most constant thing in the universe. We'll make light more constant than the fabric of reality itself. and we'll say that the fabric of reality is changing, but light is not. That's literally what they did. This is the history of the science that we live under right now, Floundering. This is where physics is right now. That's where it.
Yo, where are the flat earthers here?
They're all around you, brother.
Could you take a back seat for a second?
Well, I'm trying to figure out who's a flat earther here, bro.
So are you familiar with these experiments, Floundering, or with this history?
I am. I've been following along. I appreciate the history lesson. I'm familiar with most of what he said.
Yeah, dude, the Copernican principle is something that is detrimental to actual science, to be honest.
I don't.
Okay.
Dude, I'm just going to be honest. You know, I work in a scientific field. I'm not going to dox myself, but if someone came up to me and they were like, "Look, bro, we went to measure this thing with this super awesome machine that's like super ultra precise, and when we went to measure it, we didn't measure it. We got 0." I'd be like, "Oh, sounds like you measured a 0." They're like, "Yeah, but see, the thing is the fabric of reality bent and warped and caused the machine to shrink by the exact amount necessary to change the real velocity into a 0, and that's why we got 0." I would look at them and tell them that they're retarded. That's what I would do. Because that is retarded. Yet, that is the framework by which all of physics operates now.
Yeah, try going against Einstein and see what happens.
Yeah, see if your career doesn't get blackballed.
Einstein's a Jew.
Again. Yeah.
Well,
Indeed.
it's to the point. It's not actual science. It's pseudoscience on display.
Yep. Now, I got you, Floundering, and then it's kind of a switch up, but since you're already familiar with those things, right? Let's talk about curvature for a second and actual blueprints, for example. Like, I have these as-built plans that our friend Taylor, she basically went through like a myriad of different organizations and people to actually get her hands on it. She had to say that she was in her university, blah, 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 because it's technically state funded. But have you ever seen Lake Pontchartrain? I'm sure you've seen, I don't know how long you've been in these discussions, but have you ever seen that?
The experiments involving Lake Pontchartrain?
Or how Lake Pontchartrain is basically used as like a meme to say, look at this, look at the curvature, it's right there.
Oh, sure.
Okay, so in these as-built plans, which is like what is actually used, there is no WGS 84 because it wasn't around then. So what did they use to make this, 25-mile long bridge? It's just mean low water level. I'll show you. Right here, here's all of them. I believe it's binder 6 and binder 7, North Bridge and South Bridge, and you can literally see that there's no account of Earth curvature at all. And if you were to go that entire length, 25 miles, okay, you would expect something like 600 feet, something like that, if I remember correctly. There should be a 600-foot bulge between, in the middle between each end of the bridge. Yet there isn't. And then I even have this
bulge of what?
Book.
Water?
The Earth.
The Earth. Because if we're on a ball, right? If we're on a sphere with a certain mathematical dimension, right? That has a radius value of 300 or 3,959 miles or 963, etc., whatever, then those have entailments, right? There's entailments to that claim, which is a certain drop over distance that has to be measured, right? Yet, it's never measured.
Yeah, 416 feet is the drop over 25 miles.
There you go. So, 416 feet, that's 41 stories. So there should be 41 stories, right? 41-story building of curve, if you think about it like that, in between
the two ends
each end of the bridge. Yeah. And there's none, dude. And then you'll have things like this like I have this surveying book I found from like 1998, where it literally says it defines horizontal versus level, and it's insane. Here, let me find it real quick. I have it here somewhere. Wait till you see this, dude. So, people aren't in this server and haven't come to the conclusion that they've reached for no reason, bro. Like, it's certain
I'm aware of the rationality behind it.
Okay. So what is your biggest contention then?
My contention with the flat Earth narrative?
Yeah.
Yeah. Your biggest contention, like what's the where's the cog dis? Yeah, where's the cog dis coming from, brother?
Cognitive dissonance.
I like spheres.
He likes being part of the club.
That's my problem. Is I like spheres too much. They're perfect.
Just tell him you like being part of the cool kids club.
Let me. No, dude. I actually want to ask you a really personal question, but it's like not so personal. I can't.
Well, the round Earth wouldn't be the cool kids club. That's just the normies, right? To you guys, the round Earthers are the normies. You guys are the cool kids club.
Well, floundering. No. Seriously, based on like your personality type and the way that you try to represent what you believe that is the truth. If you were to like come to a knowledge and an acceptance and a belief in like the biblical cosmology, FE, so to speak, would you be able to just pretend for the rest of your life that you still believed in the mainstream stuff to everybody around you so as to not be perceived as a freak?
It wouldn't matter to me. I mean, I have family members that believe in a flat Earth, but the idea that I would need to maintain the illusion is not important to me. I have friends of all stripes. I have friends that are atheists. I have friends that are Christians. I have friends that believe in a flat Earth. I have friends that are my best friend actually is we have conversations all the time about round Earth, flat Earth, because he is an aerospace engineer, and he's also a metrologist. And he without saying any more, I can say one more thing. He works for Honeywell. Okay, he builds parts that inevitably end up on spaceships, and he's a metrologist. He builds actuators. He builds a lot of things, and he has shown me a lot. Obviously, he hasn't shown me anything classified, right? Because I'm a civilian. But he has shown me a lot of interesting things, and what am I supposed to say to a guy who? Why would I feel the need to save face to my best friend who I accept that he, in good faith, is presenting the evidence of his job, which is to provide reliable quality assurance for the building of space parts. Like,
what's he presented? What's he presented to you?
Well, he's presented things to me that are declassified.
Like what?
Well, I mean, satellites exist, bro. Rockets exist. Upper atmospheric vehicles
like
exist.
what?
Well, no.
Like
hey,
what?
There's
What's
plenty of flat earthers that don't believe that those things exist. So hold on a second. There is no consensus among flat earthers about whether or not rockets are actually going anywhere.
So. What's he presented to you?
Well,
procedures, diagrams.
Yes. What's he presented to you that shows a globe?
Procedural things.
I think
procedural things.
Planning things.
Like what?
Procedural for launches. For the building of rockets and launches.
I think there's a conflation, right? Like, this is what people do. They assume because I work in the space industry and I make stuff that goes up there, that must mean that the whole entire narrative of outer space and glob and all that stuff.
No. This is not. I wasn't mentioning my friend in order to prove around Earth. I was answering your question about whether or not I would need to maintain the illusion to people around me that I'm still a round Earther, even if I entirely accept the flat Earth.
I was just explaining why your friend believes it.
And You did, because you said he presented
No.
stuff to you that.
I never said that was
Yes.
evidence of a round Earth. I said I would have no need to save face to my
Yes.
best friend, who is providing to me evidence for a round
Yes,
Earth.
providing to you.
Right.
Providing
Right.
to you.
That's not me
right?
saying that
So what
his
did-
job proves that the Earth is round. I never said that.
He's
You're getting a little too excited. You're getting a little too excited.
he's saying that
I was
his
answering
friend-
the question of whether or not I would need to save face to my best friend, who, in his line of work, he is a quality assurance metrologist for the building of these parts. That is his job.
I get it, but I think
what
that,
does he build?
that would still come with the big stigma, right? Like, even though it's your best friend.
What does he build?
And even though
He's a
he
quality
works here,
assurance metrologist.
you would still
Yeah,
have
what
to
does
deal
he
with him
build?
treating you
He
like
doesn't
you're
do
a
the
retard.
building.
So he doesn't build anything.
He's in quality assurance. So his job
Quality
is
assurance
to make
for what?
quality assurance for the parts for the
What parts?
Aerospace part.
Aerospace.
what part?
He works at Honeywell. What does
Yeah, he already
Honeywell
said,
build?
he already said like actuators and
Yes,
stuff like that.
actuators and joints and gussets.
Yeah. How do you
and
know? How does he know they're going to
things
space?
that would need to be precision built?
Yeah. How does he know they're going to space?
Joint? He's a drug trafficker?
Well, Timbo,
how
dude,
does he
like,
know that?
satellites exist, bro.
How does he know
How does he
that?
know they're
not.
going to space? Yeah.
How does he know that the parts that he's providing are going to space?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not him; it's his friend.
I don't know. That's not the point that I was trying to make.
That wasn't the point. His point
Yeah,
was
it's
that his friend will. His
Hey,
friend,
you don't
he
need
was
to
answering
tell
my
me what the point is. That's all right.
You seem to
don't
be
need
missing
tell
it.
me
You're
what
getting
the
really
point is.
excited, and you're like, he's trying to disprove a flat Earth.
I'm
Get
not
him.
getting
You need to calm
excited.
down, buddy. You need to calm down.
You've been on here for 5 hours.
Oi,
and you
bruv,
haven't
you
said
need to
anything.
calm down, bruv.
You're just full of shit.
You need
You're
to
just
calm
full
down.
of shit, dude.
See,
you're full of shit,
Pondering,
bruv.
you still would have to deal with the stigma, even if like
Oh,
you
sure.
say that like
Yeah.
I don't care, like it wouldn't bother. Like you can
There's still a
say
stigma.
that. Yeah, you can say that all you want, bro. Like,
Oh, I have plenty of beliefs I can't justify, and there's the idea that I would get a stigma for believing the Earth is flat in front of him. I mean, I don't have anything to prove to
Get a
him.
stigma, though. But no,
you would get a stigma for not just from him, but from pretty much everybody you
I
ever
get a
met.
stigma for a lot of things. We have to brush
different
those
kind
off
of
and keep
stigma.
moving, don't we?
You get a stigma for talking about his top secret job up to the world.
I haven't said anything that's classified. I haven't said anything that's classified.
anything that's classified, Mr.
Yeah,
Charlie.
you thought it was a gotcha. There's nothing top secret about people that work for Honeywell. Like it's not a secret that people work for that company. But
How did we get here? We went from the Bible
you're
to
such a
now.
dumbass. You're such a sad
All right,
dumbass,
Beavis.
dude. These gotchas aren't working.
Beavis.
These gotchas aren't working, bro.
Stop.
Dude, I'm not trying to do
Timbo
a
need to
gotcha. How
calm
are
down. We were
where
having a
are
nice,
we?
calm, casual conversation
You're
about my
trying
beliefs and
to
what I'm
insinuate
reconciling and what I'm not, and cognitive
secret
dissonance.
job.
Haas and Timbo
Lets us
need to
know all that
calm
we live in
down. Your
outer
flat
space,
Earth panties
Bible
are in
guy.
a wad, dude. You pancakers need to calm down.
Yeah. Okay, so
Go back to your
hell did
couch
we
and your
get
Cheetos,
here?
buddy.
just to be
How
clear,
did we
bro.
get here?
Just
We're
to be
talking
clear.
about joints. Joints on spacecrafts or satellites, and satellites are real. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. But that's where this is going.
Well, there are plenty of
Top
flat
secret.
earthers that don't even believe that satellites are real. So there's no consensus among you guys.
No,
and there's
it's
no
the
normative
idea that
basis for your
something is in
beliefs.
orbit around the Earth.
Yeah, but dude, not people. A group of people not being monolithic, and constituents of that group of people not being correct about everything doesn't affect the validity of the overarching belief system itself.
Oh, sure. It's just the idea that some flat earthers believe that satellites exist and some of them don't. It's like, okay, well, there's plenty of evidence that they do exist.
Floundering, would you like to
plenty
learn
of evidence
something
that-
right here?
There's plenty
Would
of
you like
evidence
to
that
learn-
satellites
would you
do
like to learn
exist, and there's
something,
plenty of
Floundering?
evidence that rockets do exist.
Floundering.
The question is, where are they going? Right? That's
Hey,
that's
do you
what the
have me
question being
muted,
begged here.
Floundering?
No, I'm over talking you.
Okay,
These are
well, stop
annoying.
for a second. You're talking
Why?
about the dude. Well, because you brought up satellites.
Oh,
That's why.
You're the satellite expert, bro.
No. What I'm the expert on is what's been said in here ad
compartmentalize how
nauseum.
satellites fit
You're just
your
not going to
narrative
listen, are
instead of
you?
mine.
No one doubts that there are things in the sky. What all flat earthers will agree on is whatever those things are in the sky, just because you see a thing in the sky doesn't mean it's in orbit around a ball.
Okay.
You're the one who has such this narrow-minded vision where you see something in the sky and you're like, well, I obviously see something in the sky. That means it's obviously going in orbit around the Earth. That's where your imagination kicks in. You see it cross the sky.
Imagination.
Yes. The same way you envision the Earth going around the sun. That's your imagination. You see the sun go across the sky. You piggyback onto what's in the books and what they indoctrinated us all with. Is that means the Earth is spinning and the Earth is actually circling the sun. That's your indoctrination. That's what you always go back to.
Everyone grew up with that, though. This is the thing.
Yeah.
It's not something that's like, oh, you've been chosen to be brainwashed. No, it's just the worldview that we were presented with, right? And just like most people, you accept the worldview that you are presented until you decide as an adult to look into
the people that work at Honeywell, aerospace engineers, my friend included, and anybody above them, any position of authority, are they all deluded, or are some of them knowingly lying? Or
I would say almost all of them are honest and believe it. Almost like 99.9% of them believe it.
Okay. Who's the one?
Compartmentalization, bro.
Is this a bottom up or top down narrative building thing?
An extreme top down.
It's okay. So the person at the top, whoever's at the top, is lying, right? They know the truth. They know the Earth is flat, and they are distributing the propaganda.
Yeah, you could say Satan.
Something like that, but it's not that. That's a very simplified, like oversimplification.
I'm simplifying.
Well, you said it was top down, so I'm just wondering who's at the top of the hierarchy.
I'll give you an example. Right, by way of analogy. Okay, in the 1940s, World War II, America decides to test this breakthrough technology and build a nuclear weapon. Right.
Mm-hmm.
How did that happen? They built a whole town, hired like tens of thousands of people. All of these tens of thousands of people,
no idea,
including the scientists who were enriching uranium and the workers who were doing the manual work to produce it, and the people, all of them. Almost no one out of those tens of thousands of people had any idea what they were doing.
Right, they were lemmings. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah,
I understand.
And you have to understand there was hundreds of different roles involved, all disciplines of engineering.
Compartmentalization.
All chemistry, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, nuclear engineering.
You guys don't deny that nuclear weapons exist, right?
I didn't say that. I'm saying when they were made.
Okay. Because there's a few famous flat earthers on YouTube that propose that nuclear weapons don't exist.
Okay. Anyways, the point is,
let's not jump to that subject.
Yeah. The point is this entire endeavor was undertaken.
Next,
and
he's going to start talking about ice falls.
And it was accomplished with almost none of the people involved having any idea what was going on. That same framework is what is used now in the aerospace industry.
Yep.
I happen to know people who are 30 to 40 year veterans who retired. When I say veteran, I don't mean military veteran at the company, who retired from offices in the United States government that operate satellite networks. Full life cycle from creation to retirement of the craft. Okay. And I have it on good authority from their experience programming these networks in which all of these things were operated, that we now in the 21st century, because they were part of the last effort in the 2010s to actually fully automate everything, so it would become hands-off. And once they finished that project, that's when they retired, because the U.S. Space Force took it over. At that juncture, the entire system at this point in time for tracking, locating, and maintaining these satellites in their orbits is automated. And the people that are doing the controlling, they used to have like satellite, not pilots, but people who would like operate the controls.
You mean supposed orbits?
Very little. They're flight paths. Just call them flight paths. There's very, very little human input at this point in time, and no one has to do any data crunching. They used to actually have to all take their data, separate compartmentalized functions, come together in order to get orientations for their antennas, for their crosstalk between the networks on the ground and up in the sky, and all this different stuff. All that's automated now. It's a black box that even the managers don't see into, and the programmers now don't ever have to touch because it's all hands off. So literally, they wouldn't, even the managers at this point, program managers, would not even know that the coordinates for these satellites, Euclidean coordinates, are different than what one would suspect they would be on the WGS-84 geoid model or ellipsoid models, the globe.
Yeah, it's a big one. Coordinates.
And these physical coordinates that the antenna, the communication network antennas for these, because when I'm talking about the satellites that are not the public ones, I'm talking about the ones like the SPA satellites and the high level communication satellites that our military uses. You have to be able to orient your antenna technology very precisely to communicate with these satellites because they operate at very low signal strengths and filter out a very very low noise floor. So you got to get it right, and the coordinates obviously on a ball are different than those on a plane. So they used to have to do all those jobs manually. Now they don't do it. It's all automated. My point is that I'm getting to is just because people work in the industry, just because people do the job, just because people have been there for 20 years or are program managers or whatever, doesn't mean that they have any idea what's actually going on up there. There's only a very, very, very small select group of people that hold extremely high-level clearances and are part of special access programs that are privy to that information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm fine with all that.
Okay.
Sure.
Even the people
it's top down. Sure, it's top down. Got it.
So the idea of bringing up someone that you know and works in the industry, I mean, there's people that are also in aerospace and engineering, etc. Even satellite technology, like Dr. Mike Heffron, they're flat earthers. You know what I mean? It's not really one way or the other.
Of course.
Now, if you guys want to switch it up a bit, though, I would like
Isaac Newton was a creationist. I mean, as far as I know, he was a Christian. So
he also believed in the second theory of gravity that most people don't talk about. I don't know if you've heard of it, but
it wasn't a second theory. It was the same one. They just removed his last postulate from the Principia.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. Well, it was of vegetations and metals, but
crystals, you mean? Oh yeah, the vegetation of
It was metals, yeah. Of vegetation. Yeah, so what he described was the ether as etheric breath coming top down like a tenuous substance being inhaled by the earth, and then gross exhalations basically come out of the earth. And it was the Sol-Nitor theory. But regardless, he believed that there was this top-down force that came down, right? Tesla believed that there's this top-down force that came down. Even modern science calls it the cosmic microwave background, etc. All of these phenomena point to Earth being stationary. I hope you know this.
He also proposed that, not only that, he proposed that his theory of gravity required a substance of mutual contact between all interacting bodies, because the idea that two bodies could act upon one another at a distance without a substance of mutual contact between them was
retarded.
Yeah, basically, for someone to believe that, they would have to not have competent mental faculties, is how he worded it.
Retarded.
Yeah, that's the old-fashioned English way of saying that they'd have to be a retard.
Wait, can you define substance connection, or would you say they need to have what?
A substance of mutual contact. So he was talking about the principle of local action. There's a principle in science called the principle of local action, which is that entities only interact where they are located. So, like, an object only acts where it is. It doesn't act where it is not.
So let's say I jump in the air, right? Are you saying I still have a connection to the ground, like some sort of substance connection? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, the point is that in order for you to interact with the ground, your feet had to touch it. And in
Yeah,
order
but
for
like,
you,
why am I getting pulled down to the ground once I jump up?
there's a force doing it, then it's something is acting upon you, right?
Okay, so
if you can call it gravity, that's fine. We can call it gravity, whatever it is. We'll use that word. But his point, Isaac Newton, who came up with the theory of gravity, he said that in order for this gravitational force to be acting on all these bodies, that there must be some substance that they're all mutually touching that is transmitting the force between them.
So what substance is touching when I'm jumping in the air? What's
the ether was the substance.
The ether. And like, can you describe the ether to me? Like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, so it's you can think of it as some type of fluid, right?
Fluid.
Just like air is a fluid, just like water is a fluid, air is a fluid, plasma is a fluid.
Air is a gas. It's not a liquid.
No, fluid's not liquid. Fluid does not mean the same thing as a liquid. The definition of a fluid is not liquid.
Sure. Okay. So a fluid could be both gas and liquid, is what you're saying.
Gas is fluid, liquid's fluid, plasma's
fine,
fluid.
okay.
Yes. So some type of we don't. I'm not saying ether is probably some exotic state that's different from all of those, but it's some type of fluid that permeates the entire universe. It's present everywhere, and it's the basis for the fundamental forces of electricity and magnetism. It's the basis for light waves. It is what matter is made out of.
Do you think he was proposing what we call today dark energy or dark matter?
No, he believed in an ether, just like everybody else did up until Einstein.
Wait. So are you trying to claim that, like, when Newton says that gravity is acting upon us, do you think that he's saying there is no substance that's acting? Because, like, yeah, gravity is the very substance that is acting upon us. No.
No, he was saying, like, imagine you're in a pool of water, right? And you're on the other end of the pool. If I shove the water really hard and create a wave, that wave will hit you and push you towards the other side of the pool, right? He's saying that to think that I could push you to the other side of the pool without any water in the pool, I'd have to be a retard.
Yeah, there has to be a background medium that is essentially in mutual contact with all of the bodies that is claimed to be acting upon each other. The sun and the earth, the moon, etc., all these different quote-unquote orbits, right? All the periodicity, like all of these things that we see.
That would be gravity.
No, gravity's not a substance, bro. Gravity is a force. There's something has to transmit the force.
Yeah, it's like, what is gravity propagating through?
Space. Wait, would you consider space as a substance?
Oh, so this is a great question. No, empty space is not a substance. I believe space is filled with a substance.
Yep.
Okay.
If you had to go to the atomistic theory, okay, like if you had to go to the reductionist view, right, they say that an atom, and 99% of it is empty space.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's retarded.
Like, if you to put it like
that's
Tesla,
retarded.
Yes.
Yeah, Tesla said that he believed that matter was like tiny little bits of ether flung off into prodigious whirls of velocity. So imagine, like, you get this ether and it's like spinning so fast, and it just so happens that we found out later, decades later, once we got the technology to measure it, that actually atoms are all spinning insanely, retardedly fast at blinding, mind-numbing speeds. They all have spin. But and that the spin of this atom is causing it to basically hold itself rigidly in place, just like a gyroscope. You know how a gyroscope will remain rigid.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like he's basically saying that atoms are little tiny ether gyroscopes.
Yeah. Okay.
That they're oriented because a gyroscope is oriented in a certain way. The atom is oriented towards, or not towards, but the atom is oriented by ether.
I mean, you can think of it like magnet. You can think of it like magnets, right? They have to be aligned.
Yeah. Well, every atom has a magnetic dipole.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And if you go to Maxwell's equations that describe electric and magnetic fields, both the electric and the magnetic field, both of them are defined by what's called the A field or the vector A potential. There's this thing called A. Like E stands for electric field, B stands for magnetic field. Most people think that those are the only two that exist, but originally the way that they were defined was by A. Magnetism was defined as the curl of A, or basically rotation in the A field, and electricity was defined by the flow rate of the A field. So there's something called the Aharonov-Bohm effect that was measured in the 1950s, where they were able to isolate electrons in a circuit, electrons in wires, from a solenoid magnet, to where like they were separated from each other, so that there was zero electric field and zero magnetic field being put on the wire that the electricity was flowing through, and they measured the wire flowing through the electricity flowing through the two wires, and were comparing how long it took each one to get there, like the arrival times. And when they turned the solenoid on, what the solenoid is it's a coil of wire. It acts as a magnet. When the current goes through the solenoid, the charges move through it. If you look at the math function for the A field, that actually has an effect on A. It changes the A field. Now, they verify. They know that the electric field and the magnetic field outside the solenoid is zero. It doesn't touch the wire, the circuit around it. However, when the solenoid was powered on, the electrons in the wire got sped up on one side and slowed down on the other side, implying that there was like a rotation, which makes sense because the A is defined as the curl of B, B is defined as the curl of A. So when you have a B field, you have A rotating. So which means that physically the A field is something physical.
Well, this is how Faraday created his bath motor, right?
Exactly.
A tiny little motor in a bath, because if one side is decelerating and one side is accelerating, you get the spin that he recorded in his experiments.
Yeah, it's all physical. That's all physical stuff. Yeah, exactly.
But the A field, the problem is the A field was never treated as physically real by any of the Einsteinian people. It was just supposed to be like a mathematical tool for convenience of calculation for E and B. And they proved that it actually was physically real. And it's like, what is A? A for what, right? I say it's A for ether, but the point is that the space itself has physical
A for flat Earth. A for flat Earth.
Space itself has physical properties. So, like, the other guy asked me a second ago, do you think that space is a substance? I said no, but I think it is filled with one. Mm-hmm. And there are several proofs of that.
Right, but now the scientific community suggests that there is dark matter and dark energy, that there are these forces that we can neither see nor detect in any way nor measure that are governing the fundamental properties of the universe.
Well, the dark matter and dark energy are, just to be clear, in the mainstream model, are not said to be present anywhere close to us. That they are things that are in like the, outside of our solar system. But
I don't know what you're talking about, because
that's what they say. It's because
as far as I understand it, dark matter and dark energy are everywhere.
No, that's pop science.
They're not just in voids.
No, that's pop science. That's not a thing. Where dark matter and dark energy came from was in the 1920s. Hubble, who the Hubble telescope was named after, Edwin Hubble, made some observations that everything in the universe, basically, no matter where he looked, as far away as he could look, it appeared as if everything was going around us. Yeah, moving, like going away from us. And so he was like, that's odd. How can everything in every direction, 360 degrees around in a circle and also in every axis, appear to be moving away from us? That seems to imply that we're in the center. And so what he did was he's like, well, there's only two options. Either we're in the center, or maybe everything everywhere is moving outwards in all directions and it would appear like space itself is expanding in all directions, and so it doesn't matter where you are, it would look like that for everybody. So that's
right. But the important thing here is that the amount of energy required to keep a galaxy together is not present in the system.
Yeah, I haven't got there yet. So
yeah. I know, but I'm willing to speed you up because I'm aware of the Hubble observations and extrapolations. I'm aware of Hubble. I want to get specifically to the claim that the amount of energy required to keep everything together is not present.
Yeah, I'll jump there. So fast forward to much later, we ended up building off that, and we realized, oh my gosh, we can look out, see with today's telescopes really far, what it appears to be really far. And if we do that and we keep the scale of the universe that we've built everything off of and we keep it consistent, we see all these spiral galaxies and all these places that are like spinning so fast, yet they don't have enough matter or energy to hold themselves together and not fly apart. And it's not just like a little bit of a difference, it's a massive difference. It's actually over 95% of the entire universe would have to be something that we can't see, detect, or measure, or even define.
Right.
So it's a mathematical placeholder for the error in their model, because their theory of gravitation and their theory of the cosmic scale of things does not work with the already accepted.
I understand that there's a lack of there's a big hole where our theory of quantum gravity should be. We have no theory of quantum gravity.
Whether it's quantized or not, it's a fact. It's a matter of magnitude and scale. Like, it just doesn't work.
96% missing mass, like, that's insane.
Right.
If 96% of the paper that you turn in is dog shit, you really think that's suitable?
So yeah, instead of saying like our
right.
So that's not what
I understand. It's a placeholder for it's a placeholder, or it's a MacGuffin for their error, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's a placeholder or MacGuffin for the error in the calculation. I understand.
So that's not what gives the vacuum its properties. So the vacuum has physical properties, and you can go into a laboratory in a controlled environment anywhere on Earth and pull a vacuum in your vacuum chamber, and everybody will measure the same thing. They will measure, for example, that the vacuum has impedance, electrical impedance. Now, that's very odd because it's well known, and it's just accepted fact. Electrical impedance is a material property, just like you have density and electric permittivity, magnetic permeability, etc. Right? All these different properties of each material are properties of a physical material. Well, impedance is one of those, and the reason it exists, what does it mean to impede? To impede means to hinder. In the case of electromagnetism, electrical impedance is how much an electromagnetic wave or electromagnetic energy is hindered from flowing from point A to point B. Mm-hmm. So if you put something, if I'm sending something from point A to point B and I put an object in its way, it either has to go through the object or around it now to get to the other side.
Is that is impedance the gate that you need a higher voltage to get through?
No. Impedance is measured in ohms.
I understand how impedance is measured, but you need a certain voltage to get it. Impedance is not the gateway that voltage is getting through. I'm remembering the diagrams in college, right? That
Ohm's law
amperage is the amount, and voltage is amperage is the intensity, and voltage is the pressure.
Amperage, if you just imagine as like water, right? Amperage is like how much water you have, and voltage is like how much pressure you have.
Pressure or force.
Oh, yeah, okay, pressure, yeah. So voltage is what gets you through the gate, and impedance not the gate? The force of the gate keeping it shut? Or preventing movement?
Impedance is like how skinny your pipe is or whatever. But
okay, no, we're on the same page here. I'm just remembering where impedance was in that diagram. So so a high impedance would be a very narrow pipe.
Yeah. But the point, so the point I'm making though is impedance is something that is a product of there being stuff there in the way. If there were the more stuff you remove, the lower your impedance becomes. And like if you when we know that when we use metals have extremely low impedance because they have what they call a free electron sea within their body. So if you use like copper wires, for example, you can conduct electricity at like 0 point, like tenths of an ohm, basically tenths of an ohm, like 0.1 ohms, 0.2 ohms, in a less than an ohm in a wire. Now, if you were to even remove the wire itself, if you were to remove all the air, every bit of matter was to be removed. What would intuition tell you that the impedance should become? It should become 0 because there's nothing there left to impede. But in actuality, if you go into any vacuum chamber in the universe, you will find that the impedance of that vacuum chamber is about 377 ohms everywhere. It's a universal constant in the vacuum. Which begs the question, what is present inside the vacuum that is giving it an impedance of 377 ohms? What is impeding in the vacuum? There must be something in it.
I don't know, right? But that's where we find placeholders. That's where the circle has to be squared.
Yeah, they just ascribe physical properties to empty space.
Which is retarded, again.
Right, but space isn't a perfect vacuum, I know that.
Well, no, but it's not.
The proposal for empty space is that it's not a perfect vacuum, that there are substances that exist in space.
Well, the closer you get to a perfect vacuum, the closer it approaches to 377 ohms. It's a limit, right? So like it's still valid. It's not the little tiny 0.0001% of stuff in the vacuum that's giving it the impedance. That's not what's doing it.
No, the stuff would lower the impedance.
Yeah,
right?
But
I mean, anything in there would be more electroconductive than vacuum itself.
Yeah, but that's the thing is it's very like the fact that there are fixed properties to space, material properties
in the relativistic paradigm.
Yeah, it means that there's something in the space, like it's not empty because nothingness. Empty space is not an entity. If we just use logic and like the laws of logic, right? Empty space is not an entity. It cannot act. It cannot be acted upon, right? It's not a thing. It's just where you put things. Okay, it itself is not a thing. So you can't say it has weight or it has mass or it has a scent or it has a color. It can't have electric permittivity or magnetic permeability or electrical impedance or density or anything like that because it's not stuff. It's not an entity at all. It's not a thing. Yet we can measure physical properties in it, which means there's no question. There's something in the vacuum. And so that's what the ether is.
Sure.
It's the stuff in the vacuum that gives it its electrical properties. In fact,
do you have a problem with the Einstein model? Do you have a problem with the Einsteinian model calling it space-time?
Yes, because it's actually ontologically completely different.
Okay, I want to hear. I would like to hear how you approach the Einsteinian model with this belief that ether is actually stuff and it is measurable, because as I understand it, even if there is nothing, there is still space-time. So if we think of nothing, right? When we conceptualize nothing, we think of it as there being absolutely nothing in, like you take a space, right? You just take a 3D space, and you say there's nothing in this space. It's not occupied by anything. But the Einsteinian model still says, actually, the fabric of reality is such that there is always something. There is a space-time. There is a certain depth to everything. Everything has a depth. Space.
No, it's a mathematical coordinate system, though, right?
It's just it's just a coordinate system.
Has no physical properties. Has no physical meaning.
And he literally took the idea of place. So place, right? Empty space, place, location. The idea of the idea of location, which corresponds to distance, and time. Location and time, and tied them together into one thing and said that it was variable.
Right, but what would be the purpose of that? The purpose.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you exactly.
Right. Well, I understand it. As I understand it, it's that.
I'm laughing because it's a long answer. But go ahead.
Sure, it is a long answer, but we can boil it down to light. We can boil it down to light considers space and time to be the same thing because it does not light. From light's perspective, at relativistic velocities, or the speed of light in general, it does not take any time whatsoever to reach a place in time, a location in space.
Well, that's what they say as a consequence of. But how do you ground that in the first place, right? You first have to establish it as valid. Now, the way that they claim that this is what Einstein said. The way that I know that my theory's right is because we took something that we already knew was sacred and established as true, which is Earth's velocity around the sun. And when we went to measure it, we didn't measure it. So that must mean that space and time are bending and warping reality itself to trick our measurements into not measuring what they're supposed to.
It's crazy.
Instead, that's literally his theory, bro.
Yeah. I don't accept the narrative entirely, but the
Nor should you.
It's not. What would you say? What would I say? The bending of the curvature of space-time being a more sophisticated explanation for gravity rather than just the idea that two masses attract. It does not bother me that a more sophisticated answer for descriptions of reality are going to require a diminishing return of equal information. So it would take, let's say that, let's just say there's a spectrum of truthness behind any theory, right? That there's an approximation of truth behind every theory, and we can think of that as a spectrum. And if we say, well, Newton got there about 60% of the way, right? And any addendum that we made to Newtonian gravity, like adding a constant or reducing any of his concepts down to mathematical constants rather than any sort of additional extrapolation, then we could call that 65%, right? And then we go to Einstein. It takes more and more, just as it takes more and more energy to increase your velocity. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio. It takes more and more information to get a more and more accurate explanation of reality.
It's not more and more accurate.
But see, Einstein's theory is
that part of it. Okay. That's a different claim than what I'm talking about, which is that it does not bother me, the idea that the explanation would not be more apparent to me. The fact that I can't see space-time is not a problem for me.
96% less accurate, put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you make a theory and then you test its claims, right? And it's like, and not only do you test its claims.
I can't test space-time.
Right, exactly.
I'm not light.
So it's pseudoscience.
Well, I'm not light.
But you can falsify the postulates of the theory, right? There's, a few core postulates. One is that the speed of light is constant for all observers in all inertial frames. One is that all motion, is like purely Another is that
all reference frames are valid.
All reference frames are equally valid. All motion's relative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. That's how I needed to word it. But
yeah,
and you can invalidate you can axiomatically invalidate his theory on all grounds, on all of the axioms. You can measure light speed to objectively not be constant. That's why we have fiber optic gyroscopes, the Sagnac effect.
Right, but when people refer to the speed of light, they're referring to it in a vacuum.
Well, okay, even
so
in
like if so, you know, when Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about light speed, when anybody is talking about light speed in the case of, you know, like what we're talking about right now, Einstein, the Einsteinian model, just as you said that impedance, that there's an impedance constant in a vacuum, light is constant in a vacuum.
Yeah, but the point is
light has
that
a constant speed in a vacuum.
Well,
when people say light speed, it's implied that they're talking about the speed of light in a perfect vacuum.
The speed of light is only constant in the ether frame. In the lab frame where we live on Earth, you can have relative motion with or against the ether, which makes the speed of light not constant in our frame. And it doesn't matter if it's vacuum or if it's a uniform medium. You know, if it's all vacuum or it's all some other, you know, medium that's the same, where the refractive index doesn't change. It still has to be the same relative to all the other parts, right? So like if we're in air, and let's just treat the air as uniform, not this swirling mixture. But if we're in air, that's all the same, or glass or water, if we move from clockwise or if we move counterclockwise through our path, light should maintain its speed, but it doesn't. If we take an interferometer, which, you know, they did it with Michelson-Morley, tried to measure Earth moving, didn't work. If we take that same interferometer and we put it on a table, and then we spin the table, all of a sudden we can precisely measure the speed with which the table is rotating. It's called the Sagnac effect. It's the principle by which fiber optic gyroscopes work. And so they came along and they said, well, guess what? It doesn't count because it's rotating. It's not moving in a straight line. It's moving in a circle. So the reason, right, that the, you know, pattern, the fringe pattern changes is because in one direction, the detector is moving towards the light, and in the other direction, the detector is moving away from the light. So it goes a shorter path in one way and a longer path the other way. In other words, layman's terms, if the light was a bullet and the detector was a guy with was a person, right? The person is running towards the gun or away from the gun, so it takes a little longer, a little sooner to get there and hit the guy. Now,
but the bullet is going at the same speed. Trust us.
Yeah, and so the point is like they said that it's valid. Check it out. It's valid that if the guy runs towards the gun or away from the gun in a circular path, it's valid that it will take the light a little bit longer to get there. But if he runs towards the gun or away from the gun in a straight line, it'll take the same amount of time to hit him. That's retarded. The fact that he's moving is the reason that the light changes the amount of time it takes to get to him. But the reason it's a problem for special relativity is because if you were to, you know, say all motion's relative, I'm going to pretend that I am the detector on the table, right? I'm going to transform my frame and be in the table frame. If I was to look in one direction around the table clockwise and the other direction on the table counterclockwise at the light coming to me from both directions, and I look and I see the universe is spinning around me because we see the table spinning. The guy on the table sees the universe spinning. The guy on the table would say that the light moving clockwise is moving at a different speed than the light that's moving counterclockwise. That's what he would see. It wouldn't make any sense, right? Like that's what he would see, but it wouldn't make any sense. He would have to say, special relativity says, since light is moves at the same speed, what the guy on the table should see is there shouldn't be any change in the fringe pattern on the device. He should see the light arriving at the same time in both directions. But that's not what we measure. That's not what we observe. It's a failed prediction. So they did the whole rotation thing as a cop out. Other people, other versions of variations of the Sagnac effect have been tested. They took the mirror in the 30s. Dufour and Prunier took the mirrors, or not the mirror, sorry, took the detector and put it on the wall in the lab. So the detector and emitter were screwed into the fixed wall that's not moving, and then they just left the mirrors on the table. So instead of everything being on the table, they just put the emitter and detector on the wall, so it bounced off the wall to the table, spun around the table, and then bounced back to the wall. And they found that the pattern that they measured when the emitter and detector were mounted to the wall was an identical pattern to when they were mounted to the table. Both of them accurately measured the speed with which the table rotated, which is impossible because under special relativity. What it proves is that the table frame and the wall frame are equivalent to one another, and that there's actually some preferred frame in the universe. There's an absolute space, which is what Newton believed in. There's an absolute space that everything can be measured with respect to, and that's how light is measured with respect to that absolute space. That's what its velocity is measured with respect to.
And that's the ether idea.
Yeah, that's ether. Yes.
Okay. I see now. I'm getting it.
Brouillon Wong in 2003 and 2004, he had two different research efforts with the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory, was able to work with them and test a linear interferometer. He was able to take a fiber optic gyroscope, put it on a conveyor belt, attach it to another fiber optic cable that's moving in a loop, and there's a chain attached to the loop that's wrapped around a post and attached to the conveyor belt. So what happens is whenever the conveyor belt moves, it causes the loop to rotate at the same speed, right? Because they're linked by a chain. And so when they would move the conveyor belt, the fiber optic gyroscope would conveyor belt forwards. It would, what's called translating. It's just a straight line. It would move in a straight line forward, and the loop would also turn. Now the loop wasn't just a circle; it was like an oval, like an elongated circle. So like the top and bottom part were straight lines, and then it only curved at the edges. So the bottom of the loop moved in a straight line, right side by side with the fiber optic gyroscope at the same speed. So any two objects that are moving in uniform linear motion are said to be part of the same inertial frame under special relativity. That's like that's part of the core framework. So that means that one half of that loop was in the same frame as the fiber optic gyroscope, and they coupled the fiber optic gyroscope into the loop with its leads and sent a signal through it and measured it with the fiber optic gyroscope, and they found that the fringe pattern in the fiber optic gyroscope changed directly proportional to the speed with which it moved on the conveyor belt. In other words, by isolating the opposite half of the loop, because remember that the bottom half moves with the conveyor belt, the top half moves in the opposite direction. So they were able to basically isolate like a one-way, effectively what would be a one-way speed of light. Yeah, one direction versus the other. And
one direction, like the band?
If you have a rubber band wrapped around your fingers and the middle parts are straight.
No, I meant the boy band, One Direction.
Oh, okay, sorry.
But yeah, dude, preferred direction of light, C plus or minus V.
Yeah, C plus or minus V is what predicts the fringe shift in both the rotating Sagnac effect and the linear Sagnac effect. You can look a study up it's 3 words. It's called generalized Sagnac effect. It's only 3 pages. But he demonstrated that
destroys relativity.
Yeah, he demonstrated
generalized Sagnac. Oh, I see it now. I see it. Okay.
Yep.
Physics. Generalized Sagnac effect.
Yep. Physical review letters. Yeah.
Suggests a new fiber optic sensor for measuring linear motion with nanoscale. Okay.
Yeah, that's how accurate, by the way, just so you know.
Yeah. So linear, and that's a Physical Review Letters is a very prestigious peer-reviewed journal. His work is peer-reviewed. It's not contested. It's not. No one's saying that this didn't happen. It was with the U.S. Naval Research Laboratory. He did the work, and he gives credit and thanks for assistance at the end to Robert Moeller and Dean Langley. Robert Moeller is one of the inventors of fiber optic gyroscopy. He was one of the inventors of fiber optic gyroscopy.
Not the same FBI director, Robert Mueller.
No, that's Mueller with a U. Moeller, M-O-E. Yeah, M-O-E.
Oh, Moeller.
Yeah, Robert Mueller, yeah. He's one of the...
Sorry, go ahead.
He's one of the inventors of fiber optic gyroscope technology. But so they have like basically the cutting edge, research team on this, doing this work. And they did it 2 years in a row, because the first year they did it, they're like, "This is groundbreaking results. We want to do this even bigger and better next year." And the Naval Research Laboratory brought them back for a second year and gave them another grant to do the work again. And that second paper is the generalized Sagnac effect, what he published.
Yeah, because if you have better targeting systems for linear motion, of course the Navy wants that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you have better accuracy with interferometry, right? Essentially lasers, and you have a nanoscale accuracy, and you have this thing called this generalized Sagnac effect, which affects anything that has light waves or EM.
All motion.
All motion, basically.
Causes a shift.
If it causes a shift, and you're basically, if you don't account for that shift, then you're going to have less accurate targeting systems. That's detrimental. That's significant. And if that's true, then that means there is an absolute space in which you need to reference something.
Because Michelson-Morley it ties you right back into it, dude. It ties you right back into Michelson-Morley, because they said the reason that we didn't measure. The reason that we didn't measure the velocity of Earth is, even though it's going in a circle around the sun, because of fake and gay space-time stuff, from the perspective of Earth, it's actually traveling in a straight line, and you can't measure straight line motion with interferometry. That's what they said.
But you can, because he showed it with a conveyor belt. Exactly. Yeah. That's the thing. So if you
I'm sorry, I missed the last 30 seconds. My dog unplugged my headphones. But
okay, yeah, this is the crux. The most important part you missed.
Sure.
So Ruyong Wong proved that you can measure linear motion, linear meaning in a straight line, with interferometry.
Conveyor belt. But configuration.
But remember Michelson-Morley, where they failed to measure Earth's velocity. They said that the reason they couldn't measure it is because you cannot measure linear velocity. You cannot measure linear velocity with interferometry.
Ever.
So that they said that's the reason we failed to measure it, because it can't be measured. And then Ruyong Wong went and measured it. So if he proved that it can be measured, and then they failed to measure it, what does that say about Earth's velocity? It must be zero.
I mean, we're not moving, dude.
That is what that would imply. Or demonstrate, rather, not just imply.
It's demonstrated. If that's demonstrated, what else falls from that? What else is implied by that, then?
I don't know. I'm going to go walk my dog. I might be back, I might not, but thank you for the conversation, guys. Thank you for the conversation. It really does feel like these...
Go ahead.
It really does feel like these conversations are much more productive when Banhammer is not involved. He is an angry Aussie, so... But I appreciate the history.
Oh, and I was going to say, this is the world's longest explanation of the Earth is flat.
Well, we've gotten to the Earth isn't moving. That's what we've gotten to.
We haven't got to the Earth is not curving yet.
Yeah, the motion's the most important part, bro. You have to start there.
Yeah. Well, even in Psalms 46.
No, you have to start by measuring the Earth curve.
Yeah, that's never been measured.
Maybe we get there next time. But Floundering, I sent you a DM, dude, so you can you can hit me up, dude, and I will be happy to chat with you another time.
Yeah, same. Yeah, by the way, dude, even in biblical scripture, it says, "Be still and know that I am God," has a very different meaning if you understand that Earth's not moving.
Hey, they muted Floundering.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I added you, so any other questions or whatever, if you want to see some stuff, hit me or PA's up, or Jesus Christ is Lord. That was fun. Remember when you said you had to go to bed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to win people over to this thing that, for him, doesn't affect his salvation. But I think truth is important for the sake of truth itself. Can someone please unmute Floundering, though? He didn't do anything to...
Well, he's kind of... Who knows the history of Floundering in this room? He's probably stepped on a lot of toes, and vice versa, so whatever. Good combo.
Yeah, I mean, he does
Thank you guys for letting us speak.
Cursing wars with people, but yeah,
his dog will piss on his rug if he doesn't take him out. If we don't mute his mic, he'll just keep talking.
You guys are welcome to come visit Ether Cosmology if you ever want to. It's our Discord server we usually hang out in. If anybody's not in here and it's like empty or whatever. But anyways,
get some rest, brother. I'll see you later.
Yeah, have a good night, boys.
Professor Triangle, what are your thoughts on the ether, stuff like that? Since you're here.
I don't really have any.
Never looked into like motion or anything?
No.
Or like electricity and magnetic.
My whole thing is that we can't do anything about this, so it's nothing that you can do just by wondering. So I gave up wondering on that stuff. After I realized it was flat and stationary, you can't do anything about it. That's the end. Too bad. You're here.
I like going back into, all the other stuff that I've learned over the years, etc., with that framework in mind, and going back into certain things and being like, making sense of, like, you know what I mean, trying to get a true understanding of certain physical things. Like, I don't know, I think it's so much better for my mind state to like re-examine the world around me. It's flat and stationary. Okay, what does that also imply? Okay, that implies that, there's like compressibility, essentially, right? Like, you're not just, like, air is not just inconsequential, right? Like, if I'm trying to basically, make things better for my environment around me, right? I think energy is a very important aspect to all of this, because that's one of the control mechanisms that the people that don't have our best interests at heart want to control, right? They want you to be dependent rather than independent. So I think it's important. Also, I think it's hilarious that when you actually look into nuclear energy, it's just hot rods dipped in water causing steam to move turbines.
Yeah, so that's perfect. That's great. That's awesome, because that's what I want to tell people. It has nothing to do with magical bombs that suck all the air out of the place or makes the whole 3-mile radius catch on fire.
That's all fear porn.
Of course it is. If there were nuclear bombs, I would have had made one.
Ah, that's interesting that you said that, though. Do you ever think that that's why there is a lie about, like, ether physics, essentially? Because if you gave any average Joe the ability to create, energy at will, essentially, or at least the ability to do that, that'd be. Would you really want every guy to have access to that? No.
Nope, it doesn't exist, so you don't have to worry about it.
You don't think ether exists?
No, nuclear bombs. Takes a lot of unobtainium to make those.
It's hilarious. Oh, but yeah, I gotcha. Well, I mean, what about like a thorium reactor, right? Like, or like a salt reactor, or just something that basically allows you to be independent. I think that's what it was really. I think that's important.
Yeah, definitely. I'm all about that. I don't see why. I mean, no. Anyway, electricity's in the air. We're just not allowed to harness it for some reason.
It's pretty wild. Also, bear with me, it's a little bit of speculation, but what if at one point we were harnessing literally the electricity out of the air and there was actually some type of like malfunction, like something went wrong? Like, we don't really know.
No, I don't think something went wrong. I don't think something went wrong. They turned it off around before the 1850s. 1850s is when we started getting new history written.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep. The War of 1812 era, like all that stuff. I agree with you.
Like the Constitution and 1776 and all that bullshit crap, that's made up too.
Yep. Yeah, no, I'm totally with you.
I really like to hear the explanation behind that one.
Which part?
1776, the Constitution, all that being made up, that seems quite the hot take.
Go ahead and prove that was written in 1776.
Well, it wasn't. It was written in 1787.
Go ahead and prove that was written by people that say they're on there.
Why do you think it didn't happen, first off? That's such a weird take.
It's such a weird take to think that people were riding around in white wigs over here, making friends with Indians and then just killing them off. That sounds made up.
No, that sounds about like 18th century politics. That's pretty crappy back then.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean, dude. You were there, so you would know. So you debunked me.
You can't really argue the historicity of history, just take it at face value, but just taking it at face value, mainstream history says that George Washington was a Freemason and that he was deified. You know that, right, Joe?
Yeah, obviously I knew that, but how does that prove that the Constitution was never written?
I mean, all right. It's the point of it's claimed that it was written in that time by certain people, but there was a time that we kind of sort of know about just based off of like 3 generations. Like, it takes 3 generations of people to completely wipe to fabricate history. If you go back 3 generations, like it's muddy, period. Like, even now, right? If you were 90 years old now and you were to explain, if you were to explain TikTok to someone 90 years from now or whatever, do you know what I mean? Like, it would be very hard to prove that there was a thing like the ice bucket challenge. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people dumped ice water on their head. Why? What? You're full of shit. You're lying. Like, there's no way to really prove that kind of stuff except when you go into, what do we have as manuscripts or historical documents or primary testimony and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The founding of America is fucking shady, to say the least. Especially when you look at all the old world architecture around. Doesn't make any sense.
Founding America is shady, but not for a hidden reason. It's just shady because it was on different morals than people are taught nowadays. obviously it was more for keeping the aristocracy of America alive without British taxes. And obviously the American Revolution is way more about keeping their heads above the water than keeping the normal people above the water. But it's not shady in a way where it was made up.
How do you know that?
You just gave the answer a little while ago. Testimony for historical documents. First accounts have gone through generations. Unfortunately, we did not have cameras back then, in the late 18th century.
Even cameras wouldn't prove that, dude. What do you mean?
How would cameras not?
Yeah, they just missed Napoleon too. Bummer.
Yeah, they did just miss Napoleon, unfortunately.
Bro, cameras wouldn't prove that. If
How
cameras
so?
don't prove anything right now.
Cameras prove. I'll take a picture of this, and it'll be pretty clear that I took a picture of it.
Yeah, I don't know. There's some early Lincoln photographs that are pretty funny.
Dude, they had Photoshop equivalent, right? They had composite imagery since images were created.
They could agree. Yeah. Anyways.
Old Haas, you're. I know you're deep into photos and shit.
Yeah, the photography and stuff. The Civil War photography. There's a lot of funny looking stuff in it. What stuff that was once presented as documentation of the battlegrounds, and here's Lincoln visiting a camp.
Yeah, exactly.
Something funny about a lot of it. Matthew Brady. But yeah, they could have pulled some tall guy out of the crowd, put a coat on him, put a top hat on him, and there he is, Lincoln.
What's funny about Lincoln visiting a battlefield and they staging a photograph? That's just what they did.
No, it's just
they did exactly that.
You'd have to see it.
It's the same thing.
Not only have I seen it, I've seen the actual physical photograph, and I've been to Matthew Brady's grave. So.
Okay.
So yes, that was real.
What does that mean?
And obviously, the further back you get in, obviously the further back you get in history, obviously it gets more muddied because of the less evidence we have.
Backwards over the trailers.
Late 18th century and obviously in the middle of the 19th century with the Civil War, pretty recently in the grand scheme of history, and we have plenty of evidence to show that all happened. This is a weird take. I don't never heard this take before.
Well, you never got into like old world versus new world stuff? You never went into that rabbit hole?
Explain what you mean before I answer that question, because I want to see what you mean by that.
Okay. I mean...
Because my interpretation of old world versus new world might be different than yours.
I'm not going to use a YouTube video or someone else's research. I'll use my own that I found. So, here's the library company of Philadelphia, and I found this Centennial Photographic Company collection. And it's like this collection of photos from this thing called the Centennial Exposition. You ever heard of like the World's Fairs? You ever heard of anything like that?
Yep, I'm from Chicago. We had the Columbian Exposition as well.
Okay, that's a good example. The Columbian Exposition, okay? So you have supposedly a World's Fair, right? This Columbian Exposition built up in less than 2 years. It's supposed to be temporary fixtures that resemble Roman architecture, etc. Yet, at the same time, you still have a building that is being occupied today that was supposed to be temporary, yet it still exists today. And it's basically occupied by either government or state, entities now. I don't know if you see where I'm going with this.
I don't see the problem with that. We still have a statue in Jackson Park in Chicago that's from the Columbian Exposition.
That's not the original. You know that? The original was 76 feet high in solid gold.
It was not solid gold. Solid gold. Something that high made of solid gold would not be able to fit any foundation that they put underneath that thing, unless they put it way deep into the ground. That'd be way too heavy.
I mean, I have here. Let me show you.
It was in gold gold leaf, gold plating, yes, and it still is to this day.
No, it's not the same. I'll prove it. Give me a sec. Pulling up my stuff here. Give me a second.
My bad, it's actually gilded bronze, but yeah.
Bronze, okay.
And it is a replica, but not only 25 years afterward.
Okay, you see. Okay, so it is a replica, so I'm correct on that. Check this out. This is a recolorized photo. Someone used AI to basically recolorize all the original photos.
Okay.
That's how big the statue used to be.
Okay.
I'll give you another one here.
And that's definitely not solid gold. I can tell that, right? Even without the coloring, I can tell that.
Well, I don't think it colored it properly, but let me see if I can find that. Kind of shows the scale of it. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, it shows the scale of it. So you mean to tell me that they created this entire exposition in less than 2 years temporarily, like for example this, working fountains, the biggest building in the world at a certain time, is actually considered there. This is 1893 in Chicago. And this is just one example, bro. I'm talking about like many examples. Here's the library from 1876. So if you actually compare 1876, you know, what was going on at that time, that was like just after the Civil War that devastated both sides, right? Economically, right? That's an entire collection there. And I'm just going to post one of these buildings here. I'll explain the dimensions of this building. Because it's one of 200 buildings that were made temporarily, supposedly. In 1876, the main building was 21.5 acres. It measured 464 feet in width and 1,880 feet in length. Let's see here. It consisted of 672 columns. And the floor building was made of wooden planks that rested directly on the ground without any space underneath it. And this is a little image of someone drew it, but that I actually found it in that that archive I just posted. This is what it actually looked like. And that's one of 200 buildings. But it was just, you know, it was created temporarily because they were just having an event, you know, after an economic, you know, downturn after a war. But something doesn't add up. I don't know.
I don't see the point. I don't see the point you're making here. These are all temporary buildings, and also Chicago was not bothered by the war at all. In fact, it boomed after the war because of the fact that northern industry boomed in certain areas after the war that weren't really affected by the war, especially in like Chicago and Boston.
Hold on, you say that 21-acre building?
Yeah.
And and listened to floundering. Oh, these are temporary structures, or whoever's talking.
It's crazy.
21 acres.
See that one horticultural hall right there? You really think that's a temporary building? Or do you suppose the alternative, which is these were already here, right? Was founded. There's a previous civilization that we're not too.
Here we go. Here's where it comes.
I don't know. You tell me.
No, this is Joe Spades. Got it.
No, there's no previous civilization. Yes, these were all built temporarily. Yes, most of them were torn down. There's still some that exist today in Chicago. This is a very, very weird take. Jesus Christ.
Right. And then you have I don't know, 4 or 5 maps before the 1800s. Like, for example, the Urbano Monte map. Like, here's the composite map right here. And then if you actually look at North America, which I'm about to show you zoomed in because it takes a while to load. It's very detailed. Now this is from 1587. And I just want to point out something.
Did you ever look up what these buildings were made out of?
Yeah, they say plaster.
Plaster, wood, and stone if needed for foundation. So, and most of them were actually burned down because they were put into a park, pretty far away from the actual main residencies. Especially in Chicago, because Chicago obviously is known for having a great fire.
I love how he's all of a sudden now reading from something, presenting it as his own thought. It's pathetic. But yeah, 21-acre plaster structure, temporary. I don't know, dude. It's just you don't need to be So I don't know. What do you know about it, Joe Spades?
I live here.
To speak out, to read from the whatever you're producing that from, as if it's your own voice, is pretty weak. FYI.
All right, check it out, Joe. See that map I posted? You see the depictions of cities that are scattered throughout America there?
That looks like a map from about, let's see.
Post the full thing right above it. See that link?
Yeah, no,
David link?
I'm just trying to determine what year this map was made. I'm trying to look at the map.
Yeah, you can click on that link. It'll show you.
It says Canada province, so this was definitely...
It's 1587, bro. Promise you.
Yeah, that's about right. Yep, you're right. 1587. That's correct.
Okay. Now, if you look in the top left corner of that map, you see how it's showing the natives and it depicts them with tents?
Yeah.
Right. So these aren't tents. These aren't primitive people creating cities, and there's a ton of cities all around. You look at one of them called Norumbega. Apparently that's where Washington is now.
What? What?
Yeah.
No, Washington is in a white sarcophagus at Mount Vernon, Virginia, right next to his wife. Died December of 1799.
No, Washington, the Washington D.C.
Oh no, that's on the east coast of Potomac River, right across the river from Arlington, Alexandria, and just south of Silver Spring, Maryland.
Is it your prerogative to just derail conversations and make it retarded?
I'm answering. I'm telling him where Washington D.C. is.
No,
That's exactly what it is.
no, because the conversation was flowing until you decided to unmute.
Why you have a problem with us now? If we've been talking for about 10 minutes.
No, Joe Spades, you guys were talking about the map.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he
how'd
said
you
Washington.
get a person's grave from a map, talking about how the map is from 1500s? Where did George Washington come into this? That's my point.
He said Washington. He never clarified Washington D.C.
I'll explain. Right here. So here's this little article I found a while back. There's a little picture here. You can see like Chesapeake Bay, etc. It's the legend of Norumbega.
You do realize that Norumbega is more closer to like the Maine, New Hampshire area, like near Bangor, than would be near the Chesapeake Bay, right?
Okay. So what do you
Nowhere near DC.
Okay. So let me pull up a map here.
That's about 500 miles north of DC. I'd probably, I don't know the exact number. I have to look, but
So you're just shitting on it and you don't even know?
I don't know the exact number how far it is, but I know it's way farther north than DC is.
No, you're right. All of history is correct. You are correct. Get the facts.
I never said all of history is correct. I just said that it's a very weird take to say that the Constitution and the Revolution and all that didn't happen. Like, what?
First of all, I never said that. Second of all, I said
that's what started this whole thing.
Yeah, but you were just basically poo-pooing the idea that our history could be completely false.
It's definitely not completely false. I can tell you it's very biased, obviously, in cases, and obviously the further back we go, it gets more muddied and more biased, depending on who you talk to, obviously, especially when it comes to religious history. But the further...
you're biased towards the Constitution, for some reason.
That I think the Constitution's real? Well, yeah, because it's real. Written in 1787, fully ratified in 1780... Well, written and fully ratified in 1787, then fully came into effect in 1789 when George Washington was first inaugurated. And, well, I mean, technically, what I consider the beginning would be in 1791 when the Bill of Rights was implemented and ratified.
All right, so if you look here and see this fork, I'm just gonna... Now, regardless, all maps have distortions. But here's essentially what I'm talking about. I just screenshotted that.
Yep.
Okay. Now look in the top photo, or the top picture.
Okay. What am I trying to look for here?
Okay, do you see how it says Norumbega? So there's a legend of Norumbega. This is way before founding of America. It's like 1611.
I thought Norumbega was like as far back as like 1520 something.
Is it 1520? Well, either way, it's around that time. So 1587 is the Urbano Monte map. This map that I just posted, that's 1611. And then you have the other map right here. It spells it Orumbega, but it's still the same place. And then you have the city of Norumbega, described by David Ingram, who was an explorer. He was an English sailor who explored, right? Basically, was one of the first. Talking about, he claimed to have seen cities and towns, including Norumbega. He said the inhabitants were cannibals with canine-like teeth, that the kings of lands usually had precious stones, pearl, silver, and gold, etc. Tons of stuff. Tons of stuff like that. Yeah, but there's essentially a lot of weird historical facts that don't really, there's no explanation for it by the mainstream. Like, there's certain places that look like that they have been here for a long time. Like even Chicago, where you say you live there. Have you heard of Shilaga? What it used to be called?
Yep. And also, God, I can't remember. I think it's Fort Dearborn. I forget what the name of the original fort of this place was when it was founded. I think it's Fort Dearborn. I'm not entirely sure. I'm drawing a blank for that. I can't remember.
Okay. So you're aware that, these places were not just founded by, there's people here for that.
Yeah, the American Indians.
Well, did they have access to building, were they Masons?
No, because the Masons did not come over here till the Europeans came over here. Unless you mean like actual stonemasons, then there are places in, obviously, the Americas that have more stone structures than they did in the Northern America, where it was more based on tribal wooden culture. But obviously with like Chichen Itza and the Yucatan Peninsula and the Machu Picchu in Peru and all that. My personal favorite, the Olmec with their big heads.
Oh, he's gone. Just about to post something. Whatever. Why do I do this, guys?
Just because.
Here, I'm going to post this. This is actually really interesting. If anyone is curious about where I was going with it, I think this is fascinating right here. Right here. I'm going to post it.
Hello? Is this room dead? Hello? Mhm.
So, you fucking like that shit, huh? Like when daddy rubs his ball sack in circles, don't you? Don't you? Oh, oh.
Hello, welcome.
What's up?
Nothing, dude. Waiting for proof that the Earth is a globe. Been waiting for that for years. Nobody wants to give any.
I presented it many times, actually.
What?
I presented it many times, actually.
You have? Where is it?
I presented it back then, so unless you were there at the time, then you
No, the
haven't seen
chats
it yet.
delete every day.
Couldn't you have been there and seen what I wrote? Or do you want me to present it again to you? Hello? I guess not. Hello?
Sorry, I forgot I was unmuted. Howdy.
Hello? What's going on?
Just another day in this place we call hell.
What's so bad about? What do you think is? Is it like the world in general, or is it like life, or whatever?
Oh, buddy, I think we've had this talk. It's been a minute though.
I've not had this talk with you.
Bro, all of the paradoxes that you have within inches of each other in society, all over the world. There's a good start.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't think I've talked to you ever before.
That's fine. I got a buddy that I think has the same tag, but I don't know if his has changed on just because of the server. Probably.
Okay.
Okay, obesity and starvation in the same city block.
What? Obesity and
Obesity and
starvation.
starvation in the same city block.
Oh yeah.
A drought sitting next to a ton of water, right? Like a tank or a pond.
Yeah. That is unfair. I mean,
well, it blows my mind. Callie, how are you sitting next to water and then say that you don't have any?
Yeah, who says that? I guess it's true for people in like Africa or something, but maybe not in the Western world. I don't think anybody is like cannot drink.
Well, there are enough problems that show.
Shoot! Just shoot him! Shoot to kill! Shoot to kill!
A level of stupidity that is apparently innate inside of the cell.
Where are people not having enough to drink?
Right here, listening to this tripe. Seriously, guys, is this going to prove the shape of the ground, or am I just going to end up going to bed bored?
I don't know what you want me to talk about, buddy. I mean, the shape of the ground isn't even a science question. It's an exploration question.
Didn't say it was.
I didn't say you did either. I don't get it. What do you want, buddy?
Hey, guy, got any proof of curvature? No?
I would disagree with that, Cuddles. I think you need to. It depends, but to like, let's say you're going to find out how tall is that mountain. I don't think you can explore that.
You'd measure it.
Yes, you need to measure it, or there is some scientific stuff involved. You cannot just
measure it.
Yeah, I think that's science to measure it.
No,
it's a form of
so that
science.
means carpenters now are scientists because they measure bits of wood before they nail the buggers together.
Hey, I'm an advanced scientist. I cut pieces of wood.
Simple science, I guess. Well, I guess carpeting is like a simple science. But like it comes a point where measuring something actually becomes science, I guess.
No, stop guessing. If you measure something, you measure something.
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
I can give you an example where I think it's scientific. Like, for example, when you have I could use an example where I know not a lot, but a little bit about. like how a voltmeter works, voltage meter.
So that's
and
not
you
science. You measuring something directly is not science. You may use your particular measurement within an experiment for whatever reason, but the act of measuring something is not an act of science.
Yeah. So in terms of the voltage meter, I think to measure using a voltage meter, when the first people who started to measure it, sure, now people do it for us. We don't have to know a lot about how it works, but to set up the measurement, if it's novel, I would say it's science. If it's something that nobody else has
if
done
you're using a voltmeter, you've got two little probes. Stick them in, make sure your switch is in the right spot, turn it on. Ta-da!
Yeah, but that's
gives
not
you a
novel.
reading.
If that's not novel. I said if it's novel, I think it's a form of science, because you don't actually measure voltage. You actually measure. You have several loops inside the instrument, and you measure currents. Actually.
And you've done a scientific experiment. So your natural observation was 2 open wires.
No, in that case, it would be to observe the current in the wire.
No.
To figure out the voltage.
That's not your natural observation. Yes. So you can't see anything. So remember, you're going to do a natural observation, and then you are going to do a scientific experiment to adjudicate cause and effect relationships. Nowhere in using a voltmeter are you adjudicating cause and effect relationships.
Cause and effect. If I wouldn't use that simple terms, but if you want to, I mean, I guess you would say the cause is the current and the effect is the voltage. So now you have a tool that you can measure voltage.
You're not doing science, bro. You're trying to make excuses to justify your stupid answer. Please don't.
Did I? Okay. You need to argue against what I said. You can't just say it's stupid. That's not a very good argument.
Listen, guy, stop giving us dumb shit as answers. You're not doing a voltmeter is not a scientific experiment. You seem to have some perception that it is, and now you're rattling on to justify how stupid your answer was in the first place. You don't have to do that. You could have went, you know what? You got me.
Yeah, but you said you needed cause and effect, and I gave you it.
So what's the natural observation?
Current. Electricity.
So you can't see that. Hello, McFly?
Yes, you can see. You can't see it, right? But it doesn't mean that you can observe it.
Is yours, Guddles?
What?
Oh, buddy, don't even get me started. Because I'm in between you guys.
Question. Okay. Can I ask a question, right? So if you're going to observe something, like let's say you're going to measure like anything that's not something that is reaching your eyeball in a sense, then it's not science. It has to be something that reaches your eyeball. So like anything that has to do with magnetism or electricity or anything like that, you cannot measure. You cannot observe that. Because
I would say that there's a lot of words being said, but I think there's a lot of explanation that's hidden amidst those words. So
do you agree
can't
with
see
what
the
I
flow.
said there?
You can't see the flow of electricity without a special type of apparatus, some type of lens. So
like
it would be great that we have that lens.
Right.
Well, see, here's the thing. The query that I have, the issue I have, is I know that there's a current flowing. It can absolutely be seen moving. We just don't have the apparatus for it.
Yeah, our eyes cannot observe electricity.
Well, with the spectrum that we're on, though, bro. Look. I got a fun one for you. This ought to break your brain, okay? There's no such thing as darkness.
Dark mist? Sorry, what did you say?
Darkness.
Oh, darkness. Okay. Yeah.
There's no such thing as the absence of light. No such thing.
I'm not sure what you mean there.
Okay, well, is light a spectrum?
Yes, you can have an amount of light.
Okay, is that spectrum full of light?
Yeah, it's different variations of light and frequencies and shit like that.
Yep. Okay, so you have a spectrum of a thing, and that thing is all over that spectrum in one format or another. So there's no such thing as darkness.
But darkness would be nothing of that, right? You have the spectrum.
It'd be the absence of the thing that exists everywhere on all spectrums. Right, which is everywhere.
But when you have complete absence of light, you can have complete absence of light theoretically, I guess. It's really hard to get.
Well,
by
how?
not
Even if
having
there's
not having any light.
The lowest frequency or the highest one, it's still light, isn't it? You just can't see it. So we're back to you need an apparatus to see what's going on.
Yes, but when you have, it's not low frequency, it's also not having any frequency at all. Like you can not have light.
That's your
then
perspective.
You don't have any frequency.
Right, that's all that is, though, is your limit. If you,
I would say
didn't
it's
have the limit,
it's a physical aspect of nature to have something that either, if it's if it's light, then it has properties, and one of those are frequency and shit like that.
Well, I know that part,
but it can also not be that.
What I'm wanting you to focus on is the fact that there's no such thing as the absence of light.
If you have no light, wouldn't that be absence of light?
Okay, now show me where there's such thing.
I didn't say it was practically easy to do, but theoretically you can have absence of light.
Yeah, but I don't live inside of a theory.
I don't know,
I live
but you
inside of
asked
reality.
me if it's like. Yes, but I'm not saying it doesn't mean that it's an impossibility just because it's hard to do it.
Well, yeah, that shoulda, coulda, woulda. Yeah, could happen if this would happen, if that could happen. Yeah. The maybe realm. Yeah. What I call Narnia.
It's not Narnia. It's based on our understanding of how light works. And
it could if circumstances that don't exist existed. So again, we're in Narnia right now. Could happen if these things. If. Okay, where are those things currently? No freaking where.
I mean,
nowhere
it's not
at
impossible.
All.
Like Narnia is impossible. Like you cannot have like flying.
That's what I'm saying. No such thing. Having zero light is actually impossible. There's no such thing.
It's an engineering problem, not a physical problem.
Well, it is physical because your eyes can't see on that spectrum physically. So.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, if you're going to be sure that there is no light, you need to use a tool that is better than your own eyes.
Oh no! I have it on good word that light has a spectrum of itself. Its own propagation has a spectrum where no part of that spectrum is it absent from itself being what it is. So it is always what it is. Light.
But you don't think you can see all the spectrums, right?
I didn't say I could. I already mentioned I need an apparatus for it. That's no big deal. But to say there's no such thing, that darkness is absolute, it's positive, and we know for a fact, based on what? There's bugs that walk around in a cave that see just fine.
Yeah.
What everyone keeps trying to equate is sun radiation and skin adaptation through melanin or some type of coloring or lack of sunlight and discoloration to say, oh, well, they can't see. But that's not. One has nothing to do with the other. Right? Me being albino for lack of sun doesn't mean I can't see in what you call the dark. We see on two different spectrums.
I think the reason why they can see in like really, really deep caves or somewhere where the sun doesn't reach is because the earth,
they use a torch,
the rocks and everything, is actually emitting a little bit of radiation.
Well, everything's emitting radiation, buddy. The thing is I don't know that anything can see on the spectrum of radiation that it's emitting, which is fascinating.
Like a night vision goggle. It sees, not night vision goggle, infrared goggles. You can see like stuff just from the heat they emit.
Well, if I were to just change lenses, if I were to just, backpack full of different lenses, they all have different coatings on them, different types of coatings to be able to see on different parts of the spectrum, I'd be able to change glasses and see everything in every situation. Right? So then, where's this absence? We don't have an absence of light spectrum or chart or graph or any of that. We have just what is the spectrum of luminescence. Which means it already is happening, propagating. You just can't see it.
Yeah.
No, I don't blame you, man. And I didn't get it the first time, right? I didn't get it the second time either. But nobody can take it away from me. Now that I know it.
Yeah.
They can hem-haw and argue, right? But light spectrum. Spectrum. That's all of nature. So what you have is a spectrum of something that's all across nature. Uh-oh. Absence of itself couldn't exist. It'd be a paradox. And I don't live inside of a paradox.
Well, I wouldn't say having no light is a paradox. It's actually principally, or as I said, like theoretically, or whatever word you want to use. It's
yeah, but that's possible. If, man. Look, if I were born with balloons for nipples, I might be a clown or a freak, But if isn't what is. Science deals with what is.
Yeah, and
theories.
Okay, yes, but it is
theories
possible.
deal with what isn't.
Yeah, but our understanding of how light works. Principally, you could have no light. It's just really hard to. It's a very extreme circumstance. It's
right, but I got a pretty good theory.
Impossible.
I got a good theory though. If we had 3 very large fingers, we would have better basketball players instead of 5 little ones. Now, how does that affect reality?
But would you say it's not this? Do you think that like physical laws and all that stuff that we have figured out has some kind of predictive power?
Oh, only in the part where you don't understand everything else. See, right? Light is a spectrum. Knowledge, I would say, is a spectrum. Apparatus.
Yes.
The types of apparatus. The energies used, the exchange, the discharge, any exhausts. All of these things would be in that category. So, I mean, how many different types of electricity are there?
One, isn't it?
Are you sure?
Well, unless you mean like AC and DC and shit like that, I guess I think it's just one.
Oh. Well, DC, I believe, is a type. I'm pretty sure that's a type of electricity. And AC, pretty sure that one is too. But is that all the forms of electricity?
No, you can have square if you want to. You need for there to move for it to move. You need to have a potential. So you need to have a. You don't have to have a change in potential, but you need to have a potential, and that could be in any shape you want. It could be a sinus. It could be a square. You have a square in electronics. You have a square. What do you call it? Square patterns. Square shape.
All right.
You have any shape. You can have. You cannot have any shape. You just need to have a potential.
Right, but there's more than 2. There's more than 3, which pulse is another form, I would think.
Yeah. And square shape is kind of pulse, I guess. Many pulses.
Well, AC, DC, right? Can't even think right now. Not enough coffee. You have AC, which is swapping back and forth all the time. DC, which is a direct push.
Mm.
And then pulsing, which doesn't necessarily require wires, which is fascinating.
You lost me there a little bit.
You got wireless. Is that AC/DC transmission, or is that something else?
Wireless. I think that's. I guess it could be. No, you need to you need to have a transformer on either end. I guess you have to have a. No, you have to have a change in. You have to have an AC. I'm quite sure of.
Hey, there's no
it's kind of like
problem.
I think it's like two transformers on either end to send electricity.
I don't know what they all are off the top of my head, but there's 8. Just a FYI. Tesla was onto one of them. So now I've got 4. AC, DC, pulse, and whatever Tesla was paying with.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Now, is any of your world changed so far? Because, see, the more you learn...
It is electromagnetic induction, actually. So it is an AC field changing magnetic field to have a current build up in... do you know how transformer work, Cuddles?
Yeah.
So
in theory, yeah.
Okay, so I just... Okay, how do they work?
You have voltage coming in, and it gets amplified across the material.
You know why it transforms up or down? How do you
type of material, thinness of the material, windings, circuitry.
One of those are correct. The two ones are not. Two of those are not.
Cool.
I don't want to be that guy, but like it's not. I
That's
learned
fine,
it in
bro.
electricity.
don't know everything.
I'm an electrician.
I don't know
we
everything.
learned it in the school. Yeah, that's fine.
And electricians
so
don't know everything
works,
about electricity.
They know a lot about more than the average person. This is not very complicated. It's the most primitive thing you can learn about how transformer work. So I'm not an expert, but I know just what they teach me at school. So you have a copper wire. Sorry, you have a copper core on either end. So you have a primary and a secondary input-output, if you want to call it that. And on either end, you have spools wiring around it. And the spools create a magnetic field. And the magnetic field's strength is proportional to how many times it's wrapped around it. So if you have like 100 wraps on the primary side, and then you have 10 wraps around on the secondary side, you will divide the voltage by 10, basically. Because the currency is like proportional to how many wraps it is. So it doesn't actually matter how thick the wire is, but you need to have a thick enough wire so that you don't have like too much impedance, so it gets hot. That's the only that's why you need to have a thickness to it. But in reality, it's just the amount of wraps. So if you want to amp up the voltage, you have an X amount of wraps on the primary side, and then you need to have a proportional higher amount on the secondary side.
Shadow, when we see red light.
So in conclusion, the Earth is flat. We spoke to Noro or Rye. How y'all doing?
Hello. Doing good. How are you?
Good. Have you been in here before, or did you just decide to stumble into a flat Earth channel?
I've never been here before.
Okay. Well, are you under the impression, as we all were at one time, that the Earth is a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
To be honest, I have no idea what the Earth is.
Okay. Well, not so much what it is. I mean, the Earth is the Earth. What its composition is, or how we would describe its surface, is kind of a different matter. So, would you say? I mean, I know you're saying that you don't know. Would you like to know what the Earth is, as far as the surface measurements are concerned?
Yeah, it would be nice if I know, of course.
Okay. Well, there's a really easy way to figure it out. We all know It's something that we kind of instinctually understood and know since we were kids, that water finds its own level. And so if that's the case, and 70% of the known world or Earth is covered in water, that means that water is level upon the surface.
How do we know that 70% of the Earth is covered in water? That could be a lie, though.
Well, what I mean by that is that that is like I said, the claim, right? 70% of the known world is 70% water. Now,
But
if somebody,
that's probably a lie. I don't.
Well, if it's a lie, no, it's not a matter of them, bro. It's a matter of vast oceans. Navigable oceans that are quite large. There's a lot of water on the Earth. No one's saying anything. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So if your observation and experiences of a mostly covered in water Earth, and we know that water is level, that is a flat Earth.
Oh, yeah. Could be.
Yep. Yep.
Maybe it's a cube.
Yes.
Could be a cube as well.
Where's the corners at? Why could it be a cube?
We're living at the top, then there's the bottom, and there's the sides. Still flat, but it's a cube,
Well, it would have flat sides, but we would have to go ahead and find these sides. Most importantly, the corners.
The corners are like it's a wall that you cannot really cross, I guess.
Really?
Could be. What do you think?
What do you mean it could be?
Could be that way. I mean, I'm giving possibilities here.
Okay, like I said in the beginning of this particular conversation, we're talking about the surface that you and I both dwell atop. We're not talking about the overall shape or composition. Is that sinking in yet?
Oh, with the surface we're standing on? Yeah, it could be flat. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, it definitely is. It shows no evidence or measurement of anything other than that. Everybody's measuring it that way. Everybody's using it that way. Everybody experiences it that way. So, just by empirical nature of the surface of the Earth, it is flat.
Yeah, so they're probably lying about the gravity thing, right?
I don't know who are they and what is gravity, because I've been getting I think there's at least 5 different types of gravity, so it would kind of have to be one of those that you're speaking of specifically. So I don't know. Which gravity are you talking about?
They say it's the force that pulls us down to the center.
Yeah, that one's kind of outdated. That one's been superseded by a bending and warping of the space-time mathematical conceptual medium.
What do you think? So it's a lie, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if I would call it a lie. It's just someone's idea of what could be, although it really can't be that because, space and time are not physical. So it's only conceptual. It only exists in mathematics. It doesn't really exist in reality. So, I mean, somebody could say that.
Not flying, then how can we stand?
I don't know. What do you mean flying? Why would we be flying?
I mean, why would we stand? Why not flying, for example? Why not fly?
I mean, this sounds more like an existential question as to why the Earth is the way that it is. Why do the more dense things tend to go downwards, and why do or more dense things go downward? Why do the less dense things kind of separate themselves above that? I don't know. That's just the way it is. I don't think there is a causal mechanism. To me, it kind of seems like just another natural law.
See, well, for them, they kind of explain that with gravity, but I don't know. What about you guys? I have no idea.
No, we don't. I don't think anybody here would ascribe a causal mechanism. We can only describe what is occurring, because for there to be a cause, we would have to have something to vary and manipulate to get this stuff to do what it's doing, just seemingly naturally. So it seems to be oriented and created this way or designed this way. If you're going to ask me, it seems to be designed in this way for our practical uses. You know, if you're going to pour yourself a cup of coffee, you want the dense liquid to go down and displace the air within the cup. That seems like a design, not necessarily anything being caused, more like a law. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I went to Norway. It was like the north of Norway, and there was this creepy thing that the sun doesn't go away. I don't know why. Sometimes the sun keeps you know, in normal countries the sun goes and come back. How is that possible in Norway that the sun doesn't go down? I don't get it.
I don't know. What is the sun? And by the way, that only happens for about half the year, right? The other half, the sun does go away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is like the other lands that only get sunrise and sunset. Right. I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know how far away it is. I don't know why it does what it does.
Okay. I thought you have an answer. Sorry.
No. All we can do is describe what's occurring. I mean, for certain, it isn't a burning ball of gas within a vacuum that would violate the natural law that we described.
Those scientists in NASA, they're probably lying to us that they can, you know, that they can fly, go to the space.
I don't know. I mean, it's all on TV, right? So those guys can put whatever fiction or nonfiction they want to on the television. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying. Maybe that they just let people believe whatever they want to believe. I don't know if you can consider that a lie or not.
They probably, whether they're lying or they actually did that. I mean, when you see them saying that they went to the moon, you know, and they landed on the moon, it's kind of, I don't know. They are whether lying or they are saying the truth. I have no idea.
Yeah, hard to say. But it doesn't really matter. We know we don't have to pay attention to the TV anymore, right? Because it's always going to be fiction or nonfiction, and they're not going to tell us which one it is. So since we already know that the Earth is flat, and you know the idea of a burning ball of gas within a vacuum is silly and absurd and violates natural law, we can just kind of ignore whatever they tell us at this point. Don't you agree?
It depends on what you mean by natural law.
Natural law, you know, like the first law of thermodynamics: matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
But that's
second law, entropy. Those are natural laws.
That could be a lie as well. I mean, we don't know.
No, it's not a lie. It's natural. It's observed reality. It's not anything to do with a
thermodynamic
cause.
Is observed reality. Are you kidding me?
And it's just a description that we give to the matter and the energy that we experience in the physical realm.
I mean,
no, we do.
Out there in the space, I have no idea.
You experience it every day. It's natural law.
I don't. What do you mean experience natural law every day?
So you don't experience entropy? You never drank a cup of coffee and it got cold after a while?
That could have many explanations. I have no idea.
No, it's not an explanation. It's just a description of what occurs. It's called natural law. Are you okay?
So when you drink something, another thing would happen if you... Yeah, right. That's what you mean.
No, I'm saying that when people drink cups of coffee, if they leave that coffee on the table for a certain amount of time, it's warm and then it gets cold because the energy...
there's no because. You can't know what is because you're not explaining. You're just experiencing. You don't.
That's why it's called natural law.
Yeah, don't say because we don't know why.
When did I say because?
There is no because.
Why did I say? When did I say because? I didn't say. I didn't mention a cause. I said this is your experience.
Yes, the cup of coffee, when you leave it on the table, it gets cold. That's what we know.
Right. That's the description. Yeah, that's natural law.
You call it whatever you want.
That's not me calling it that. It's Everybody calling it that. Except you. Apparently you think that it might be a lie that your coffee gets cold.
No, that's an explanation. But what do you call it?
No,
is up to you, right?
Do you know the difference between explanations and descriptions?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference?
I mean, description is when you actually tell something that you see with your eyes.
Right.
And explanation is when you tell why is this thing happening, right?
Right. Nobody here is proffering any kind of cause or why it's happening. It just is. That's why it's called a law. It always happens no matter what.
But sometimes it's not always the case.
Okay, can you give me a scenario where it's not the case? Let's use entropy, for example.
I mean, they use some ideas in space we don't know about.
Oh, what are you talking about? A place that's an ever expanding vacuum beyond an arbitrary line called the edge of the atmosphere? Oh yeah, that's all fake.
Yeah, exactly. And also they say that the energy cannot be created. What do you mean? How did you know the energy cannot be created?
We do not experience a scenario where energy or matter are being created currently.
But that doesn't mean it was never created before.
We're talking about our actual experience. So in the experience that all mankind has had, there is no creation or destruction of matter and energy. That's what we experience.
Yeah.
That's why it's a natural law.
They would say energy will never be created or destroyed. Not can never be.
Okay. So I see that you're appealing to the future in the current state of affairs that we have. The current state of affairs is matter cannot be created nor destroyed. Currently, that is our experience, and it has not changed since the beginning of recorded history. So,
yeah, so we're only talking about the present. We're not talking about the past, because we don't know what happened in the past.
Fair enough. I guess we really don't. But right now, matter is not being created or destroyed. It seems to be in cycle. It seems to be in a recycle cycle.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's why it's a natural law. That's just what we observe. It's a description.
Yeah.
So, the idea of space, that violates natural law. Water finds its level. Light things go up. Heavy things go down, generally. All seem to be natural laws.
That's the creepy thing about them. They give an explanation to a lot of things on Earth. For example, the example that I gave to you about Norway, they say that the Earth is kind of a bowl, and the sun doesn't really reach that point until 6 months pass. So they kind of give an explanation physically, which I don't really see true, because they could be lying. I thought you have an explanation, but I think
no. Why would there be an explanation if we already know that it's false? Because the Earth is measurably flat, so you already know it's not right.
It's not measurably flat. It's
oh really?
They usually
do you have measurable curvature somewhere that you could show me.
It's pretty obvious the Earth is flat, guys.
Yeah.
Stop being stupid.
Yeah. So that's what I'm living right now. Like, I'm seeing Earth as flat. I think it is, but it could be a bowl as well, as they say. Because
wouldn't it have to be curved?
It could be a big bowl. Like,
how big?
A really big bowl. And
how much curve would we expect to see about how big it is?
I don't know.
Because bowl or ball?
A ball.
What fucking crack are you hitting, dude? What is that?
I have no idea. That's what they say.
So anyway, yeah, if you say it's a really big ball, where would that curvature be at?
I mean, you don't feel the curve, I guess, because you're too small compared to the Earth.
Well, okay, fair enough. But where would we be finding any of this curvature? Measuring it, experiencing it, all that stuff.
I don't know, but like it gives the explanation of Norway, for example, and what is happening there.
But it doesn't, because the Earth is measurably flat. You hear this part where I'm using the word measure? It's measured flat, so it cannot be a ball.
Oh. See, they have an explanation for some things, and you have explanation for other things.
No, their explanations are just stories. They're kind of like fairy tales because they don't demonstrate any of the things that they're telling you the story about. Like take space-time, for instance. Space-time is purely mathematical. It's just conceptual. It doesn't exist in reality. Do you think it's a good explanation to have something that isn't physical doing physical things?
No, of course not.
No, right. So would it make sense then that they would be saying that the sun is a burning ball of gas within a vacuum, already denying and breaking the second law of thermodynamics around an Earth that doesn't have any curve?
Yeah, they are lying in this, exactly.
I didn't say that they were lying. I'm just telling you that that's their story. You're accepting their story. Maybe, you just think, well, it makes me feel better that somebody has a story that I could believe in, even though the story doesn't make any sense. Doesn't mean they're lying.
I mean, nothing makes sense, right? Even the flat Earth doesn't make sense because we don't have explanations for a lot of stuff, right?
I'm sorry, the flat Earth only declares that the surface of the Earth is flat.
Come on, but come on, let's do like them. Let's make physics. Let's explain stuff. Can't we?
They're not making physics. They're making stories. They're making fictions and fairy tales. Do you want us to start making things up that aren't even possible? You think we should do that?
No, like there's the science is based on those stories that they're telling.
There is no science. What science are you talking about?
There is no science?
No, what science are you talking about? You use the word. I'm curious. Is there an experiment being conducted?
The technologies they're using right now are all, or most of them are based on what the stories they're telling. For example, GPS and
GPS. What is GPS? Do you think that there's some kind of machinery orbiting around a ball Earth that doesn't exist?
That's what they're saying.
That the Earth. Okay, well then, if you know that the Earth is measurably flat, then that story is also bunk, and that there is no mechanism by which you can tether a piece of machinery around a non-existent ball called gravity. That doesn't exist. So, what technology are you talking about? There's no machines flying around a ball.
So how do you explain the internet?
The internet runs through cables and towers. Are you okay? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Oh gosh, so you don't know that your internet is fed through towers and cables?
No, I know. Of course I know. But they always say that there is this, spacecraft that is flying. And our conversations are all going there and coming back to another space on the Earth, so you can. That's what
that's not the claim. No, actually, they even admit that somewhere in the ballpark of 95 to 98% of all communication is through cables or towers. Now, if they're making a claim that the other 2 to 5% is due to some kind of machine making a orbital path around a sphere Earth, well, we can just go ahead and count that out because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, and the Earth is not a sphere. So their story,
just like Starlink, just like what Elon Musk is doing.
I don't think he's doing anything. Do you have any evidence that there are machines hurling around a sphere Earth tethered by a non-existent force or bending of space-time called gravity?
I have no proof for that. He is saying that. I don't know. I have no proof for anything.
Right. So he can tell the story, and people can buy the internet, and most likely it's coming through a tower. What do you do?
Oh, I see. So where are those, space rockets going when they launch them?
No idea. I've been to a rocket launch though, and it just kind of did a parabolic arc and went down range. That's what I witnessed. I didn't see it go into space, I'll tell you that, whatever space is supposed to be.
I've seen one go into space. That's what they said.
Really?
That's what they
that's what.
said.
So you didn't say it went into space. You went by what they told you, but not what your eyes told you.
My eyes saw the rocket going, and then you can't. Yeah, there is a point where you cannot really see the rocket anymore.
Okay.
So you go to this screen where they show you where this rocket is going, and you see the same thing. Like the rocket is going the same.
They continue the story on a screen because now you can't see it with your eyes. So the thing on the screen, was that real?
Can you see everything with your eyes?
No, not all things. That's why I'm telling you. So now they move to a screen, and you begin.
Sometimes
I don't have to trust anything. You can trust whatever you want. But I mean, if you're just going to believe whatever you see on a TV screen, I'm going to tell you right now, in this day and age, with AI and deep fakes and everything, you're going to get ripped off.
Not TV. I'm telling you, like they show you a screen in front.
A screen, right? So a television screen, or a computer monitor, or your little cell phone screen. Yeah, the little fictions that come through the screens called movies.
No, but what if I am the one who, placed the camera on that rocket? Like I'm the one who.
Are you the guy? Are you the guy?
What if I'm the guy who placed the camera on the rocket?
Are you that guy? I don't want to deal with hypotheticals. Are you the guy that did that?
Well, I'm going to do that soon.
Really? That's fantastic. So when you place the camera on the rocket, whatever happens on the screen after it goes out of your eyesight still could be a movie.
What do you mean?
I mean, you just placing the camera on the rocket isn't going to tell you whether or not what you're seeing on the screen after it goes out of eyesight is real. The screen doesn't tell you that.
Why not?
Do you think that everything that you see on a screen is real?
It's my camera.
I don't care if it's your camera. Is it in your hands?
You mean that they probably changed the screen of my camera, right?
No, I'm not saying that they changed the screen of your camera. You know what they could be doing?
Probably do that.
Well, maybe. I don't know. But the point is that there's no way for you to know.
So until I go myself, right?
Yeah, until you actually go to a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics, you're not going to know.
No, but like if I went myself, I would see what is going on, right?
Listen, if you want to live in the hypothetical world, if you did something, then it might be true. I mean, I guess that's up to you. In the meantime, the Earth is measured to be flat.
In the meantime, but what if I went myself?
Yeah, listen, bro, you can do all of these mental masturbations if you want to about what if. That's up to you. I can't answer that for you, but what if is kind of like an appeal to the future and also just a pointless exercise of mental masturbation.
Right now. That's what I'm studying right now.
Okay, so when you study and they're telling you that the Earth is a ball, but there's no measurements of it, which answer are you going to give on the test?
Do you think I'm believing them?
I don't know. Which answer are you going to put on the test?
I'm going to put whatever they want me to put, of course.
Exactly. That's my point. See, because
but that doesn't mean I believe them. Sometimes I study a bunch of nonsense that I don't believe, of course.
Okay.
I've been studying, for example, the Bible, which is a bunch of nonsense that I don't believe.
Okay.
And yeah, I have to put the right answers on the paper because it's a matter of grades. But when it comes to this, I can go myself and, see with my own eyes what is going on up there.
Up where?
When you go, you know, there are birds flying, right? I want to reach the bird first, and then reach the airplanes first, second, and then go up and more to see what is going on. The more you go, the more you discover what's there, right?
You're talking about a flat Earth, then?
Yeah, well, flat Earth,
Okay.
whatever. Once you go up, you can see whether it's flat or it's not.
Right. How high up do you have to go?
As higher as you can.
And how high would that be? Because right now you're describing a flat Earth when you're saying high and up and all that
Exactly.
stuff.
I would know once I go. I would know once I go.
How high do you have to be?
Look, if I want certain height and I didn't see a lot, I would go more. You know?
How high would that be?
I have no idea. I have to know. Once I go there, I have to know. Because I have no idea. They have some calculations that I don't believe. But once I go myself, I would know, you know?
Right. So you're looking at basically no curvature as far as any of the major science communicators are telling us, is that even at the height of the ISS, which is 250 miles, you cannot see any curvature. So
I don't care
it's
about
flat.
the calculations that they share. No.
Okay. So
that could be
you'll have to start at 250 and see if you can go any higher than 250 miles. Or you could just measure the surface of the Earth where you're at and know for sure if it's flat. I mean, you don't really have to go very high.
I don't want to
Maybe
know if it's flat or not. I want to know. Look, if it's flat, then it has a limit on the sides, right?
Possibly, yeah.
Since it has limits on the sides, when I go up, you know, we can calculate. Do you know the size of the Earth or the flat Earth?
I have no idea.
But you can calculate it.
Calculate what?
The size of the. See, do you know how to calculate the surface of a cube? I mean, of a square. Or
so you're talking about? Are you talking about area? Well, what shape are we dealing with there? Because you kind of need to know the shape so you could use the correct formula. So what is the shape of the Earth?
I have no idea what is the shape, but you should know because you can travel all around.
No, you can't.
Why not?
Well, most of the time, if you want to reach some of the more extreme areas of the Earth, let's say Antarctica, whatever that is, it seems to be pretty well guarded. No, it seems pretty well guarded. In fact, there are many accounts where people have attempted to do some kind of free exploration of anything past the 60th parallel and been turned away at gunpoint. So somebody is guarding whatever's going on around Antarctica. So I actually don't know the full limits of the Earth. I don't know which direction I should go to find the limits of the Earth. So it would be possible to actually get a size or a shape.
I've went to the if you mean the South Pole, I've went to the South Pole as they call it, and they only show you. Yeah, they only show you.
That's fantastic. So you went to 0 degrees south, did you?
What? Sorry.
You went to 0 degrees south.
That's what they call it. Not zero.
No, 0 degrees north.
Not the center. Not the center. Because they say that the center of that place it's impossible for you to survive in there. That's what they keep you on the edges, you know.
So you went to a ceremonial South Pole. What does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, exactly. I've went there, and basically, if I was able to go there, then we can calculate the surface of.
Sorry, friend. I'm talking about exploring it freely to find the end of the Earth. You went to a ceremonial South Pole. You're talking about something completely different. Are you trying to disrespect me about what we're talking about? You going to a ceremonial South Pole is finding the limits of the Earth? Excuse me?
Okay. I want to understand something. I don't know. I'm trying to understand the Earth here. Okay. For example, For
You're talking about finding the limit of the Earth, and you think that's equal to going to a ceremonial South Pole?
No, I want to find the limit of the Earth by going to the South Pole, of course.
Well, then go do it. See what happens.
They said that you can't really survive in
Why not?
Once you go.
Well, that's what they say. I mean, if you want to find it, don't let them discourage you. I encourage you to go find the limits. Don't worry about the weather. I mean, that's what explorers do. They do things in spite of the dangers of it.
Yeah, exactly. I will once I have the chance to do so. I was, I was really young. I was 20 years old. I couldn't do anything. I was just in a trip.
Yeah.
But once I get older and I have this ability to go and search, I would probably do such things.
Okay. Terrific.
What do you say about those, when you are, for example, in the US and somebody else is, for example, in Europe, they don't have the same time period. If somebody is in the morning, the other is in the night. How do you explain that?
What do you mean explain it? I mean, the sun moves, so the angular relationship between those two people is different, mostly because of the distance they have between each other. So,
but like the Earth is flat. If the sun is a lamp, it's just like a lamp that lights up everything. Don't you think?
It is? Do you think it lights up the whole Earth, even though it's dark in some places and light in the others?
How do you explain that then?
I don't really have an explanation other than it doesn't light up the whole Earth. It's just the experience that we have. The sun is in certain places when it's not in other places. So it's more probably localized than you think.
But you can explain it since it's the same every day.
Why would I be able to explain something that we only describe? It's only a description. What causal mechanism should I be giving you in my story?
I don't know. It's like you have to know why. Don't you? Aren't you curious about
shit. This? You understand? I don't have to do shit. So you telling me I have to do something? You can pack sand with that.
I thought you were curious about. I'm curious, to be honest.
Oh, I'm very curious, but I don't have any way to actually determine other than what my actual experience is. Do you think that there should be some kind of causal mechanism between why there's one place and the other place?
That doesn't make you stop and not
what
do
would you
anything.
suggest?
At least try. At least try.
Why aren't you trying? Why don't you suggest something?
I am trying. I'm trying.
Okay, so give me one of your suggestions.
I thought you guys have the answer, so probably.
No. Why did you think that? See, that's another thing that you did on your part that was an error. You made an error believing that we were supposed to do something that you expected us to do, which is pretty rude, if you ask me.
No, I don't mean to be rude. I'm sorry, but.
Oh, okay. Well, then maybe you shouldn't come in here assuming people have to give you an answer for something that is just basically what we already experience, but is a little bit more involved. Like, I want to see if you have some kind of, you can offer me some kind of solution to this thing as to why it happens. What do you have so far?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Me either, and most people don't either. So, expecting us to know why this thing occurs.
Most people
they made something up. They made it up. But if, like I said before, if the Earth is not a ball, then you can just throw their speculations out the window because it's not tenable.
Then what is the sun that we're seeing? What is the moon that we are seeing?
It looks like a bright light in the sky. That's how I would describe it.
Bright light in the sky. Yeah. So you are describing everything you see with your own eyes, but without an explanation of why or what is that exactly.
How would I do that?
Exactly, that's the question. I would like to I would try to look it up.
Yeah. So the sun is a bright light in the sky. It certainly can't be a burning ball of gas within a vacuum.
Why not?
Well, I mean, have you ever tried to set burning balls of gas on fire within a vacuum? Like, it's just gas, right? So why would gas essentially gather together into a spherical shape inside of a vacuum, when our experience was whenever you put gas into a volume or a vacuum, it spreads out equally in all directions. So the coalition or the coalescence of that gas into a sphere in a vacuum, a very high vacuum, violates the second law of thermodynamics. So it can't be that.
It's like, imagine with me if there is like like a glass, a glass surrounding the sun, not letting the energy that is inside to go out. So it's like a ball made of glass, probably.
So the sun is probably a ball made of glass, says you.
Just like a lamp, for example. The lamp has light inside it, and it's surrounded by glass. Could be that way too.
Yeah, there's still a problem. How thick is the glass? Now that you're speculating, now that you've come up with a new idea about what the sun is, what is the environment in which the sun is in? Is it a vacuum or is it a pressurized system? What is it?
Vacuum.
I got you.
No, I didn't hear you. What is the environment in which this glass ball sun is in?
We know the answers of the questions step by step. I guess we can't know everything at once. So I'm giving you. You said give me a proposition. I'm giving you one of the propositions, right?
Okay, this is your proposition. How would you prove it?
This.
Okay, let's discuss it. Go ahead and prove that to me. That way we can decide whether or not we're going to keep this idea.
We have an experience of a lamp being inside glass, so it could be the same. Because
it could be. Can you prove it to me, please? Can you just prove it to me? I don't need to hear you tell the story again. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? How can I prove it? It's just a proposition.
Well, then I'm going to have to go ahead and throw your proposition out because you don't have anything to back up what you're speculating about. Right. So you gave me one. I'm dismissing it because it's just an idea that you have with no evidence.
No, I'm not giving it to you to prove it or to believe me. I'm giving it to you to discuss it.
Why are we discussing something that would make no sense since you just want to imagine what it could be? I mean, that's a waste of time.
It's not. I'm trying. You said at least try, so we are trying right now.
Yeah, I know. The next thing to do after you come up with an idea is see if it's even tenable, or how you would be able to prove something like that. Okay, go ahead and check and see if there's a glass ball surrounding the sun.
Yeah. So, do you think that's not possible?
I'm asking you to show it to me. I don't care about whether or not it's possible. Who cares about what is or what is not possible? It's about what is. How come you guys live in more of this fantasy land where maybe it could be one thing when in reality it is what it is?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'll try to find an answer.
Okay. In the meantime, it certainly is not a coalescence of gas within a vacuum.
Then what is it?
I have no idea. As far as I know, it's a bright light in the sky. And it rises in the east and sets in the west. That's what it does.
Yeah. Disappears at night, go back in the morning. Sometimes it doesn't come back. Sometimes it hides behind the clouds.
Sometimes.
Yeah. The clouds, which are some kind of things that fly in the sky, I have no idea. I just call them clouds.
No, I mean we've gone up to the cloud level. It's condensation or small droplets of water. We already know what those are.
Did you go there?
Yeah, I did actually. I've been in a plane and we went through the clouds and it all collected on the wind or on the windshield. So on the windows, it's pretty simple to experience.
You can't know what's that.
I can't know what that is. I can't know what water is on the window.
What? Water? Is that water? It's not water.
Yes, it's water. Oh, so it's not water. What is it then?
I have no idea. Prove it.
You have no idea.
Prove that it's water.
Should we go get a sample? Should we get a sample of it? You think no one's grabbed a sample out of the clouds, dude? Are you out of your mind? See, this is what happens when you guys lose terribly.
Do you believe
try to come in here and troll a little bit, and then when you realize that your worldview is so ridiculous and all you know how to do is imagine things, affirm the consequent, and then do hypotheticals in your own mind, when someone points out something obvious, you revert to, oh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the same thing they did to me and go, well, how do you know? Well, if you don't know what water is at this point in your life, at 23 years old, and if you don't know that the things that come out of those fucking clouds when it rains is water, then I don't know how to help you.
No. How do you know that they are water? Actually, they
It
could be
falls on my
something
head
that
when
produces
it's raining, dickhead.
Why are you cursing right now? Sorry, what did you say?
Because you're being ridiculous, bro.
I'm not being
You've never
ridiculous.
been in a storm. You are being ridiculous. What falls on your head in a rainstorm?
It is water. But how did you know that? How did you know that the clouds are water?
Oh my gosh! All right, you're going on mute. I'm sick of you.
Okay.
When it descends into absurdity and you guys just are bankrupt, this is what you do, and there's no point to speaking to you at this point. There you go.
And it impacts parallax by altering binocular disparity cues for vast distances, making stellar parallax, the apparent shift of nearby stars against distant ones, seem negligible or absent in casual observation, even though it's measurable astronomically. While the specific 6.3 degree tilt relative to the optical axis, this is the energetic pseudosphere, isn't directly tied to the night sky examples in the literature, it contributes to the overall hyperbolic mapping of the retina, which underlies these perceptual phenomena. Studies on visual illusions and spatial metrics further support that the non-Euclidean representations often feel more realistic for large-scale scenes like the night sky compared to Euclidean ones. These are the scenes that we see in our daily lives up close. This explains observations like the moon illusion, where the moon appears larger near the horizon, or the domed appearance of the starry sky, which deviates from naive Euclidean expectations of linear perspective and depth. Yep. So enjoy the article that I posted on this. The biology of the eye, the interaction of the eye, and the physics of light and optics and human perception psychologically. It's all amazing. It's all tied together. What we see may not be how we envision reality to be. And this pertains to the night sky. These objects of vast, immense distances, unexplained, we cannot triangulate them flat or globe, their heights. We have no idea what they are, how they manifest. And with the crazy hyperbolic shape of our eyeballs, it just adds even more chaos. And yes, you can create cameras that don't have the same shape of your eyeballs, and you can view these things in that way too. People have done that, right? So, in fact, the celestial sphere that we commonly understand is a model for how we envision the night sky, going back to antiquity. You can throw that out the window because modern cameras don't interpret it necessarily that way. There are star trackers that don't treat the night sky as a gigantic revolving vault or dome like a sphere, like a hamster ball, but treat it as an observer-dependent box where the observer moves and the rays from these objects come from an undetermined distance. So what's happening is every individual cannot triangulate, cannot point to and intersect consistently where these stars are in this star tracker system. It's called Gaia, which happens to be just like reality is, right? If you were to observe a sunset and you see the reflection of the sun rippling across the surface of the ocean from the horizon up to your feet, an observer that's 10 feet away from you is not going to see the reflection of the sun off the surface of the water where you see it. He's going to see a reflection of the sunlight to his feet, and you're not going to see that reflection that he sees. Pretty weird, right?
Yeah, that's the tricky part. When
Yeah.
It's almost like it was designed to make 99 or 90 something % of the people just quit looking into it because people are just gonna, most people are just gonna drop it. Like, how does that work? Who cares? I mean,
These
even these
uncomfortable thoughts people avoid, man. They don't want to. They don't want to engage. Who cares?
It says that flat earthers like to demand.
Yes. Flat earthers this, flat earthers that. Prove the evidence that you put in there, the image of the globe. Prove the globe.
Why did it triggered, bro?
Prove the globe. That image that you posted. Prove it.
Okay, you prove that it is flat. You prove me.
No, we're not going to do that. As many times as you're going to ask this, I'm going to deny you. I'm going to deny you, and I'm just going to go back to your image. Prove that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, it's flat.
Why do you say that? Why do you say that the Earth is not a globe? Tell me.
I don't know. You are the one.
No,
you are the one forcing me to say that.
No, I'm not forcing you. You can say whatever you like.
Okay,
you either have the evidence. You can have the evidence that the Earth is a globe, or do you not have the evidence?
Yeah, because the Earth is a globe because satellites have confirmed. We have visual images from ISS that shows Earth is a globe. The map
you're full of belief. You're full of belief.
Yeah.
Pick one. Pick one thing. Pick one thing, and then show us.
I agree. Okay, I admit I'm wrong. You are right. You tell me.
Yeah, pick one thing, and then we'll talk about that one thing.
Okay, I admit I'm wrong. The Earth is not a globe, I think. Okay, now you prove me.
Okay, well then, no. We're gonna. There's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of people in the room. We're gonna actually talk to other people. So you can laugh all you want, but put yourself on mute.
You can't actually tell me. Okay, I admit I was wrong. The Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, put yourself on mute. If you put yourself on mute, then I'll talk to some other people.
Dude, AB, dude, this dude.
Yeah, I know. Man, he's been there a couple of days.
Yesterday by me. You should never show your face in the server again, man. Like seriously, bro.
Whoa, that's
he's a young guy, but okay. So just Bilby, if you didn't know, this guy has been here a couple of times. All he does is get on here and he laughs. He doesn't want to make any proofs to anybody in this room.
I would like to laugh, but I don't want to consider. I don't want to be considered proof.
No, this is nervous laughter he's doing.
Yeah, he's nervous because we keep asking him. This is like his third day that he's in here. The first day that he showed up, he wasn't able to prove it. The second day was even worse, was yesterday, which Indio said that he destroyed him on some points. And this third day, he posted an image this morning, or at least maybe 30 minutes ago. And I'm asking him about this image. Hold on a second. I'm asking him about the image. And he's not, dude, just wait. I was asking him about the image, right, that he posted in the text chat. And he's not able to tell me anything about the image. And then he went and started asking me, I need to tell him how the Earth is flat. See, what's interesting is that he has a lot of confidence that the Earth is a globe, but he can't prove it to anyone in here. And I'm allowing him to. And he denies that. He denies me. He denies the room. Why? If the Earth is a globe in 2025, he should be able to tell me easy. Really easy. Which I will allow him to. Just like I allowed you to. This is a problem, right? It's a problem for all the people who believe the Earth is a globe. And then he starts to laugh and it's a joke to him. We don't need this. We need people that are serious. Serious people.
I mean, I'm serious, but like this is not a very serious topic, you know?
Well, that's fine. I don't care. It might sound that way. All of us, when we first started hearing about this, it was kind of funny to us, okay? Not going to lie. But there's a point where you're going to have to say, okay, wait a minute. Do I have this evidence or do I not have the evidence? One of these two, right? Even if it is funny, because from your perspective, it sounds silly. But you have to think, if you guys had the evidence, you would present it. You would be able to present it. and then this conversation would be over. But that never happens. I've been here for 10 years. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
You can try. You can definitely try.
Like I said before, I think we have a very different logical thinking.
No, we do not. Either you're illogical and then you're saying that's logic, or you're using logic. There's not another definition of what logic. No. You're either illogical, or you're logical. There's only two. Logical, illogical. Which one? Sorry, there's no two
what about
logics. What about what?
Jason just prove another scientific logical thinking here.
Like what?
An observer on the ground on an airplane at 36,000 feet will start going over Earth's curvature at a distance of 400 kilometers. However, we are also limited by atmospheric visibility. In an experiment base case scenario, we can only see up to 240 kilometers.
What are you reading?
Dude, I already smashed him on this ridiculous meme from flatearth.ws in the side chat. Who here in this chat made that argument that you're presenting? Nobody.
Is that something that what's his face posted? Jason?
Yeah, this Jason guy posted it at 18 minutes after the hour. It's like an argument that nobody here even made at all. He's just posting a random flatearth.ws image and imagining that someone here actually made that argument or something like right? That we are asking him to show us planes going over the horizon. It's just random.
It's a straw man argument.
It's just, it's very, very random behavior.
So, Jason, here's the thing, man. I'm gonna unmute you, but if you can't listen, I want you to get serious this time. Stop your nervous laughter. Go ahead and try to present your best argument for the Earth being a globe, and you may proceed. Hold on, Bilby. I'm trying to talk to this guy. So you may proceed, and dude, put yourself on mute.
I'm sorry.
Put yourself on mute. Do that right now, please. I'm not going to stop until you do. Put yourself on mute, or I'm going to mute you. I don't want to. You're old enough to. Yeah, thank you. All right, Jason, it's up to you. I'm going to unmute you. You're going to present your evidence because you say we're afraid to debate you. We're not. You just act like a child when you're unmuted. All right? We need to have some level of decorum, and then you're presenting evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I'm going to do that, and you tell me verbally. Either that, or you're going to be text muted, and you won't be able to text in this channel. I don't want that either, okay? Go ahead. I'm going to unmute you. Give me the evidence that you are going to present that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What flat earthers say is that why can't we see a plane?
Stop. That's a straw man argument. It was pointed out to you by DJ. That's a straw man argument. Nobody in here is saying that. Nobody in here is saying that. Nobody is saying that. Repeat what I just said. Repeat what I just said. I'm going to unmute you to repeat what I just said. Nobody in here is saying that.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, start from a fresh premise because nobody's saying that.
We'll start from a fresh premise, okay?
Okay. Now, go.
Let's suppose I don't know what Earth looks like, and you say to me that Earth is flat. So, could you please give me some could you please tell me how Earth looks like in according to you? Does it look like this?
No. Wait. Yeah, wait. No.
I just want to learn.
My perspective and your perspective of the Earth visually is the same. We're observing the same Earth. Hold on a second. We're observing the same Earth. So what I tell you is not something that you're going to take, like what I'm saying, and you're going to go, oh, I see something different. No, let's put it this way. I'm going to give you an example. Everybody everywhere on Earth that's near a large body of water can see a flat, level horizon. This is an obvious truth.
Mhm.
You cannot agree or disagree. This is just, you have to acknowledge what I'm saying. Everybody on Earth that's near a large body of water can look over that water and see a flat horizon. That's a true statement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You acknowledge this?
Okay. Yeah, I do acknowledge because when we see the horizon, we don't see it on standing on the foot. We don't see it actually bending.
Right. So then you can even say it this way. I don't care if you think it's a globe, but you can say it this way. Even locally, it looks flat. Looks this way to me. It just looks this way.
Looks flat because yeah.
All right. So we're going to take it to the next step. That means if it looks flat, but you still think it's a globe, then in what way can we verify that it's a globe and not looking flat, but it's actually a globe? This is the next step. So I can prove it to you that it's flat. I want to see if you can prove it to me that it doesn't just look flat, but it's actually a globe. This is the next step. What are you going to present?
It looks flat, so I don't have any.
No. The next step is to prove your case. And now I want it looks flat, but you still think it's a globe. That's fine. What is the evidence that you can present that you can say it looks flat, guys, but check it out. This is how it actually is a globe. What do you have to present?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm giving you an opportunity right now. This opportunity, Jason, you should take it. Because you can present anything you like.
I don't have any evidence for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll believe in, like, I'll try to believe in flat Earth, but I do need some evidence from your
I'll say it this way, Jason. I don't want you to believe what we're saying. The major point that we always make in here is we're challenging people to do the research for themselves. Because when you do, it's not what I'm saying, it's what you can test. So number one test that you can do that doesn't cost a lot of money, that you can maybe take a trip to go to a large body of water, okay? Preferably one that has a a long beach that you can see for miles.
Salt Lake City, right?
No, I don't know where you live. So whatever large body of water that you can get near. That's the only thing I'm asking you right now. If it's possible that you have a friend, you can do it this way. Either a long distance observation or get a friend that can go at a distance away from you. Somewhere preferably in the either 10 to 15 mile range.
Yeah, 12 miles, after 12 miles.
Okay. You can have your friend do a mirror flash test. Mirror flash over a distance proves the line of sight is unobstructed by the curvature of the Earth. So we have a line of sight to the person holding the mirror, and when they angle the mirror at a certain angle, you can be talking to them on the phone. They could show that the light coming off of the mirror will strike your eyeballs at a certain distance, at a certain angle. And that angle would be direct from you to them. It would make a straight line. So when it completes this mirror flash, it's showing that over the distance that there is no curve that's going to obstruct the view over that mirror flash because they're at the same elevation you are. So mirror flash is a good test. Hold on. There's just one. The next one could be a line of sight target to a ship going off into the horizon. Now you could see for a certain distance away a ship that goes away from you. Now, there's been reports that you could see a ship farther past the predictable distance that the curve should actually be there. I'll give you an example. There's a ship that should disappear at a 6-foot observer height at about 3 to 4 miles away. That's where the curvature of the Earth should start obstructing the bottom of that ship. We have observations of ships far beyond that, in the 20 to 30 mile range, where a ship should have been obstructed by the curve a long way. So a ship an observer using a ship as a line of sight test can also notice that a ship far exceeds the predictable curvature that should be there to obstruct the viewer. So watching a ship, number 2. Number 3, laser test over water. Now, I'm only briefly talking about these topics, but hopefully people can post in the text chat these things that I'm saying. number 3 is laser test. Laser test over a body of water. Now, lasers, depending on what kind of laser, because it all depends. You can't just use like one of those little pen lasers, the ones you buy at the store, 99 cents. You can't use those. Those are not strong enough to propagate over a large distance. So you would have to, there are some universities that will loan out some of this equipment to do tests, depends on who you know. But they can do this test with a powerful laser that goes over like 20 miles or more. And being that that's the case, you can shoot it across a body of water. Well, we're using water at all times because water doesn't have the type of land topography that will obstruct the viewer, right? So without that, water is a good example of something you can use to measure, put a laser across it and find out that you do not only have line of sight, but you have an actual a point of origin from the target, point of origin of the observer to the target. So that means that you have point A, which is where the observer is with his laser, and then you have point B, where the target is, where they're going to shoot the laser on. And that the beam.
Videos you sent me yesterday, same experiment.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what you've seen, right? I'm not sure, but it might have
experiment.
Been. Which one?
The greatest experiment, laser one. You sent me a YouTube video yesterday.
Oh, I didn't send it to you. Somebody.
Yeah, somebody.
Yeah.
It was me.
It was probably Indio. Yeah, it's probably Indio.
Yeah, so it was being projected from a distance, and the screen was, I guess, 15 miles away, and the laser was projecting
40 kilometers.
Like not projecting where it should if the Earth was curved.
Yeah. There's. I mean, you could look up over the material. There's a lot of stuff, and I think DJ has one with the what is it? The 180 some PDF. The document that you have with one of those.
No, that's the one Indio.
Not Lake Balaton, right?
That's the
Lake Balaton and the other one at Isomir.
Isomir.
DJ.
So it's got both of them in there. That's probably why he's confused. He probably read the first two. It's the other 5 that are really the B's and E's, I guess.
What shouldn't happen though, Jason? What should not happen is that laser reaching is. What?
I agree. It should not happen.
Yeah. By all accounts, right, this laser should not strike its target. And I don't care. Okay, so it does have a sort of spread over a distance. That much we do know because of the powerful laser that they're using, but not by much. It should spread to a certain amount, but if it hits its target, that's going to be the damning evidence against the Earth being a curved surface, which at excuse me, over the distance, it should be calculable that the curve would obstruct the laser beam because of the height that it's above the ground. Because you have to take into consideration, right, how big the Earth is as a globe. When you start figuring out the metrics of the Earth being a globe, and then you apply that to geometry as far as like what should be seen over the distance, they come up with the 8-inch per mile squared parabola. And so they're saying that the curvature of the Earth, this is what the mainstream is saying. And I'm not saying you are. You probably agreed with it for most of your life. You've been told it's a globe, right? So what they're saying is that the Earth being a globe would have this rotundity to it. So if you're going to be doing anything like laser tests, mirror flashes, line of sight, anything that you use, it's going to show obstruction at a specific distance away from the observer. So if you're at the beach looking across the surface, that curvature would be obstructing your view. It would be, because that's what they say that is obstructing your view when the ship disappears from the bottom up. So that means that the curve is not too big that you can't see it or see if its effects of the curve are affecting anything. What's happening is the curvature of the Earth is affecting things like the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So we have a situation here. Either the curvature of the Earth is obstructing things and can be measured to, or the Earth curve is not obstructing things and it can't be measured. There's two options.
Okay.
So this is what we're testing for right now. That's why I'm giving you these tests.
Yeah, I'll see all the resources that DJ has sent in the chat.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
That is okay. Let's like. It is that. So, what shape of Earth do you have in mind? Like, if is it entirely flat, like a paper, or what?
I get what you're saying. I know the question very well. Here's what we're telling you.
I'm not calling you. So
I know you're not, and I hear the honesty coming through. Okay, so just allow me to respond in likeness. Okay. So the Earth, the known territory, the known world, is a horizontal plane. The known world. The unknown it could be anything, right? So let's put it this way: if we were on top of a giant floating whatever, we wouldn't know that. All we know is the known territory. Can you follow me when I say this?
Yeah.
So the known territory is what we observe as a horizontal plane. Now that being said, the unknown, like if there was more to this place, more to the realm, we wouldn't have the information for this. Like let's say if the Earth was a giant object, we wouldn't know this. The only thing we can know is the surface condition. The surface condition is such that it is a horizontal plane. Now, outside of this, it could be something else, right? But our minds are not thinking that because a lot of people would like an answer to the shape of the thing we're on. That means the entire thing. We don't have that answer. We do not have this answer.
Okay.
I was very clear, and I'm telling you the truth. Like this is not like a subject of what shape is the whole thing that we're on. There's not an answer for this. What we can tell you is the known territory, everywhere people have been, is a horizontal plane.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Do you remember there was an incident? I'm not sure if that was correct. There was a flight that departed and got lost for years. I'm not sure if that is true or I just
Malaysian flight.
Yeah. So can that be a reason for this?
No. That has No, it happened over the known territory. The known territories everywhere that plane was the plane was traveling over known places. That's because when I say known, I mean that everywhere people have traveled. So the distance from that plane that you said disappeared was in between two places that are known. So we're talking about outside of the already traveled places. Outside of that, like we wouldn't know. And I mean, I could give your mind something to think about, but if there's any region on this land that we haven't been able to say for sure what it looks like.
Okay, so you are saying the known region is like a flat, paper-like, but unknowns you are not sure about
that's correct. Yes, that's correct.
So
that's exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, I understand you. So let's assume the unknown Earth is flat, right? The known Earth. Okay. So how would you explain Antarctica? Like we can go from south of Africa to Antarctica, and if we travel straight, you can come back to Asia. So how do you justify that on a flat plane? Of known world.
What are you talking about? A flight or a boat trip? What form of?
I'm just saying, like I understand you're saying that the unknown Earth is like a flat plane. We don't know about the unknown world. Okay. So my question is, how do you like comprehend?
Nobody ever did that. Nobody ever did what you just suggested.
Let me finish. Okay, if we go south of South Africa, okay, travel straight down from South Africa to Antarctica, right? Okay. And then we move straight, and then we'll end up in Asia.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
On a flat map, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to.
I do get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. This question. I know what you're saying.
Comprehend that.
How do you comprehend that flight? Okay, I know what you're saying, but I'm going to have to agree with DJ on this one. Okay, this question actually was brought up to us, and there's actual practical reasons why they don't make this flight, and our argument can come from a more practical reasoning behind why this flight cannot happen. And we're not just saying this flight doesn't happen; we're saying it cannot happen because of restrictions that these flights have. Now, the restrictions would be that they have to be able to go, be able to land somewhere that's safe for people, and traveling over those areas are not somewhere safe that they could land, like even for the globe. So in both cases, the idea that they cannot travel over this region would still remain. The idea that you think they can travel over these regions is not found anywhere. The reasons that we hear, because we had this kind of debate like this was back in 2016, 2017, when they were saying that this flight can happen. So we looked into this, right? The pilots that would travel over this region would all say that it's not safe for traveling over, because they're not somewhere they could land the plane in case of an emergency. And this is the pilot's top priority is safety. They have to make sure the passengers are safe, that if something does occur, they're able to put the plane into a place where they can land safely for the passengers. So they don't travel over these areas because of safety regulations. Not because the Earth is a globe or flat, because they can't travel over these regions based on safety. So I hear what you're saying. I know what you mean. And if you could do this flight, it would prove something, but nobody makes these flights.
Can I add something? Okay. Yeah. If you go from South Africa if you have to take a flight from South Africa to Australia, like for New Zealand, let's not Australia, let's suppose New Zealand. So do you know what is the route of the airplane? Okay, it travels from South Africa to Antarctica, and then it goes to New Zealand. So that flight has been done actually.
Well, if it's over you said New Zealand?
Okay, yeah. If the flight is there are flights that go from South Africa to New Zealand, and the path that they take is Antarctica. So a flight takes off from South Africa, goes to Antarctica, and then to New Zealand. It does not land in Antarctica, but it flies over Antarctica.
Yeah, but
true.
So how do you comprehend a flat Earth map?
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. There is no flight that does that.
I'll show you. Wait, I'll try to find it. I'm not claiming anything.
Well, let's see the evidence of what. Go ahead and present what you have.
No, I'll try to find. See, I'm saying I'm not sure, but just saying, how do you comprehend if that's true? How do you comprehend?
Well, he's saying it doesn't happen. So the challenge to you right now is that it doesn't happen. You're going to have to find a way to prove that it did happen or does.
Yeah, I'm trying to
okay. So this was. Hold on, Jason. This was a claim that you're making that's not substantiated by anything you're bringing up. Yeah, it is a claim.
Don't put words in my mouth. I said I'll try to find. I'm not.
Why did you make this claim though? Why did you make the claim? I don't understand. Why would you say something that you can't back up? That the flight happens in the places you say that it happens. You said the flight.
Flight is. I'm finding.
Yeah. Well, why would you make this claim if you're looking for it right now?
Yeah, because I read it somewhere.
Okay. So get the information.
Why wouldn't you have it in front of you? Why you telling us about it?
Yeah, you should get listen. And in other words, what everybody wants you to do is get the information ready and then present it. Don't say a claim that you don't have in front of you. Have something in front of you.
Mr. I did tell you that I might not be able to find. So I was not actually. I could be wrong. I was just asking you, how do you comprehend?
I think whoever telling you this stuff or DMing you this stuff, I think you need to just start telling them to present the evidence before you come in here and say it. Because I think what a lot of you guys do is you guys pretty much talk to one another in these other rooms.
Why are you stereotyping me?
And then you guys come in here and make claims, and then you guys.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to that person. Only one person.
Yeah, but Jason, this is a lesson. This is a teachable lesson for you. It's a teachable lesson. So the panel wants to chime in on the teachable lesson. They want to show you that you can't just say something, not have the information in your hands. You have to have it in your hands if you're going to present it.
Okay,
It's a
I
teachable
don't
moment.
have evidence right now. I'll try and find it and share it in the chat.
That's
someday.
fine. Hey, listen, that's fine. So long as you make a claim, you have to have it in your hands. You can't make this claim and then not have the information ready. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. I was asking you, how do you comprehend Antarctica and flat Earth map?
But does it need to be comprehended? Okay, number one, it doesn't need to be comprehended. The Antarctica is a landmass, yeah? We all know this. So it's a place you can go to. Now, whether or not it looks like the way the map is projecting, we do not know. The map is showing one way that Antarctica looks like. Yes? We all know this.
Yeah.
But the verification of how it actually looks, nobody can give that information. The only thing you know is what the map is projecting. The map projects a visualization of the entirety of Antarctica. But if I was to ask you, how do they know, whoever gave this projection, how do they know this is what Antarctica looks like? What would your response be for that? How did they figure it out that this is what Antarctica looks like? What would you say?
I'm not sure.
Right, that's important, right? The important thing is you have to figure out how do they know what Antarctica looks like, because your question that you're asking us is about Antarctica. So how would we know if somebody else gave us information about a map projection about what Antarctica looks like? They're giving us this information. This is what Antarctica looks like. And we're like, well, how did you get the information? We're questioning you guys.
Yeah. Okay, I was just exploring that laser experiment, and it was like it was disproving Earth's curvature. So if this is such a big discovery, why is not everyone talking about it? Because
we are flat Earth from the time. Let me tell you like this.
Talking
well,
about
let me hold on. Let me tell you like this, dude. Yeah, you're wanting to know why more people aren't discussing this. It's simple.
Yeah.
People have a strong belief in the Earth being a globe, so they outwardly dismiss it outright of hand. Let's say I was approaching an academic, because we have approached many PhDs, many astrophysicists. We talk to these guys. The thing that happens when we talk to them is that they're teaching a certain type of curriculum. Their curriculum doesn't include flat Earth. So when we're talking about this, it's not something that they're getting paid to do. It's not something that they need to look into, because there's already a considerably amount of information of what they call settled science, right? In quotations. They call this settled science. So they're not going to entertain a discussion about flat Earth, because they have already, they will say that ever since, people can investigate what the Earth is, we know it's a globe. They're not going to give flat Earth the time of day in academia because of this. There's already it's an established truth in the academic realm. So you can't challenge it, even though that's not what science says, because science usually, like the way they describe it, you can challenge anything you want. That's not true. That is not true. Because we've tested this claim that you can challenge, like what you're asking right now. It's valid, right? It's valid. But what we're coming up against is people that are outwardly denying the fact that there is a difference between a belief in something like the globe and actually knowing it's a globe. There's a difference. So it's not your fault, right? It's not your fault or anybody else's that I grew up knowing that the Earth was a globe. Like in my head, I thought it was. I was convinced because I didn't have to look into it, Jason. Neither did you, nor do you. So let's say you can leave this chat forever, never think about flat Earth, and you'll be fine. Like you're thinking that the Earth is a globe, because you don't have to look into it. It's not a part of your day-to-day life. Yeah. Your day-to-day life doesn't consist of trying to figure out whether the Earth is flat or globe. It's kind of a fun thing for you right now, but so the information that they're telling you is that you can't know that it's an actual globe because you're too close to the surface. It looks locally flat, but your perception of the Earth is such that you can't see it because you're just like an ant on a beach ball. So they tell you these things and you accept them because you're not a scientist or somebody who can, have the means to explore this. So you defend the idea that the Earth is a globe based on that. It's not your fault. You defend it out of just like you don't want somebody to challenge this. And so this is what I'm telling you. This is why, the reason, I put it this way, the reason why you've been coming into this room curious about it is because there's something in your mind that you think that we're saying that could be true. Not saying that you believe us or anything, but you, in your head, you're like, I don't know, man. I've challenged it and it's like, I can't find something that would debunk them. A lot of people in here have already tried that. But the system, it doesn't matter what country either. What the system is, it's going to teach people a belief system without being challenged. You cannot challenge this system. I'll give you an example. You can go out to your friends or whatever, and you could ask them the question, hey, what do you guys think if the Earth was flat? I'm going to ask a question. What do you guys think about this? The moment you say this, they're going to make fun of you. Yeah. So just the reaction of your friends, not even academia, just your friends. They're going to make fun of you. They're going to say you're stupid and we're going back to the Stone Age and all kinds of stuff. But that prevents people from actually investigating. That right there, what I just told you, that's going to prevent them. That's why, dude, this has been out for 10 years already, straight out on the internet, on social media and everything. People have been talking about it. Everyone knows that Flat Earth is a discussion, but they reject it based on not being able to investigate it. Just like you can investigate if the Earth is a globe. You cannot. Can do this.
Okay, I have another question for you. We humans, we follow patterns, right? So visually, we can see Moon is a sphere, is a globe. Sun is a globe. So and other like Saturn, we have spotted Saturn with, and other Jupiter with telescopes. We can clearly see they are globes. So why are we like?
Yeah, why are we debating this? Why is this a thing? Okay.
No, let me finish, please. I was quiet when you were speaking, please. Okay, so when all other planets and stars that we can visually see are globe, why are we discriminating Earth? And why are we not taking reference from them?
They're not
why are we discriminating Earth?
They're not what you think they are. Put it that way.
Explain me that.
You say that you don't. Okay, the moon definitely looks like it has features that could show that it's kind of like spherical. It does look that way to the human eye. But what I'm asking though is a knowledge claim about if it is one or not is not able to be made from the Earth to the moon. So when you look at the moon, you can say it looks like something you think it is. The next step is, how do you know it's that thing that you think it is? What would you have to do to make a knowledge claim? I know, but observation is only the first step, my friend. Observation is not the end.
That is a clear observation. We can't deny moon is not a globe.
No. What I'm telling you, no. What I'm telling you is, you can say that, right? Because it looks like what you think it is. It's what it looks like. I'm not taking that away from you or me. It's what it looks like. But if you want to test to see if it actually is what you're saying it is, what would you have to do?
Could you say it again, please?
If you wanted to test the moon to be what you think it is, you think it's a globe, what would you have to do?
We would have to travel to it and see the other side.
That's right. You'd have to go investigate, right? You'd have to make your own trip there and check it out and look at it from different angles. And yeah, you said it correctly.
Otherwise, but visually it is a circle, right? Even if it's a globe, it's
no. Okay, no. Listen, man. What I'm saying is exactly what you're saying. It looks like something. It looks like a globe. It looks like it's got features. All these things. Not wrong to say that. I don't care who you are in this room right now. When you look at the moon, this is what it looks like. What it is, though, what it actually is unknown because you can't verify what it. You could say anything about it, right? It doesn't matter to me. What matters is how you know it's the thing you say it is. Because observation is one step, right? It's one step. But you know that observation is always the first step. You see something, you say it looks like a globe, it looks like it's got features, but you can't conclusively determine it is until you investigate or be able to validate. That's what exactly it is.
Okay. Okay. My next question is that why do you think we have been brainwashed this way? Like, who was the beneficiary of, like, was it a conspiracy or what?
Yeah.
Why
it has its beginnings in like esoteric teachings. Esoteric by like religious beginnings. So I don't know if you know who Pythagorean is, right? Pythagoras?
Yeah, I know Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, he's the one who invented that spheres are the most perfect shape in the universe. A sphere.
Yeah.
So all things that appear in the world would take this form because that's the most perfect, and it comes with this whole cultish idea. So it had its beginnings of why people would even make these claims, right? And then of course, like you and I say, they're looking at the moon and the sun. They're going to start to think that what they're saying is true because it sounds like it's a good way of logical thinking. It's a good logical process.
Yeah.
But even having this is just assuming, and it's not knowing, right? But it had its roots in that, and so you got individuals that were going to cement this idea by Eratosthenes. You get Aristotle looking at the lunar eclipse, and a lot of things that would insinuate the idea that the Earth is something that they're making a claim to what it is.
So, but that was ancient times, right? So we have like if we have a big discovery like that, let's experiment. So we are not talking about ancient time. They might be wrong. Pythagoras might be wrong. Yeah, so they could be wrong. They might be wrong. But my question is, like, if it is really a big thing, and it's true, why people why bodies like NASA and all big institutions, why don't they research on this? Like, why because they are the ones who believes on facts and figures. We live in a century that is the age of knowledge and scientific era. So and also, please somebody in the panel share an image of how do you comprehend the known world, the map. How do you comprehend that the map of the known world?
That's
I'm not talking
able
about the unknown.
Yeah, I know. That's not able to be given, and I'll give you the great reason why. Cartography is not an exact science. It is not in some way we're going to be able to detail what something looks like. It's an estimation of what they think continents are. A map projection, that's all it's giving you is the idea of what it was used for. Like in many aspects, the Mercator map was used for navigation over the oceans. So it was useful for that specific thing. But the Mercator map still had like a worldview that was supplanted on it that was not known as far as like the distances to the landmasses, the orientation. It was giving people an idea of what they were looking at when they traveled from point A to point B. So to give you or anyone else here an idea of what the Earth looks like as a flat Earth is not it's not a possibility. And the reasons being
to give me the exact and the very correct map. I know that it's not possible. Just how flat earthers comprehend the known world.
A horizontal plane. So I get what you mean. But
I'll share an image. Is that how you comprehend?
What image?
I shared that earlier as well. Is that how people comprehend the flat Earth concept?
Live stream Earth from space?
No, I have sent another image.
Okay, the one underneath that?
Yeah, the image. Can you see
Square,
the
the
image?
Hebrew square Earth.
Oh,
I'm just asking
no,
you.
no, no,
Okay.
no. Most of these memes and things that you see, these are
Is
just
that a
like,
meme?
I'd say.
I saw it on Google Maps.
No,
So
man,
Google
listen.
Images.
It doesn't. Okay, when you search for information about flat Earth, what you're going to get is a lot of social media coming up and saying what they think flat Earth is. You're going to get the pizza disc in space. You're going to get this thing and many others. So 24/7 flat Earth. And when you come in here, we've been the leading edge of the conversation. Everybody else is falling behind. They're not up to date with all the information. So you're at the very top of the flat Earth food chain in here. There isn't anything more that you wouldn't be able to ask us that we'd be able to tell you. Research has been done by all the individuals that are a part of this group many times over. So we know the information on what to give you and how to do it. Right? So what I'm telling you is that there is not a flat Earth map based on what I'm saying. The research collaboratively been done from all the people in this room. We check each other, right? So let's say a person from our group says, "Hey, we found the flat Earth map," or whatever, I know they wouldn't say that, but if they do, they'll present it. We'll look at it. We'll review the information. We make sure that it's some way we can test this information to be true. And if it's not been able to be validated, we don't put it into what we say. So if you hear us saying that there is something that we can present to you and here it is, then you better be sure that you can test and verify its authenticity. Now, if it's not something we're presenting, then you can rest assured there is nothing out there that people have been presenting for flat Earth. Now, there's ideas. There was Antonio Subrats was posting what he thinks the Earth looks like. Mark Sargent had his own version of what the Earth looks like. Many of these flat Earth proponents were putting out what they think the Earth looks like and orientation that would satisfy like the sun's movements and whatever.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if the Earth is suppose the Earth is perfectly not a perfect globe, right? Let's suppose. Can that be a reason that the laser was pointing very below where it should have been pointing?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it would be reasonable for you to ask that question, but on the other hand, the Earth would not be conforming to the specific size that they say it is. Now, that's important, right? Because if there was some other factor that we didn't include in our test, then we would have already known that by way of understanding like the question that you just made. What if the Earth is some other kind of form? Perhaps there's flat spots. And there's, if we would have known that already, that would have been something we would have included in our test. We would have said, hey, when you go do your test in, I don't know, Pakistan, make sure that you're going to do it to where you're adjusting for this specific deviation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I'm saying that we are not sure.
Jason, can I interject for a second?
What?
I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Joseph?
What we look in the sky isn't equivalent to what standing on. That's objective.
Yeah.
Because if you look up and you see a light, it's not a solid ground. Because all lights, when seen from very far away, will look spherical. Because light has a radius.
He was asking a different question, I think. It was a question about the...
I was answering to something he said in the chat.
Oh, earlier? On the chat. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, continue. Don't worry.
So I think he was just going on about the land. So the land, that has not been something that has been able to be understood from a vantage point. Okay, so the live stream that you posted too, the one earlier, was it ISS or whatever? So the Earth that they're portraying there, what specific map does that equate to that you can tell? Because the Earth from that view should give you at least what projection you should look at, right? Which map projection is closest to the one that the ISS is showing you? And I'm saying do this research for yourself. You don't have to do it right now, but when you go away and you do the research, try to find out what map projection the Earth that they're showing you from the ISS actually resembles, which is the one that is closer to. That's kind of like homework for you, so you can realize if you're going to be talking about this topic, which map you'd actually be referring to versus another one. Because there's hundreds of maps, as you may or may not know. You look up in Google.
Okay. Mister, there's a guy in the chat, Tactical Droid. So I guess we are having a mature and serious conversation, and he's actually trying to troll. So I'm not sure why he's doing that.
Well, listen,
this
there's
conversation, I
been
have been
some.
serious and have been like I've acted like a serious questioner, student trying to learn. But
Okay,
I
well, at
do
least
get offended by people who.
All right. Well, let's do it this way. Let's just reset. All right. So if there was some trolling things that you were doing earlier, because a lot of people have seen you a couple of days in here, they're taking a look at your demeanor based on the length of time you've been here. So you're saying you want to start fresh. You want to take a fresh look at this. That's fine with me. Yeah. That's fine with me. But however, the chat might still feel like they've seen you from another day where you were trolling. So you have to give them at least that much. If someone's gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, then you're gonna have to give them a reason to do that and not engage in say, look, I came in, I was trolling, but I don't want to troll right now.
Yesterday I was talking to Indio, so if he does that, I'll be okay because I did troll him yesterday. But there's some other guy who's just trolling me because I made a logic in the chat. So okay, let's forget this and let's come back to the discussion because I'm not going to go into that. Okay, Joseph, you were trying to say something. Could you please say that? Like you were trying to explain me something.
He's asking you, Joseph. He might not be able to come to his mic.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So.
No, I was making a point that you're making a false equivalency. You can't just say that because we look up and we see spheres, then the ground is a sphere. That's simply logical. You have to prove that first, even if those things are spheres.
Yep.
Because if I take your same reasoning, I can say we have people here, we have life here, but we don't see life up there in the sky. So what then? It's a false equivalency. That's all.
Yeah.
He just made a point. That's all.
Yeah. Okay. So my only my last one of the last things that make me not be I just want even if I believe a flat Earth, okay, and I tell my friends that Earth is flat. So what they would ask me to try to they would ask me how I imagine Earth as. So they might ask me to draw a map or give me a map of how I comprehend as a flat Earth as the known Earth.
Yeah.
So as long as I don't see that thing, it would be difficult for me to actually believe. I am very thankful for you of being so polite and giving me a chance to do this serious discussion.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
I'll read all the things that JD has sent me. I'm not sure if JD is in the
he's not in the call right now.
Yeah, so he's in the call, I guess. Okay, he sent me some resources. I'll see them, and also I have my own questions, so I'll also try to research on them. Until then, I'll just I'll try to find how to comprehend flat Earth.
Jason, listen, man, I appreciate the change of demeanor. It's well appreciated by the group as well. What we don't have is people.
Apologize for being for laughing earlier. I apologize to all of you.
It's all good, man. I'll tell you like this. All right, I'll be honest with you, man. Everybody's had a different reaction when they first heard this, and a lot of people were trolling flat Earth before they actually started to become flat earthers in this chat. I'm telling you that. This is the honest truth, man. Because it sounds like very stupid. It sounds ridiculous. It doesn't sound like logical at all. So I agree with you. But the only thing I would say, if you're going to take it to the next level, please do your research. Don't. I know, dude. I know you want to ask us a lot of questions, but the more research you do, the better you're going to formulate those questions. So we can answer more specific to what you research you've done. Let's say you, for instance, right? You do research on like on flights, on maps, on whatever it is you on Antarctica. It doesn't matter. When you do your research on that and you start finding information out, you can come in here and then we can talk about it. Like you said, hey, I made my research on flights. There's this map that they're showing that the flat Earth, the way it works, and then there's a map they're showing how the globe works. And then we can talk about spherical coordinate systems. We can talk about the reasoning behind why people think. Just once you do your research, you come in and it's a more robust conversation versus
I'll add one more thing. Like day before yesterday, I was completely unaware of this concept. So I had a friend, and he told me that there are people who believe flat Earth. So I never knew this concept. 2 days ago. And secondly, I also think that I'm a Muslim, right? So in our religion, there have been some stories, narrations that do suggest that there are some hidden parts of the world that no human has ever been to. For example, and I used to wonder how could that be when we have all the globe in our sight. So maybe that could be that might be true, that we might have unknown places in the earth.
So what I said what I said earlier to you made sense to you because of this? Like it did make sense to you because you thought about back in the time when someone said this? I mean, it could have been one of your imams or where you go to place of worship, but you heard it, it made sense. So this could be the case. I mean, at least it gave you a chance to think about it. Because if you didn't have that in your head, you wouldn't think about it.
There's a story of Gog Magog. Okay, not only I believe it, all Christians, Jews, we Abrahamic religions believe in Gog Magog. So it was a story that a prophet of God caged a group of people on this earth in between two mountains, and according to all the Abrahamic religions, those people are still in this earth and they'll come out one day. So I used to wonder, why can't we see those mountains with satellites?
Well, maybe the earth isn't what we've been told, Jason. And this is why people are investigating this. Like, I know what you were saying earlier about why can't we approach academia, but there's problems with that because academia will not take any of this information seriously, not even to look at it. The mention of flat Earth, it turns everything off in their brain as if we're speaking something very silly and not serious. So it's hard to have a conversation.
Can I add one thing? Like, when I was new to this concept, even though I don't believe it right now, but I do respect your opinion. I'll research on it more. But when I was new to this concept, when somebody told me Earth was flat, so do you know why I thought it's stupid? Because I thought what would be on the other side of the flat disk. This is one of them. I used to wonder the corners. How would the corners be if let's suppose Earth is a flat disk? How would the shift in the curvature of the corner? So there must be a curvature at the corner, or there could be rectangle, like 90-degree perpendicular. Let's assume we have a cuboid.
Hey, let me tell you a little story real quick, man. So I told my friend, my very good friend that I know in real life, here where I live. I told him the moment, like 10 years ago, I told him about flat Earth. I was like, dude, the Earth is flat. And I sent him an image of the AE map because that's when I first started to learn about this. I don't think that way now, but I sent it to him. And the first thing that he sent me back in a response, he circled on the edge.
Image?
Huh?
What was that image?
The AE map, azimuthal equidistant projection.
I see that. I don't know about that map.
You just, the azimuthal equidistant projection map. So AE.
Okay,
I sent him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent him this right as an image, and he circled the edge of it, and he says, and he put it in like a, like when you write with a, like the marker app. He put it on a marker on, and he pointed an arrow at the end, and he said, "Where's the edge?" That's the first thing he told me when I sent him that image. Where's the edge?
Yeah.
That
And
was his
also
first
where is
question to me.
Antarctica? Like, if we.
Well, yeah,
if
I
we
mean,
assume- yeah, where is Antarctica, or otherwise where is Greenland if we put Antarctica in between?
well, okay. So what I'm saying is that the first response that people usually get is a reaction to like, well, how is it that you say the Earth is flat if we know the Earth has the way that it looks on with the maps and all that? So the first thing that a mind goes to when you talk, like you said, your friends, you make this question to your friends, they're going to be looking at you like, do you have a map or something I can look at? So that's the first thing that when people want to learn, they want to see something visual. They want you to present to them something they can see, because that's what the globe Earth offers them something they can look at. They can look at a globe. You get it? That's why they have that idea.
I do respect your opinions on this, and we should. The very opinion that I respect of you all is that we should verify everything that we are told. Okay, can I ask you one last question? I'll leave and I'll give others chance.
Okay.
Let's like, how do you know that if we measure distance of Antarctica? I'm just saying Antarctica again and again because we can also say Greenland, but Antarctica. Do you know? We can go from like. Do you know that distance from South Africa to Antarctica, South America to Antarctica, from Australia to Antarctica, they are quite similar, right? So Antarctica is reachable from all of these three places that are quite far away from with a very similar distance, right?
Yeah, you need to.
You understand what I'm saying? I'll rephrase
Yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but okay. So when you do your research on this is important, right? Because you're bringing it up as your last question. It's important when you make your research on this. Research the flights that actually travel there, or if it's travels restricted based on safety regulations. You need to look into this because it's so important that because you're asking this last question. You need to make your research on this. You have to. When you come back next time, hopefully, you will make your research on this and find out what flights actually travel this way, and you can then approach us with information that we can talk about. How about that?
There had been one flight recently that was from South America to Antarctica by a young lad. He was flying his Cessna 172, and he was actually arrested when he landed in Antarctica. So one flight is there that proves we can go from South America, from Argentina to Antarctica. I find two more flights, one from South Africa to Antarctica and one from Australia to Antarctica, and see how much distance they have covered. If that distance is quite similar, then that means Antarctica is in middle of all of these things, because Africa, Australia,
I mean,
South America is quite far away. But when
let's just get the facts. Jason, get the facts down and submit it in the text chat. When you get your facts, put it in the text chat, and we'll review it. We're not above reviewing your information to see if what you've collected is something that is something we can make sense out of. But you have to first collect all of this information and then submit it in the text channel, and we will review it, no doubt.
Sure. Thanks a lot, mate.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Just quickly as well, I don't think there are any flights from Australia to Antarctica. Just wanted to throw that in there. I have looked into this before, and I've never been from Australia. I've never heard about flights from New Zealand to Antarctica or from Australia to Antarctica.
So if he does present something, then we'll review it. We'll look into it.
Yeah, I think you have to go. You have to fly from Australia to Chile, and then you can get to Antarctica.
Oh, DJ just left. You just popped out, DJ. You still there?
Yeah, just hit the disconnect button randomly. I don't know why.
All right. Well, thanks, Jason, for your time. We're going to move on to any other speaker. If you guys, if you guys want to come in with your questions and what's up to the panel. Thanks for letting Jason kind of review some information. He's changed his demeanor from the first day he came in here, so hopefully people give him the benefit of the doubt and kind of let off the gas a little, because he learned a lot from his interactions with us. So that's at least a big accomplishment, I think. A lot of people don't get to this stage of realization, so most people just flame out. We never see him again. So it's important, right? This next step that he's taking, the journey of like research and discovery. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, right? Like, that's the heart of our aim, is to give people enough information to challenge their worldview that they could actually come back and, agree or see our viewpoint. Be like, hey, you guys were not just whistling Dixie, man. You guys are really saying something here. That's a turn of phrase I like. I heard Indio use it, so I'm using it now.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.